The frozen white wasteland is introduced as a realm filled with deadly creatures. Ancient monsters dominate the icy wilderness, making survival nearly impossible. Meanwhile, Emperor Kettle is revealed as the greatest danger roaming that land. Suddenly, Kettle charges across the snow with overwhelming speed toward approaching threats. Powerful momentum carries him through enemies before they can react. Finally, his crushing strike instantly ends the brief confrontation. Afterward, another beast appears across the snowy field. Without hesitation, Kettle swings his weapon and overwhelms the monster. Nearby companions admire his unmatched barbarian strength. Later, Kettle casually eats poisonous food without suffering harm. Everyone realizes his incredible endurance exceeds normal human limits. The group praises his fearless survival skills with amazement. Unexpectedly, one companion suddenly collapses in the snow. Kettle rushes over, trying to awaken the unconscious traveler. Quiet concern replaces celebration as he watches the frozen wilderness carefully. A man dreams of living in a fantasy world filled with magic and adventure. Throughout life, he explores Earth's greatest places while longing for another world. Persistent prayers finally summon him into the fantasy realm he always desired. Soon afterward, he joins an expedition crossing the deadly white wasteland. Freezing winds exhaust every traveler as experienced escorts maintain strict discipline. Despite overwhelming hardship, the determined group continues advancing through relentless snow. Inside a warm carriage, a noblewoman quietly observes the struggling escorts. Meanwhile, she remains composed, despite secretly enduring the bitter cold herself. Her calm demeanor hides growing concern for everyone traveling outside. Compassionately, the noblewoman asks whether the freezing escorts should be sheltered indoors. However, the elderly attendant refuses, because monsters lurk beyond the caravan. The dangerous wilderness leaves no safe alternative for the weary guards. Later, the noblewoman recalls an ancient emperor who challenged the White Wasteland. Countless warriors vanished after following his impossible conquest into the frozen land. Years afterward, legends claim the forgotten emperor returned from the wasteland alive. The emperor's final warning reveals barbarians are the White Wasteland's greatest threat. His terrifying account describes fearless warriors instead of ordinary monsters. Meanwhile, a mysterious figure silently emerges through the blizzard. Inside the carriage, the elderly attendant explains, the emperor's words proved surprisingly accurate. Numerous legendary monsters were eventually discovered across the frozen wilderness. However, confirmed sightings of barbarians remain unbelievably rare. Elsewhere, the expedition suddenly halts after movement appears beyond the snowstorm. Experienced guards carefully search the distant landscape despite poor visibility. An approaching silhouette gradually becomes visible through the drifting snow. Scouts report the figure is small but rapidly closing the distance. Everyone braces for another deadly monster attack across the wasteland. Unexpectedly, the approaching silhouette resembles a lone human traveler. Closer inspection reveals a muscular warrior wearing barbarian clothing. The exhausted expedition freezes as the legendary barbarian finally appears before them. Instead of attacking, the stranger quietly considers the unexpected encounter a fortunate discovery. Kettle politely introduces himself after unexpectedly meeting travelers in the frozen wilderness. The cautious caravan confirms they are merchants protected by hired guards. Everyone remains tense, while Kettle calmly studies the unfamiliar group. Rather than threatening them, Kettle advises the expedition to return before danger grows. Soon afterward, he notices an important passenger watching from the carriage. The blue-haired noblewoman quietly observes the unusual barbarian with curiosity. Unexpectedly, Kettle requests employment as a mercenary for the caravan. The stunned guards struggle to understand the barbarian's unexpected proposal. Confidently, Kettle offers to guide everyone safely across the White Wasteland. Suspicious escorts question whether the barbarian intends to deceive them. Calmly, Kettle explains they would already be dead if he wished harm. His composed confidence gradually weakens the guards' hostility. Inside the carriage, the noblewoman learns Kettle seeks honest mercenary work. The attendants carefully consider the unprecedented request from the legendary barbarian. Silence fills the carriage as everyone weighs whether to trust Kettle. The blue-haired noblewoman calmly considers Kettle's unusual request. After careful thought, she accepts the barbarian as a temporary mercenary. Her unexpected decision surprises the waiting escorts outside. The captain delivers the noblewoman's approval to Kettle. Hearing the answer, Kettle smiles, with obvious satisfaction. Relief spreads as the tense atmosphere begins easing. Next, Kettle requests a personal meeting with his employer. The captain immediately grows suspicious of the unexpected demand. Nevertheless, Kettle patiently waits without showing hostility. Other guards question whether allowing the meeting is wise. Experienced companions remind everyone permission has already been granted. Meanwhile, Kettle walks toward the carriage respectfully. Inside, the attendant hurriedly informs the noblewoman about Kettle's arrival, remaining composed. She calmly allows the visitor inside. Respectfully, Kettle enters, beginning his first meeting with the noblewoman. The frightened attendant mistakes Kettle for a dangerous intruder inside the carriage. Calmly, Kettle reassures everyone that he has no hostile intentions. Meanwhile, Milena quietly studies the composed barbarian before speaking. Politely, Milena welcomes Kettle and accepts his respectful greeting. Curiously, Kettle notices the carriage remains warm despite the blizzard outside. She explains that protective magic maintains the comfortable temperature. Kettle warns the white wasteland is too dangerous for ordinary escorts. Confidently, he promises to protect the caravan throughout the journey. However, he requests one condition before accepting the task. His desired payment is knowledge about the world beyond the frozen wasteland. Surprised, Milena realizes he values information more than wealth. Satisfied, Kettle confirms those terms are enough for him. Accepting the agreement, Milena introduces herself with courtesy. Kettle returns the introduction and confirms his own name. Their partnership officially begins as mutual trust slowly forms. Then he recalls awakening inside the frozen wasteland after longing for a fantasy world. Forced to survive alone, he hunted monsters across endless snowfields. Countless years passed as he searched tirelessly for an escape. Eventually, an unknown force prevented him from leaving the wasteland. Occasional travelers arrived, revealing glimpses of the outside world. Kettle finally realized he truly lived inside a fantasy realm. Afterward, he trained relentlessly while completing dangerous quests against powerful monsters. Every completed challenge strengthened his determination to leave someday. Now, Milena becomes the first calm outsider willing to speak with him. Kettle values her knowledge, because previous humans feared him immediately. Speaking peacefully with a civilized person brings him genuine relief. Their discussion continues without distrust or unnecessary hostility. Soon, Kettle identifies weapons hidden inside the caravan. Milena explains the Empire and Kingdom are currently at war. Kettle realizes the outside world remains as dangerous as the wasteland. Milena explains the Empire struggles against a legendary sword master. Kettle becomes curious about heroes and their extraordinary abilities. Patiently, Milena introduces the mysterious power called mystery. Only gifted individuals can sense and control that hidden power. She explains several ranks measuring each user's overall strength. Higher ranks possess increasingly greater mastery over mystery. Transcendence and heroes stand above ordinary warriors and mages. The famous sword master belongs among those elite fighters. Kettle listens carefully, fascinated by the explanation. Milena notes weaker users already surpass normal humans. Unexpectedly, Kettle wishes to meet those legendary people. He admits survival prevented wider exploration. Kettle remembers discovering the fantasy world beyond the snowfield. Escaping the wasteland remains his greatest dream. Determination strengthens as he prepares for the journey ahead. Milena confirms Kettle matches the legendary stories about barbarians. Surprised, Kettle learns his people are remembered beyond the wasteland. Curiosity leads him to question the caravan's dangerous mission. Meanwhile, Milena reveals her merchant family desperately needs money. Heavy debts force the caravan to transport valuable cargo across the snowfield. Listening carefully, Kettle quickly understands their difficult situation. Afterward, he concludes the shipment supports the Empire's ongoing war. Limited supplies have greatly increased the value of those weapons. Quietly, Milena admits his deduction is completely correct. Next, Kettle asks whether the kingdom is only reachable through the wasteland. Reluctantly, Milena explains no safer route currently exists. Therefore, the caravan has no alternative but to continue. Suddenly, Milena realizes Kettle understands the outside world surprisingly well. Startled, the elderly attendant loses his balance from the shocking realization. Calmly, Kettle watches the unexpected commotion inside the carriage. A strange presence rises within the snowy field, forming into a dark, viscous creature with glowing eyes. The blizzard intensifies around it, as if reacting to its existence. In the distance, a small group of people stands frozen, their attention fixed on the looming shape ahead. Unease spreads quickly as they begin to recognize the monster's form. Knowledge of the creature surfaces among them. The being is identified as a black slime, a monster recorded in past accounts of failed expeditions. Memories of warriors who ventured into the snowfield and never returned add weight to the situation. The creature is not only dangerous, but also tied to repeated tragedies. Despite this, one man remains calm, treating the situation with an unusual level of familiarity. While others process the threat, the slime suddenly moves. Its body compresses and launches forward with force, cutting through the air toward the group. The sudden attack breaks their focus, and panic begins to rise. A defensive reaction follows immediately as one of them prepares to block the impact. Amid the chaos, the silver-haired man does not rush forward. Confidence shapes his stance, suggesting control over the situation. Rather than intervening directly, he observes carefully, choosing to evaluate the strength of both the creature and the people facing it. The black slime crashes forward with overwhelming force, slamming into one of the front fighters and sending him stumbling back across the snow. Its massive body shifts again, rising higher as it prepares another attack. A second warrior leaps in, striking from above, his weapon cutting into the creature's surface. The impact scatters fragments, but the slime quickly reforms, showing little sign of lasting damage. Movement spreads across the battlefield as the group begins to respond. The creature advances in a direct path, confirming its predictable pattern. Recognizing this, the fighters break formation and reposition themselves, spreading out to avoid being overwhelmed at once. Their actions become more coordinated, each step taken with urgency as they adapt to the monster's behavior. One of them charges forward with a spear, sliding across the icy ground to close the distance. His strike lands with precision, piercing into the slime's body and forcing a violent reaction. The creature recoils, its form shaking as energy ripples through it. Another fighter follows up immediately, swinging down with force to keep the pressure constant. As the assault continues, a stronger attack is prepared from behind. Energy gathers into a focused strike, cutting downward with intensity. The blow lands cleanly, splitting through the slime and exposing a solid core hidden within its mass. The final strike shatters the creature's core, causing the black slime to collapse in on itself. Its massive body loses form, melting into the snow as the glow fades away. Silence follows, broken only by the wind. Relief spreads quickly through the group as tension leaves their bodies. Several of them begin to celebrate, convinced the battle has ended in victory. Despite the outcome, not everyone shares their confidence. One of the fighters remains cautious, watching the battlefield closely instead of lowering his guard. His expression suggests that the situation is not as simple as it appears. While others focus on the result, he considers the broader danger of the snowfield and the unknown threats that may still remain. Elsewhere, movement suddenly disrupts the moment. A new creature bursts from the snow, attacking without warning. The group is forced back into action as another fight begins immediately. Their earlier success proves incomplete, and the harsh environment continues to produce danger without pause. As the clash settles again, discussion shifts toward the meaning of the encounter. The silver-haired man remains composed, observing rather than reacting. He views the entire situation as part of a larger assessment, measuring both the strength of the monsters and the capability of those around him. His calm demeanor reveals a different purpose behind his actions. Suspicion builds as the group watches the silver-haired barbarian, noting how he has remained untouched through every encounter. Doubt turns into intent, and some begin considering testing his true ability. Unease spreads, though no one acts immediately. The barbarian shows no concern. His composure stays steady, and his attention shifts beyond the group. A subtle change in his stance suggests he senses something approaching. Focus moves away from internal tension toward the environment ahead. Soon, a dark presence reveals itself. The air grows heavy as a new entity emerges, far more threatening than before. Its appearance halts all thoughts of testing and forces everyone to prepare again. The earlier victory now feels insignificant as a greater danger takes shape. A sharp force descends as Beliaka shields her head, overwhelmed by the sudden pressure in the air. Nearby, Kettle raises his hand, calmly stopping the situation as the surrounding energy steadies. Ahead, a giant serpent emerges, its eyes fixed forward while its presence dominates the battlefield. The man stands firm, refusing to yield as he faces the creature without hesitation. A violent surge spreads across the ground, shaking the area as power erupts outward. The serpent lifts its head higher, asserting dominance while preparing to strike. Without delay, the man dashes forward, closing the distance in a single motion. His attack lands with force, sending shockwaves across the snowy ground. The clash continues as the serpent is pushed back under repeated pressure. Behind them, the woman struggles to remain steady while shielding herself. The serpent is driven further away, its movements losing control. Beliaka watches the man advance, realizing his overwhelming strength. Kettle gathers energy, focusing his strength into one final move. He strikes downward, releasing a powerful impact that tears through the ground. The explosion fades, leaving the battlefield quiet as the fight ends. A carriage rattles along the snowy road as the blue-haired woman leans forward. Inside the carriage, the man stays composed as the woman anxiously pleads for her life. The carriage continues through the cold path as the man quietly observes. Kettle studies her closely, his gaze sharp as he begins to question her behavior and intentions. She looks back in confusion, caught off guard by his direct attention and the sudden shift in tone. He continues analyzing her situation, noting that her actions do not match someone of her supposed status. Belyaka gathers herself and begins to explain her identity. A memory surfaces, showing a quiet life marked by neglect and lack of recognition. Her hands tighten as she admits the truth, exposing the gap between her title and her reality. She lowers her head, realizing she has revealed more than intended as regret settles in. Despite the risk, she explains her choice to join the dangerous journey, showing quiet resolve. Her expression steadies as she accepts the danger, determined to act for her own reasons. Kettle reacts with interest, a faint change in his expression as he recognizes her determination. He evaluates her character, acknowledging both her intelligence. The woman stiffens under his words while he turns slightly away. Belyaka looks ahead as the carriage stops. Outside, two men stand waiting in the snow, their attention fixed on the arriving group as the journey comes to an end. The view opens to a vast field of green, contrasting the harsh path behind them and signaling a new stage ahead. Facing the man, the woman gathers courage and recalls his earlier words. She questions him with uncertainty, her posture tense, as she seeks clarity about his assessment. Kettle responds calmly, reaffirming his view while observing her reaction without hesitation. He begins to explain her situation, pointing out the unstable state of her family and its decline. Belyaka listens in silence, her composure wavering as his words expose her hidden intentions. He concludes by identifying her true goal, leaving her unable to deny the truth any longer. A brief pause follows, as the man acknowledges her answer. Belyaka studies him carefully, realizing his insight goes beyond simple observation. Her thoughts shift as she recognizes both his strength and intelligence. She steps forward and offers an invitation, presenting a chance to join her future plans. Kettle declines without hesitation, choosing to remain where he stands for his own reasons. In response, she reveals a valuable object in her hands, extending it toward him as a final offer. Belyaka presents a small emblem. He accepts it without hesitation, recognizing its value while maintaining his calm. The group parts ways peacefully, leaving behind a sense of respect as they acknowledge the possibility of meeting again. Kettle walks alone along a forest path, moving forward as the carriage disappears into the distance behind him. Time passes, and the harsh environment fades, marking the completion of his long journey through the snow-covered lands. Stepping into a brighter world, he prepares to leave the frozen region behind. Kettle quietly senses the forest, focusing on smells carried by the wind. Different scents from animals and water are identified, showing his sharp survival instincts. Kettle enjoys the moment, but his gaze turns toward a distant snowy mountain. The world is revealed as a fantasy realm he once longed for, filled with wonder, magic, weapons, and mythical beings reflect the richness of this unfamiliar land. Memories of surviving the harsh snow plains remind him of past struggles. From afar, a glowing area appears, drawing his attention across the landscape. Figures resembling elves stand within the light, suggesting a special place. Kettle realizes it is likely a village and feels hope for civilization. Past failures in communication come to mind, where others misunderstood him. Kettle decides to act carefully, believing behavior might change the outcome. Steps forward are taken with confidence as he approaches the village. An elder elf quickly identifies him as an outsider. Villagers gather behind, watching him with mixed curiosity and caution. Rejection follows, leaving him facing another failed attempt at acceptance. A young elf questions the village elder about safety, showing concern about their isolated location. The elder calmly reassures him, explaining the area is remote and protected from outsiders. Villagers continue daily tasks while the elder mentions the snowy plains nearby as a distant threat. The elder explains that monsters from the plains rarely appear despite their proximity. Confidence is shown as he describes a powerful barrier protecting the entire village. Ancient elven magic is revealed as the source, ensuring outsiders and threats cannot enter. A graceful elf woman is referenced as the queen, symbolizing authority and protection. Elsewhere, the barbarian suddenly feels something unusual while standing near the forest. Confusion appears as he continues walking, unsure of what caused the strange sensation. The barbarian notices a small elf child nearby and pauses in surprise. Recognition follows as he realizes he is seeing a real elf for the first time. Admiration fills his expression while he quietly observes the rare being. The child appears frightened and lost, looking around the forest in distress. Sudden fear overwhelms the child as the presence of the barbarian becomes clear. The towering figure approaches gently, creating a tense moment between fear and uncertainty. The small elf child freezes in fear upon seeing the towering barbarian standing nearby. Shock overwhelms the child, causing her body to go limp as she faints instantly. Silence fills the forest as the man crouches beside her, unsure how to react. Confusion crosses his face as he observes the unconscious child lying still. He considers the situation carefully, realizing leaving her alone would be dangerous. A decision forms as he plans to carry her back to the village. Hopeful thoughts arise as he imagines being welcomed for helping the child. A faint smile appears while he carries her, expecting a positive outcome. Confidence grows as he walks forward, believing his actions will be understood. Sudden panic erupts as villagers discover him, holding the unconscious child. Alarm spreads quickly, and accusations begin as they see him as a threat. Tension escalates as he tries to remain calm despite the misunderstanding. A mother rushes forward in distress, reaching desperately toward her child. The elder reacts with shock upon realizing the barrier has been broken. Surrounded by hostility, the barbarian stands still while the frightened child trembles in his arms. The elf child regains consciousness, staring at the barbarian with fear and confusion. She quickly steps away, trembling as his presence feels overwhelming and unfamiliar. Panic spreads among nearby elves as they react strongly to his intimidating appearance. Kettle attempts to return the child, believing his action will resolve the situation. Instead, the villagers misinterpret his intent and prepare to defend themselves. Arrows are released toward him, forcing him to face hostility, despite his calm approach. Kettle reflects on elves as peaceful beings tied to nature, believing they live gentle lives. That idea breaks when violent scenes reveal elves as savage survivors shaped by a harsh world. The contrast settles in his mind, showing this land values strength over peace. Glowing projectiles fall rapidly from the sky, aimed directly at him with precise intent. Kettle observes their movement calmly, realizing the attack is controlled rather than random. Instead of reacting in fear, he steadies himself and prepares to counter. A burst of power erupts from him, colliding with the incoming attack. The force spreads outward, breaking the assault and shaking the surroundings. Nearby figures are thrown back as the shockwave overwhelms everything. An elderly elf watches in shock, unable to understand the sudden power. Kettle lowers his stance, trying to show he means no harm. Energy still lingers around him, hinting at unstable control. A sudden explosion ignites, disrupting the brief calm. Confusion spreads among the elves as they react to the chaos. A regal elf appears, shifting the situation toward something uncertain. An elderly elf reacts in alarm, convinced the human has launched an attack against them. Heijian observes calmly from above, acknowledging that the area is no longer safe. Kettle steps forward through the dust, attempting to de-escalate while showing no hostility. Standing on higher ground, the queen recognizes his strength but still treats him as a threat. Her expression sharpens, revealing clear disgust toward humans as a whole. With authority she prepares her bow, deciding to punish him without hesitation. Confusion fills the man's thoughts as he realizes communication between them is failing. He accepts that reasoning will not work, and shifts his mindset toward action. A looming presence forms behind him, reflecting his readiness to respond with force. Heijian releases a powerful attack that descends with overwhelming force. Kettle charges forward without retreat, meeting the attack head-on. His strike collides with the energy, breaking through with sheer strength. A massive shockwave spreads across the land, tearing through the terrain. Heijian is struck and thrown back, unable to fully resist the impact. As the dust settles, she remains shaken, realizing his power exceeds expectations. Kettle questions whether he used too much strength, showing concern over the outcome of his actions. Heijian reacts with shock, clearly unsettled by the overwhelming power he displayed. Others quickly assess the situation, realizing his strength surpasses what they expected. Heijian immediately orders everyone to retreat, recognizing the danger he poses. The elves begin to flee in panic, following her urgent command, despite the chaos. She faces him again and declares he will not achieve anything here. Ignoring hesitation, she gathers intense magical energy to summon a powerful entity. A blazing creature forms from the flames, radiating destructive heat. Kettle observes calmly, recognizing the summoned beast without fear. Memories of similar creatures surface as he studies the fiery beast before him. The creature stands as a massive embodiment of fire prepared to attack. Heijian maintains control, asserting authority over the summoned power. Beast's presence grows stronger as its flames intensify across the battlefield. She reinforces the contract, ensuring the creature will obey her command. Kettle remains unfazed, his expression shifting as if ready to face it directly. A blazing summoning circle releases a horned beast, flames swirling violently around its massive body. Kettle watches in shock, struggling to process the overwhelming creature before him. The beast senses a human presence, and the air grows tense with danger. The creature lowers its head, glowing markings burning brighter with clear hostility. Kettle stays still, his expression calm as he observes without fear. Suddenly, the beast charges forward, flames erupting as it rushes ahead. The beast surges across the ground, leaving a trail of fire behind. Kettle stands firm, facing the attack without moving. A violent explosion bursts outward as the impact shakes the ground. An elf shields herself from the shockwave as debris scatters. Through the smoke, Kettle grabs the beast's horn, stopping its charge. He holds it in place, shifting control of the battle. Kettle strikes forward, forcing the beast backward with power. The elf watches in shock at the sudden reversal. The beast is thrown away, crashing across the land as the fight ends. A massive explosion erupts into the sky, flames spreading outward as the impact shakes the entire area. The ground is consumed by fire as the force crashes downward, leaving destruction across the battlefield. Amid the chaos, both fighters are caught in the blast, their bodies thrown into the violent shockwave. Dust clears to reveal a massive crater, showing the scale of the impact left behind. Kettle stands at the edge while the elf looks on, both surrounded by scattered debris and silence. The elf lowers herself overwhelmed, as the situation settles into uneasy calm. Kettle steps forward, standing tall as he approaches without hostility. The elf looks up in confusion, unable to understand his calm presence. A quiet realization begins to form as tension slowly fades between them. The elf bows her head, acknowledging her mistake after recognizing his actions. Kettle remains composed, holding no anger as the misunderstanding becomes clear. The moment shifts into understanding as both sides accept the truth. The elf studies him carefully, still uncertain about his identity. Kettle reflects briefly, revealing little about himself while observing her reaction. A new label forms around him, marking him as a figure shaped by the wasteland. The elf stands frozen, unable to believe a human could survive such a harsh wasteland. She lowers her gaze, questioning whether others could emerge from that deadly place as well. Kettle answers calmly, suggesting such survival is rare, shaped by forces beyond normal limits. A vision of a serpent-like being appears, hinting at hidden dangers that dominate the wasteland. Kettle reflects quietly, aware that his existence there was not natural but tied to a strange condition. He concludes that his survival is an exception, not something others could easily repeat. Relief washes over the elf as the fear of more intruders fades from her mind. She shifts her attention to the earlier battle, concerned about the fate of her summoned beast. Kettle responds simply, showing no concern after defeating the creature with ease. The elf explains that spirits return safely to their realm when defeated, easing any lingering worry. She steps forward with sincerity, offering help as a sign of trust after the misunderstanding. Kettle considers her words, intrigued by the idea of forming a bond with such beings. The elf hesitates, unsure if someone like him could truly form a connection with spirits. She recalls a sacred place where such possibilities might exist beyond normal limits. A vision of a towering holy tree appears, marking a destination tied to ancient elven power. The elf channels energy into her hand, describing a sacred land tied to every elf's deepest goal. A memory of danger appears, showing how humans approaching that place face deadly resistance. Despite the risk, she forms a glowing crystal, deciding to entrust him with something valuable. The elf offers the crystal to Kettle, placing her trust in him with a calm expression. Kettle accepts the object, recognizing its importance without hesitation. A shadowy figure appears in the background, hinting at trials that await him ahead. The elf introduces herself with pride, revealing her identity tied to nature and her people. Kettle responds simply, presenting himself as a barbarian shaped by harsh lands. The moment ends as he prepares to leave, shifting from conversation to action. Kettle launches forward with explosive speed, his body cutting through the terrain. The forest rushes past as he moves rapidly, leaving only a blur behind him. A distant disturbance forms ahead, signaling something unusual approaching his path. Guards at a distant border react in alarm, sensing a powerful presence nearing their territory. The environment trembles as the unknown force draws closer at incredible speed. Kettle emerges from the dust, standing before them as they realize who has arrived. Kettle appears in a forest clearing, calmly observing nearby guards while presenting himself without hostility. Captain Roven and his soldiers notice the stranger and quickly prepare, sensing danger from his unusual presence. Recognition spreads as they identify his ash-gray hair and chest scar, linking him to the feared barbarian. A brief image of Kettle standing in a frozen land reflects his past as a survivor of harsh environments. Returning to the present, he walks steadily toward the guarded entrance without hesitation. Roven orders his men to stop him, and the soldiers raise weapons, preparing for conflict. Kettle lifts his hand calmly, signaling restraint instead of aggression. The soldiers hesitate, confused by his composed reaction and lack of hostility. He states his intention to enter the territory, remaining confident and controlled. Inside, Kettle sits across from Rovan and expresses his wish to stay temporarily. Rovan questions him about his identity and purpose. Kettle gives his name but admits he has no identification. A crest is placed on the table, though Rovan doubts its validity. Closer inspection reveals it belongs to the Akasha family. Rovan begins to accept Kettle cautiously after recognizing the crest. Captain Rovan studies the crest carefully, admitting it does not match the kingdom, but could still be useful for reference. After consideration, he allows Kettle entry but places a condition showing lingering suspicion toward the outsider. Rovan states that confirmation is required, emphasizing that Kettle must prove he is not a threat. Rovan explains that a dangerous party is attempting to enter the territory. Kettle listens and understands that clearing a nearby dungeon will serve as the test for his intentions. He accepts the task without hesitation, agreeing to the condition with calm confidence. Rovan questions Kettle's identity again, doubting whether he is truly a barbarian. Kettle confirms his identity directly, showing no uncertainty in his response. Rovan reflects on his expectations, realizing Kettle does not match the image of a typical barbarian. Elsewhere, a paladin named Alessandro expresses frustration about criminals exploiting others despite the law. A thief named Kassan Hark mocks him, showing open hostility toward authority. Tension escalates between them as insults are exchanged, pushing the situation toward conflict. Kassan continues mocking the paladin, dismissing his appearance and role. Alessandro responds with anger, gripping his weapon as the argument intensifies. Kassan challenges him openly, preparing for a fight as the confrontation reaches its peak. Kassan Hark attacks aggressively, mocking his opponent while striking forward with confidence and hostility. Alessandro counters the movement, and their weapons clash violently as tension reaches a peak. A nun, Hayes, steps in and interrupts the fight, forcing both men to stop before the conflict escalates further. Hayes regains control of the situation and calmly explains that their party is not yet complete. She senses the arrival of the final member, turning her attention toward the entrance. Kettle enters the room, drawing immediate attention as his presence changes the atmosphere. The group watches as Kettle steps inside, his large frame making the others wary. He greets them casually and asks if they are his party members. The others react with surprise and unease, unsure how to judge him. A guard leaves them alone, allowing the group to begin interacting without supervision. Kettle introduces himself clearly as a barbarian, showing confidence in his identity. The others begin introducing themselves, starting with Kassan and Alessandro. Alessandro explains his abilities as a paladin, though he admits limitations in using his power. Hayes introduces herself as a cleric serving a controversial deity. Kettle listens and notes the uncertainty around her role, recognizing the group's unstable composition. The group gathers inside the room, standing in a tense formation. As they prepare to leave together, Captain Rovan gives the signal to depart, confirming that the mission will begin immediately. Kettle moves forward silently, while the others follow with mixed expressions of caution and uncertainty. The party arrives at the forest, stopping near the dungeon entrance surrounded by dense trees. They observe the location carefully, noting that the dungeon consists of multiple levels and hidden dangers. Kettle focuses on the task ahead, understanding that clearing the dungeon will prove his intentions. A request for the raid plan is made while Kettle listens with slight hesitation. The group stands together on a forest path as the large warrior treats Kettle casually. Kettle regains focus and prepares to continue the planning. The priestess explains the formation, placing Kettle and the warrior at the front. Kettle studies the plan carefully, showing growing concentration. The warrior accepts, and the team prepares to advance. The party enters a dark dungeon, moving forward in a tight formation. The priestess struggles to detect traps due to poor visibility. Kettle senses danger ahead and slows the group. He stops everyone after noticing scattered fragments on the ground. The fragments are revealed as bones, hinting at hidden threats. The group realizes the dungeon is more dangerous than expected. Kettle recalls skeletons as persistent enemies that must be fully destroyed. A skeleton begins to move, signaling an imminent fight. Each member prepares for battle as danger becomes unavoidable. Kettle gives instructions about targeting the skeleton's weak point while preparing for the fight. He steps forward without hesitation and strikes first, crushing the skeleton's skull. The bones collapse instantly, and Kettle remains steady as the attack ends quickly. Another skeleton rises from the ground, its body reassembling despite the damage. The warrior and priestess prepare their support while Kettle moves into position again. A swift follow-up strike shatters the skeleton, stopping its movement. Kettle delivers a powerful blow that completely destroys another enemy in a single hit. He pauses briefly, showing no strain after the attack. The team reacts with shock as they witness his overwhelming strength. Kettle acknowledges the result, calmly, treating the fight as expected. The explanation about skeleton durability contrasts with how easily he defeats them. Another skeleton appears, but the threat seems less significant. The group watches Kettle, questioning whether his strength is beyond normal limits. He decides to continue forward without concern. The others hurry to follow, still unsettled by the difference in power. Kettle notices a faint movement from the fallen skeleton, realizing it has not been fully destroyed. The bones begin to gather and reassemble, forming multiple skeletons from scattered remains. The group watches as more enemies rise, surrounding them from different directions. The priestess reacts with alarm, while the others quickly assess the growing threat. The warrior identifies the danger as the skeletons begin advancing toward them. Kettle calmly makes a request, drawing attention from the team. He declares his intent to handle the skeletons alone, stepping forward with confidence. The others hesitate but agree, watching him move ahead into the darkness. Kettle approaches a skeleton directly, observing it closely instead of attacking immediately. Curiosity appears on his face as he studies how the skeleton moves and holds itself together. The skeleton attacks, forcing Kettle to respond as he shifts into motion. Another presence watches from behind, questioning how he will deal with the situation. A skeleton swings its weapon toward Kettle with force. Kettle blocks the attack head-on, stopping the strike with his strength. The impact lands, but he remains steady, showing no sign of being overwhelmed. Kettle blocks the skeleton's weapon with his bare hand, testing its strength directly. A slight smile appears as he becomes interested in the enemy's movement and reaction. He suddenly counters with force, striking the skeleton and pushing it back. The skeleton shows confusion as its body shifts unevenly after the impact. Its glowing eyes focus as it prepares another aggressive attack. It swings rapidly, extending its limbs in a fast and unpredictable motion. Kettle intercepts the attack again, gripping the weapon to stop its momentum. He twists his body and throws the skeleton aside with controlled strength. The enemy is sent crashing across the ground, losing balance but not fully stopping. The skeleton attempts another strike, closing the distance with speed. Kettle grabs it firmly, overpowering the movement without hesitation. The group watches in shock as he dominates the fight, proving his strength clearly. A pale-haired man observes a moving skull, while a hooded figure watches cautiously from the side. The skull slides across the ground without a body, revealing an unnatural force at work. Kettle steps forward and stops it with his foot, calmly examining its strange behavior. The man brushes his hands, showing relief after confirming the object poses little threat. Kettle remains tense, but the man's relaxed stance suggests confidence. He signals the group to move forward, shifting focus toward their next objective. The team gathers and scans the area, maintaining formation while assessing danger. They climb worn stairs and reach the second floor, entering a darker space. One member pauses, sensing something unusual deeper ahead. The man suggests resting briefly to recover before continuing. After thinking, he confirms the pause is necessary for the group. They settle down while staying alert in the dim surroundings. A robed woman brings up an important concern, drawing attention from the group. He listens and responds calmly, showing steady leadership. The dungeon environment expands ahead as he considers possible risks. Kettle explains, dungeons rarely appear outside cities, though rare cases can happen under certain conditions. Hooded man listens in silence, showing calm understanding of such knowledge. Pale-haired man reflects on this, realizing current dungeon does not follow usual patterns. She describes how local lords measure danger levels once a dungeon appears. Interest grows on the man's face as he learns about how explorers are sent to clear them. He concludes that dungeons always form at a distance from human territory. Excitement appears when rewards for clearing dungeons are mentioned. Images of monsters and treasure highlight both risk and gain within such places. A quiet thought crosses his mind as he compares this system to something familiar. Confusion shows on the woman's face when he questions who creates dungeons. She explains no one makes them, stating they form naturally. Despite danger, people still gather to explore them in search of treasure. Silence follows as group realizes no one questioned dungeon origins before. Hooded man recalls common belief that such phenomena need no explanation. Pale-haired man stands apart, quietly doubting whether that belief is correct. A sharp gaze appears on the hooded man's face as he reacts to the earlier discussion with interest. Pale-haired man calls attention to the group, checking if everyone has recovered enough to continue. Companions respond quickly, showing readiness despite lingering tension. Group moves forward together through the cave, maintaining formation as they advance. Movement slows when something unexpected appears ahead in the darkness. A treasure chest comes into view, drawing immediate attention from everyone. The man identifies chest as a rare object connected to dungeon rewards. A rogue examines it carefully, recognizing mechanisms that require skill to unlock. Expectation rises as valuable items inside become clear. The pale-haired man points out that unlocking such chests is usually a rogue's role. The rogue hesitates, showing uncertainty about handling the task. Pressure builds as the group waits for him to act. Doubt overwhelms the rogue as he admits lack of experience in such work. The pale-haired man's expression hardens, showing disappointment. Tension rises sharply as the rogue reacts in shock to the sudden shift in attitude. Our rogue panics under pressure, showing fear as tension rises among the group. Sudden movement occurs as he acts recklessly, causing danger to spread around the chest. Flames erupt while he retreats, choosing survival over risk as situation spirals out of control. A sharp sound breaks the silence as a hidden mechanism activates, drawing immediate attention from the group. The barbarian reacts with confusion, unsure of what has changed within the dim cave. The chest opens, and the others realize a rare skill has succeeded, shifting the mood to surprise. Cassin reflects quietly, recognizing that an unlikely event has just occurred. They inspect the treasure together, estimating its value and importance. The barbarian calmly acknowledges the reward and leaves its handling to Cassin. Cassin lifts a glowing goblet, studying it with interest. He drinks from it, testing its effect while the group watches. A sudden reaction overtakes him, causing panic from an unexpected sensation. The barbarian leads the group deeper into the cave. They stop upon seeing scattered skeletons ahead. Sensing danger, the barbarian prepares to face multiple enemies. Tension rises as the group braces for combat. The barbarian steps forward, claiming one opponent. The others accept the plan and ready themselves for battle. A faint crack echoes as the barbarian steps forward, triggering movement among the scattered bones. Nearby skeletons begin to twitch and rise, their empty eyes glowing as life returns unnaturally. The group gathers behind the barbarian, watching as multiple skeletons fully assemble and prepare to attack. Several skeletons surge forward together, forming a hostile wave aimed at the party. Each companion steadies themselves, silently preparing as the battle becomes unavoidable. The command to begin spreads through the group, signaling the start of the fight. One fighter rushes in first, striking a skeleton with a powerful sweeping attack. The impact scatters bones, but more enemies continue advancing without hesitation. Amid the chaos, the barbarian steps forward, surrounded, yet completely unfazed. A skeleton swings a weapon downward, attempting to overwhelm the frontline defender. Another ally blocks and counters, clashing weapons as sparks fly from the impact. Cassin moves swiftly, cutting through an enemy with precise and controlled motion. The female companion activates a glowing skill, gathering energy in her hand. A powerful strike is released, crashing into the ground and scattering enemies. The battlefield shakes as bones shatter and the group pushes forward against the undead. A skeleton lunges forward aggressively, its glowing eyes fixed on the group as tension builds. The barbarian remains calm, showing amusement, as he observes his team's abilities in action. With a confident expression, he praises their skills internally while preparing to act. The barbarian signals readiness, indicating the obstacle has been cleared and momentum is theirs. An ally charges forward, delivering a strong strike that knocks a skeleton aside. Meanwhile, others realize the barbarian is deliberately testing their limits during the fight. A skeleton hesitates briefly, confused by the overwhelming presence of the group. The female companion unleashes a powerful attack, her energy surging with intensity. Her strike cuts through the enemy cleanly, demonstrating decisive strength. A skeleton collapses as its skull cracks apart from a heavy impact. The team regroups momentarily, catching their breath after the exchange. They realize the enemies they face now are stronger than those before. More skeletons emerge, increasing the pressure on the group. Despite the growing numbers, the barbarian leads them forward without hesitation. At last, they reach a deeper section of the dungeon, where a new threat awaits. The group arrives at a raised platform, where a heavily armored skeleton sits motionless on a throne. A sense of dread spreads, as they recognize this enemy is far stronger than the skeletons encountered earlier. The barbarian studies it calmly, understanding that this opponent possesses a different level of power. The skeleton knight awakens, releasing a powerful aura that pressures everyone in the room. The team realizes escape is no longer possible and prepares for a difficult confrontation. Barbarian steps forward with resolve, ready to face the enemy while the others support from behind. A skeletal knight forms within a dense purple aura, its armored body glowing with hostile energy. From below, Kettle Iron Fist watches calmly as the skeleton stands above, dominating the battlefield. Kettle observes its structure carefully while the skeleton raises its weapon to attack. The skeleton rushes forward and releases a powerful energy wave toward nearby fighters. The blast crashes into their defenses, causing a violent explosion that shakes the ground. One defender struggles as the impact spreads cracks across the surface. Several fighters are thrown back, their formation completely broken. Kettle slightly reacts, recognizing the strength behind the attack. A wounded soldier realizes the overwhelming gap in power. The skeleton charges again, its aura intensifying as it closes the distance. Kettle remains still, facing the incoming attack without hesitation. The skeleton delivers a full-force strike at close range. The blow lands but fails to harm Kettle, leaving the skeleton exposed. Nearby witnesses react in shock at the unexpected result. Kettle lowers his hand calmly, unharmed and ready to act. Kettle Iron Fist stands before a sealed chest as Kasan hesitates, clearly unsure how to proceed. Kasan admits his inability while examining the chest, recognizing the complexity of the lock. The treasure remains closed, radiating value as the group realizes they cannot open it normally. Kasan accepts defeat and begins to step back, believing the chest must be abandoned. Kettle suddenly moves forward with force, ignoring the supposed limitation. The chest is struck directly, breaking apart under raw strength instead of skill. The group reacts in shock as the chest shatters, something they thought impossible. Kettle calmly looks at the result, unaffected by the astonishment around him. Kasan struggles to understand how such a method could even work. A bright light fills the area as the dungeon begins to collapse and disappear. The surroundings shift, revealing they have cleared the dungeon and uncovered a hidden space. Kasan explains the situation while trying to make sense of the unexpected outcome. Kettle shows interest in the discovery, viewing the hidden room as something worth exploring. Kasan remains uncertain, still processing how quickly everything changed. Far away, another observer reacts to the sudden completion, surprised by the speed of events. A guard questions the group's dungeon result, while Kettle Iron Fist stands confidently before him. Kettle shows satisfaction with the outcome as the others gather behind him. The group is instructed to proceed inside for formal entry evaluation. Inside, officials begin discussing whether Kettle should be allowed to remain in the domain. Concerns are raised about his background, though no clear wrongdoing is mentioned. Kasan supports him, explaining that Kettle does not seem dangerous. Another official reviews the report, noting Kettle's strength and unusual actions. His ability to break the treasure chest is acknowledged as impressive. The officials find his behavior unusual, but not harmful. After consideration, permission is granted with a warning to avoid trouble. A reward is handed over for clearing the dungeon. Kettle accepts it calmly, showing appreciation without excitement. Kettle chooses to divide the reward equally among the group. The others hesitate, surprised by his fairness. He insists on sharing, then suggests celebrating together, leaving the group both confused and relieved. Kettle Iron Fist leaves the area with his group as a guard watches, recognizing his overwhelming strength and unusual presence. The observer analyzes Kettle's power, realizing he exceeds normal standards and does not behave like a typical barbarian. The guard decides to report the situation, moving with urgency, after sensing something abnormal about Kettle. A grand palace is shown as the guard arrives to deliver an important report. Inside the hall, the ruler sits calmly while receiving notice of the situation. The report is delivered, revealing that a dangerous and unknown barbarian has appeared within the domain. A tall castle rises under the night sky, standing silent and imposing over the land. Inside, a lavish hall filled with chandeliers and red carpet reflects royal authority and strict order. Tension begins as a question about permission signals a questionable decision within the palace. A knight bows slightly, showing unease as he tries to justify his earlier judgment. The ruler remains composed on his throne, pressing for a clear explanation. Concern grows when the knight admits the subject's strength could become a serious problem. The ruler narrows his gaze, focusing on the level of that strength. Our report describes a skeleton knight defeated in a single strike. The image of that powerful monster emphasizes how abnormal the feat truly is. The knight identifies the individual as a barbarian, driven by raw strength. Doubt forms as the ruler considers the threat level. The knight confirms the possibility of even greater hidden power. The ruler acknowledges the instability such power brings. He decides to summon the barbarian to assess him directly. The knight hesitates, but the ruler remains firm in his decision. The knight dismisses the barbarian as nothing more than a crude fighter, showing confidence in his own training. He recalls his background under a great swordmaster, believing his skill surpasses such a simple opponent. The ruler listens in silence before deciding to summon the barbarian and judge him personally. A table filled with food and drinks creates a calm and ordinary atmosphere inside a tavern. A man eats casually, showing no concern while enjoying the meal. Others at the table watch him, their expressions turning uneasy as his presence feels unusual. A mug is set down firmly, breaking the quiet rhythm of the gathering. Kettle speaks confidently, appearing relaxed and in control of the situation. The group reacts with mixed emotions, unsure how to respond to his behavior. Kettle questions the knight about divine power, showing curiosity rather than respect. The knight struggles to answer, revealing his power is not yet fully developed. Interest grows as the barbarian shifts the topic toward the god the knight follows. A hesitant explanation describes a goddess, not widely accepted, suggesting a hidden belief, an image of the mysterious deity forms, emphasizing secrecy and rejection. Tension rises as the barbarian's strength becomes the true focus of attention. Kettle pauses while eating, briefly reacting as a question about his strength catches his attention. A vague explanation about ranks and past experience forms in his mind as he considers the comparison. Kettle calmly questions the strength of a skeleton knight, showing curiosity rather than concern. The group explains that such a monster requires considerable skill to defeat. Kettle reflects on this, realizing his actions place him beyond normal standards. An awkward tension builds as someone attempts to end the gathering early. The tavern owner nervously insists on closing, clearly intimidated by the barbarian's presence. Kettle accepts without resistance, remaining relaxed and cooperative. Others quickly agree, showing urgency to avoid further interaction. Kettle politely prepares to leave, treating the situation as a simple farewell. The group responds with exaggerated enthusiasm, hiding their fear behind forced reactions. A light-hearted moment follows as they part ways, masking lingering tension. Later, the barbarian rests comfortably, enjoying a rare moment of peace. He reflects on his journey since leaving the harsh snowfields and adapting to new lands. A clear goal forms as he decides to seek new experiences and begin a true adventure. A quiet morning begins as the barbarian rests, his thoughts drifting toward powerful factions within the kingdom. Soft light enters through the window, signaling the start of a new day as he slowly wakes. He rises from bed, still adjusting, unaware that his peaceful moment is about to be interrupted. A guard arrives at his door, standing formally as he delivers an urgent summons. Kettle listens calmly, showing little reaction to the sudden visit. The message becomes clear as he learns the ruler has requested to see him in person. Duke Barkin studies a model of his territory, calmly acknowledging the barbarian brought before him. Kettle stands confidently, showing no fear, despite being in a noble's hall. Guards lead him through a gate, beginning his approach to the castle. Kettle walks through the town, observing people and surroundings with curiosity. He gestures casually beside a guard, acting friendly instead of aggressive. The guard watches him with suspicion, confused by his behavior. A servant announces Kettle's arrival, drawing attention inside the hall. Duke Barkin stands ready, maintaining a composed and authoritative presence. Kettle enters along a red carpet, approaching the Duke step by step. The Duke extends his hand, offering a formal greeting. Kettle suddenly bows deeply, surprising everyone present. Observers react with shock, realizing he is unlike other barbarians. Both sit across a table, beginning a formal meeting. Kettle studies the luxurious room with quiet interest. A knight stands behind the Duke, showing the power surrounding him. Kettle sits calmly in the Lord's Hall, reflecting on how the castle feels unfamiliar compared to what he once imagined. Duke Barkin suddenly releases intense killing intent, filling the room with pressure that shocks those present. A knight recognizes the overwhelming aura, realizing the danger of such force within the Lord's presence. The Duke explains his purpose, watching Kettle closely as he begins to test him. Kettle answers simply about his origin, describing a frozen land covered in white. The listeners react with surprise, trying to understand the place he describes. Kettle stands calmly, showing no fear even under pressure, reinforcing his reputation. Doubt appears in the Duke's eyes as he questions the truth behind Kettle's words. Kettle remains composed, showing confidence while leaving judgment to the Lord. The Duke shifts the topic, focusing on Kettle's strength rather than his past. Kettle responds indirectly, showing little concern for comparisons. The Duke proposes a spar with his knight, offering a direct way to measure power. Kettle reacts with mild surprise before accepting the challenge without hesitation. Duke Barkin clarifies the match will remain controlled, maintaining order in the hall. The atmosphere grows tense as both sides prepare, signaling the beginning of a decisive test. A powerful knight is introduced, standing firmly with armor and sword. representing strength beyond ordinary soldiers. Kettle shows interest as he observes the idea of facing such a warrior, revealing excitement rather than concern. A dark aura surrounds Kettle, hinting at his true nature while suggesting hidden intensity beneath his calm behavior. The scene shifts to a large arena, where both fighters are positioned far apart, preparing for the upcoming duel. The knight focuses on Kettle with a serious expression, analyzing his opponent before the fight begins. Duke Barkin watches from above, ensuring the match proceeds under control without unnecessary harm. The knight steps forward, showing confidence while holding his weapon ready for combat. Kettle responds calmly, maintaining a relaxed posture that contrasts with the tension around him. Irritation appears on the knight's face as he prepares to prove his superiority. The knight launches forward with explosive speed, unleashing powerful force toward Kettle. Kettle remains still at first, watching the incoming attack with focused attention. Multiple rapid strikes follow, showing the knight's overwhelming technique as the clash begins. A burst of green energy explodes outward, distorting the air and drawing attention to its overwhelming intensity. Nearby warriors watch closely, their confusion fading as they realize the phenomenon is real. Within the light, the barbarian moves with control, cutting through the energy without hesitation. Bright streaks sharpen, signaling a shift from display to attack as pressure builds. A firm fist tightens, gathering strength, while the air around it vibrates. Kettle strikes forward, releasing force in a direct and decisive blow. The opponent is driven backward, body lifted as debris scatters from the impact. Shockwaves push others away, the force spreading across the battlefield. Witnesses stare in disbelief, struggling to follow the speed of the attack. A fallen hand lies still, marking the aftermath of the strike. The ground splits open, showing the path carved by the single hit. An observer studies the result, recognizing the strength behind it. A man watches from above, remaining silent as he evaluates the scene. His expression tightens slightly, acknowledging the outcome. He concludes the barbarian's power surpasses expectations and may affect the world's balance. A noble swordsman stands before a looming dragon aura, while a distant figure considers bringing a true swordmaster to evaluate the barbarian. The ruler lowers his gaze, reflecting on the arrival of someone capable of judging such unusual strength. A sudden presence interrupts, shifting attention as a new figure enters without warning. The ruler reacts subtly, sensing the intruder's arrival and tightening his expression. A sharp glance reveals recognition, though his composure remains controlled. Swordmaster Kane stands confidently, his stance relaxed yet authoritative as he prepares to hear the matter. The ruler rises and shows respect, acknowledging Kane's status and influence. He formally addresses him, revealing the reason behind the sudden visit. As the moment settles, the scene transitions toward the aftermath of the earlier battle. A wounded man lies on a bed, slowly regaining awareness in a quiet room. The ruler appears beside him, checking his condition while observing his reaction. The injured man sits up in panic, apologizing instinctively despite his confusion. Kane looks down calmly, admitting his earlier misjudgment of the barbarian. Recovering man examines himself, noticing the absence of any injuries. From the shadows, the barbarian's image lingers, as they realize his strength exceeds normal understanding. Kane studies the situation, explaining that the barbarian is not mindless, but capable of controlling his strength with precision. A closer look at his eyes shows firm certainty, as he evaluates the barbarian's restraint and skill. Both listeners react with surprise, realizing the barbarian's level exceeds that of ordinary knights. The ruler hesitates slightly, showing unease as he processes the evaluation. He admits the barbarian's strength, yet compares it cautiously against the swordmaster's authority. Kane stands confidently, asserting that such power still cannot surpass his own. All three gather in the room, reflecting on how the barbarian used no visible aura despite his strength. Kane questions this abnormality, suggesting such power should be impossible by normal means. A shadowed image of the barbarian appears in memory, hinting at his origin from the White Snowfield. Kane considers legends of beings from that land, questioning whether the barbarian is truly human. Visions of beasts and strange entities pass through his thoughts as he analyzes the possibility. He rejects the idea, concluding the barbarian does not fit those categories. A vivid image of a powerful warrior and serpent reinforces the mystery surrounding the snowfield. Kettle is recalled standing calmly in the snow, emphasizing his unusual presence. Returning to reality, Kane grows serious, sensing the matter may concern even the Emperor. A cloaked figure stands facing a snowy mountain, reflecting on a barbarian from the distant snowfield. Inside the room, Kane remains calm, deciding the matter is not urgent while observing the situation. With a firm step forward, he resolves to investigate personally, confirming the barbarian's presence and strength. A grand cathedral shines under sunlight as Kettle stands at a crossroads after finishing his task. A knight watches him closely, measuring his presence while silence lingers between them. Gold is given as a reward, and Kettle gains freedom to act, leaving him uncertain about his next move. The knight explains that Kettle has no identity, making his position unstable in this world. He suggests becoming a mercenary, where achievements shape reputation instead of background. Images of battle and danger appear, and Kettle considers the harsh life tied to this choice. Kettle asks for guidance, and the knight agrees to lead him to the guild. The path reveals that mercenaries take requests freely but lack official protection. Scenes of monsters highlight constant danger, showing how easily lives are lost. Inside the guild, chaos erupts as fighters clash in a rough environment. Onlookers casually bet on the fight, treating violence as entertainment. The brutality intensifies, exposing the guild's harsh reality. At reception, staff review recruits and note unusual newcomers. Strange individuals are described, raising concern about their intentions. Doubt remains as the guild continues attracting unpredictable people. At the reception desk, the guild worker reflects on the rough nature of mercenaries while Kettle approaches confidently. A small sound draws attention as Kettle steps forward, his presence immediately noticeable in the quiet space. The receptionist looks up in surprise, sensing something unusual about the newcomer standing before her. Nearby people react with shock, recognizing Kettle as a barbarian and growing uneasy at his appearance. Murmurs spread through the room as others stare, unsure how to respond to someone like him. Kettle remains calm, standing still without understanding the reason behind their reaction. He states his intention to become a mercenary, showing clear determination despite the attention. The receptionist regains composure and begins asking formal questions to process his request. Kettle explains his goal simply, focusing on gaining recognition through this path. Registration proceeds as coins are placed down, and the worker begins recording his details. Kettle provides basic information, though uncertainty about himself becomes apparent. The worker completes the process and prepares his official identification. A badge is presented, symbolizing Kettle's new status within the guild. Kettle accepts it firmly, committing himself to this new role without hesitation. He immediately asks for work, ready to begin, despite knowing little about what lies ahead. The receptionist hesitates as Kettle selects a simple herb-gathering task, surprised by his choice despite his strength. The request sheet is placed before him, and he calmly confirms his decision without showing doubt. Kettle asks for directions, focusing only on completing the task rather than questioning its simplicity. He receives a sample of the herb and studies its shape carefully before leaving the guild. Walking out, Kettle appears relaxed, leaving the receptionist confused by his calm attitude. The door closes behind him, marking the start of his first mission as a mercenary. In the forest, Kettle compares the sample to nearby plants, carefully observing his surroundings. He examines the herbs closely, noticing their unusual appearance, but remaining focused. With quiet determination, Kettle begins gathering them, confident in completing the task. After some time, he returns carrying a large sack filled with herbs, surprising the guild staff. The receptionist reacts with disbelief at the quantity he collected in such a short time. The herbs are inspected and confirmed to be in excellent condition, exceeding expectations. Kettle receives a small payment, marking his first earned reward through work. Despite the modest amount, he feels genuine satisfaction from completing the task himself. The receptionist watches him with confusion, unable to understand why he appears so content. A rank F request sheet is chosen, with cleaning tasks selected among completed errands. The barbarian stands after gathering herbs, his strength contrasting with simple labor expectations. A receptionist hesitantly asks for help, and he agrees to take the cleaning job. A hooded woman notices him approaching the warehouse, observing his unusual presence. He states his purpose to clean, maintaining a calm and direct attitude. Shock appears as she realizes he is a barbarian, not an ordinary worker. Crates are moved efficiently, showing controlled strength during warehouse cleaning. Street sweeping follows, with dust rising as he handles the broom carefully. An observer questions his actions, confused by his focus on trivial chores. He continues sweeping without distraction, concentrating on finishing each task. A watcher studies him closely, trying to understand his behavior. Despite attention, he remains steady, treating the work as normal duty. His step pauses, signaling the end of the assigned work. A tied bag is placed on the table as payment for completed tasks. The reward is presented, marking the end of his day as a mercenary. His eyes widen slightly as the payment amount is revealed, signaling quiet surprise. The receptionist presents a small bag of silver coins, confirming the reward for completed work. He accepts the payment with satisfaction, deciding to return again for similar tasks. A crying child draws attention in the town, creating a tense atmosphere among nearby people. Villagers react with concern, watching the situation unfold without stepping forward. The barbarian walks past calmly, maintaining focus as others observe him cautiously. A large building comes into view, identified as a library within the town. The door opens, and a librarian prepares to greet a visitor entering quietly. Shock spreads as the barbarian requests books, surprising the staff with his presence. He sits and reads steadily, showing unexpected interest in written knowledge. The librarian watches from a distance, unsure how to interpret the scene. An observer questions the situation, unable to reconcile his image with his actions. He continues reading, absorbed in the material without distraction. The book shifts to historical content, outlining events and conflicts within the world. Scenes of war and destruction are revealed, presenting a harsh history tied to barbarian existence. He pauses while reading about world domination, showing interest but quickly losing focus on human matters. His attention shifts as he decides to study non-human races instead, seeking more useful knowledge. A new book is opened, revealing information about creatures beyond human civilization. Various locations appear in the text, describing mysterious regions that exist across the world. Hidden lands and ancient sanctuaries are shown, each filled with unknown dangers and secrets. Unexplored areas are emphasized, suggesting that even powerful explorers fail to return from them. The concept of demon realms is introduced, highlighting places unreachable by ordinary humans. Monstrous beings are depicted, representing twisted creatures that inhabit those dangerous zones. The text explains that only a few massive demon realms exist, each holding immense threats. Different environments are revealed, including silent forests and deep oceans, filled with unknown life. A dark abyss is shown, described as a place where nothing can exist safely. The white snowfield appears, connected to powerful beings and harsh conditions. He reflects on the vastness of the world, realizing how large and dangerous it truly is. The books are returned to the table, marking the end of his research for now. He thanks the librarian calmly, concluding his time in the library after gaining useful knowledge. He exits the building and returns, approaching the receptionist as she notices his arrival immediately. The receptionist reacts with excitement, recognizing him as the one who requested help earlier. A hidden observer watches closely, noting his presence and showing growing interest in him. Moonlight covers the town as Kettle walks through a quiet street lined with buildings. Firm footsteps echo as his large frame moves steadily forward. In the calm night, satisfaction appears on his face as he reflects on the many requests he completed today. A hooded figure watches from the shadows, keeping distance while observing Kettle closely. Kettle suddenly stops and turns, sensing the hidden presence without hesitation. The figure, Eldrin, steps out into the open as both now face each other. Kettle recognizes that Eldrin has been following him and calmly points it out. Surprise spreads across Eldrin's face as his concealment fails unexpectedly. Confusion grows as he questions how his hidden presence was detected. Kettle adjusts his stance, preparing for possible danger in the empty street. Suspicion leads him to assume Eldrin might be a bandit based on his behavior. Eldrin reacts nervously, denying the claim while showing unease. Kettle pauses and places a hand near his face, thinking calmly. A confident smile forms as he decides to take control of the situation. Eldrin stiffens in confusion, unable to understand Kettle's reaction. Eldrin considers the situation, realizing Kettle has mistaken him for a bandit while seeing a chance to act. Kettle stands calmly with a confident smile, showing no fear as he faces the hooded man. Eldrin tightens his fist, deciding to confront Kettle directly and uncover his identity. Kettle lowers his head slightly, his body relaxing as if preparing for sudden movement. In an instant, his presence vanishes from Eldrin's sight, leaving only the empty street behind. Shock fills Eldrin's face as he realizes Kettle has disappeared. Without warning, Eldrin reacts quickly, extending his hand as he prepares to counter any incoming attack. He shifts his footing and releases energy, attempting to strike before Kettle can reach him. Kettle slips past the attack effortlessly, appearing behind Eldrin with precise movement. Green energy swirls around Eldrin as he turns, launching another attack with increased force. Kettle moves freely within the energy, avoiding the strike while observing Eldrin's technique. Interest appears on Kettle's face as he recognizes Eldrin's speed and skill. Eldrin realizes the encounter is no longer a test and prepares to use his full strength. He charges forward with power, aiming directly at Kettle with a decisive strike. Kettle counters instantly, grabbing Eldrin and stopping his attack with overwhelming control. Eldrin feels shock as his senses fail him, realizing he could not react, despite noticing danger. Pain spreads as Kettle grips him firmly, overpowering him with strength that cannot be resisted. Eldrin realizes this force is unnatural, as his body is dragged like a heavy object without control. Struggling continues as Eldrin is pushed back, unable to match Kettle in raw strength. Determination rises as he decides to release all his power to break free. Green energy bursts out violently as Eldrin unleashes his full strength. Kettle notices the sudden energy, watching calmly as the power gathers around Eldrin. A bright explosion of green light erupts between them, shaking the ground. Eldrin moves quickly through the energy, attempting to regain control of the fight. The energy fades slightly as Eldrin examines his hand, confirming his power was fully released. Tension returns as he realizes Kettle remains unharmed despite the attack. Kettle stands relaxed, still assuming the attack is just another bandit trick. Eldrin reflects on the technique he used, understanding its destructive capability. Confusion deepens as he sees Kettle completely unharmed after such a powerful strike. Kettle remains calm and steady, his body showing no damage, leaving Eldrin unsettled. Eldrin studies Kettle, realizing his previous attack failed, and sensing an unusual toughness. Kettle steps forward calmly, showing no damage and preparing to end the situation. Eldrin tightens his grip and decides to attack directly despite the risk. A fast strike is launched as Eldrin lunges with his weapon toward Kettle. Kettle blocks the attack easily, stopping the blade with firm control. Shock appears on Eldrin's face as his effort proves completely ineffective. Kettle moves closer, maintaining control, while Eldrin struggles to respond. Fear rises in Eldrin as he realizes the gap in strength is too large. Kettle lifts him without effort, ending the confrontation decisively. Sir Darius Helmcart freezes as he spots Kettle, unsettled by the sudden appearance of a barbarian. Kettle walks forward, dragging Rudin Caveron by his cloak without hesitation. Rudin remains silent and lowered, while Darius struggles to understand the situation. Shock crosses Darius's face as the barbarian claims to have caught a thief. Kettle stands proudly, gripping Rudin firmly, as if presenting proof of his action. Confusion deepens as the scene contradicts everything Darius expects. A faint yet overwhelming presence surrounds Rudin, hinting at hidden power. Recognition slowly forms in Darius's mind as he senses the truth. Doubt grows as the possibility arises that the man is no criminal. Kettle remains firm, refusing to question his own judgment. Darius becomes conflicted as he realizes Rudin's true identity. Tension builds as neither side gives way. Darius begins piecing together the truth behind the misunderstanding. Kettle slowly realizes the man he captured is not ordinary. Darius decides to report the matter to his lord. A report reaches the lord, and his expression turns rigid as the news of Kane's defeat settles in. The ruler rises from his seat in disbelief, anger and confusion mixing as he questions how such a result occurred. Kettle lowers his head, realizing his mistake, while Rudin remains calm, accepting part of the responsibility. The lord reflects on the situation, acknowledging that a misunderstanding led to an absurd outcome. Rudin quietly explains that someone of Kane's level would never act like a common criminal. Kettle listens in silence, beginning to grasp that he misjudged a figure of great importance. A heavy pause fills the room as the weight of the mistake becomes undeniable. Kettle sits across from Rudin, uncertain, while the older man remains composed, despite the humiliation. The atmosphere turns awkward as neither side knows how to resolve the misunderstanding. Rudin admits his pride was shattered, acknowledging the defeat without excuses. He formally introduces himself, revealing his true identity as the Swordmaster. Kettle reacts with surprise, finally understanding the significance behind the title. Rudin demonstrates a strange energy, gathering power within his hand to explain his strength. Kettle observes closely as the glowing force reveals a concept beyond his current knowledge. The explanation concludes as Rudin clarifies that this power, known as aura, is something Kettle could eventually learn. Kettle listens as Rudin explains mana, linking it to the power he saw earlier. Rudin shows how energy forms, revealing that both swordsmen and mages use the same source differently. Interest grows in Kettle as he decides to learn despite lacking knowledge. Rudin feels confused at the request, questioning why someone strong seeks guidance. Kettle admits his strength comes from instinct, not training. Rudin accepts, choosing to guide him while aware of his limits. Kettle reflects on their fight, realizing the absence of a weapon mattered. Rudin recognizes Kettle's raw strength, rivals trained skill. Determination settles in Kettle as he prepares to improve. The old swordmaster stands in the hall, holding his blade while explaining the concept of materializing illusion into reality. Kettle recalls a past battle, remembering a knight whose strike split unnaturally during combat. The memory sharpens as the attack divides into 3 real strikes, revealing a deeper technique. Both stand facing each other as the master confirms the technique relies on finesse rather than raw strength. He explains that swordsmanship combines blade and aura to create a controlled mystical force. Green aura gathers along the sword, forming visible energy around the blade. The master steadies himself, despite doubt, preparing to demonstrate the technique directly. Aura condenses into the blade as he begins a precise downward motion. The strike releases multiple glowing slashes that surge forward with force. Kettle observes closely as the single attack expands into several distinct strikes. The energy splits further upon impact, increasing its destructive effect. Ground cracks deeply as debris scatters from the powerful strike. The master explains that true skill allows aura to take physical form. He turns toward Kettle, expecting acknowledgement after the demonstration. Kettle confidently believes he can replicate it, leaving the master stunned. The sword master reflects on his lifelong dedication, standing within a swirling vision that represents years of effort and mastery. He concludes that such a level cannot be copied easily, believing experience and hardship are required to reach it. Kettle steps forward calmly, raising an axe instead of a sword, drawing the master's attention. A firm step lands on the floor as Kettle prepares his stance with steady control. His body lowers and twists, gathering strength while gripping the axe tightly. The swing begins, creating sharp arcs that cut through the air with raw force. The attack travels forward in multiple streaks, tearing through the space ahead. A violent explosion erupts as the strike lands, shaking the ground with impact. The master reacts in shock, unable to process the sudden display. Kettle stands relaxed after the strike, holding the axe as if nothing unusual occurred. The master analyzes the result, realizing the effect resembled both illusion and reality. He concludes the movement lacked technique, relying only on speed and strength. The master admits the result is similar, despite the difference in method. Kettle's simple reasoning challenges the value of technique in real combat. Determined to prove his path, the master unleashes another aura-filled technique, as Kettle watches closely. A surge of green aura explodes outward as the master releases a powerful technique, filling the hall with swirling energy. The attack slams into the ground, scattering debris and carving deep cracks across the floor. Dust rises as the destruction spreads outward, leaving a large fractured crater in the center. The master lowers his blade slightly, observing the aftermath while maintaining a steady posture. Kettle steps forward across the broken ground, showing no hesitation despite the destruction. He suddenly swings his axe, moving with raw speed that distorts the air around him. Multiple shockwaves spiral outward from the swing, forming a violent rotating force. The energy condenses into a massive vortex, tearing through the surroundings with overwhelming power. A towering spiral of force rises, crushing the ground beneath it as the attack completes. The master stares in disbelief, his expression shaken as he witnesses the unexpected result. Kettle stands calmly within the ruined area, unaffected by the force he created. The master struggles to accept what he has seen, realizing something beyond his understanding occurred. Kettle watches quietly, showing little concern for the outcome of his own attack. The master, still shaken, acknowledges the result while trying to reconcile it with his knowledge. He ultimately affirms his own path, raising his aura once more as the gap between them becomes clear. The sword master admits the flaw in his technique, recognizing the barbarian's overwhelming speed and strength. Kettle stands calmly as the master realizes such movement surpasses normal human limits. After regaining composure, the master agrees to guide him, setting aside his pride. The master gathers his thoughts and prepares to explain the foundation of true sword techniques. Green aura forms in his hand as he introduces the concept of controlling this energy. A visual example appears, showing how only those connected to deeper power can reach higher realms. Kettle considers the explanation, comparing divine power with personal ability. The master clarifies that true power must come from within, not from external blessings. Energy gathers into a glowing sphere, representing the inner force called mystery. He explains that mastering this internal power is the first step to gaining greater strength. The stages of this power are introduced, beginning with the ability to sense it. Kettle listens carefully, realizing that talent determines whether one can perceive this energy. The master defines those who sense this power as belonging to the lowest recognized rank. A figure surrounded by energy illustrates how individuals are classified based on control. Different ranks are revealed, showing a structured system that defines levels of mastery. Kettle recalls earlier lessons, processing the concept of ranks and mystery while observing the master's explanation. The master clarifies the system's purpose, emphasizing understanding over rigid classification as they stand within the cracked training ground. He prepares to begin training, introducing the first stage of sensing mystery as the foundation of all progress. Kettle listens as the old man instructs him to feel everything around him and expand his senses. The elder describes the wind, earth, and unseen presence flowing within nature. Still, Kettle fails to sense anything, remaining focused but confused. The old man shows surprise, realizing Kettle cannot feel mystical energy. He reflects that strong individuals usually grasp this quickly. Kettle is seen as an unusual exception, raising concern. The elder explains Kettle likely comes from a place without such energy. He decides to guide him by sending his own aura. Kettle agrees, preparing himself for the process. The old man tells Kettle to relax and focus on his body. Aura begins flowing into Kettle as the elder examines him. Sudden shock strikes as the old man senses something abnormal. Kettle's body feels like solid rock, overwhelming the elder. The old man questions if Kettle is truly human. Despite this, he continues, determined to awaken Kettle's senses. The old man pauses, sensing something strange as he focuses deeper on Kettle's condition. His expression shifts to confusion when he fails to find any clear path for mystical energy inside Kettle. Even with direct contact, the elder realizes the energy cannot properly reach its destination. Kettle imagines himself sinking into a deep abyss, unable to grasp or connect with anything around him. The old man observes quietly, unsure whether the process is failing or simply incomplete. A brief reaction from Kettle shows uncertainty, as he struggles to understand what is happening. The elder explains that awareness of the inner self is required to sense the mystical. Kettle admits that despite trying, he cannot perceive anything at all. This response deepens the old man's concern about Kettle's condition. The elder concludes that Kettle's body is fundamentally different from normal people. He explains that Kettle's heavy and dense body prevents aura from flowing inside. Even powerful masters would struggle to overcome such a limitation. Kettle questions whether he can ever gain mystical power. The old man suggests seeking help from more skilled individuals. Though uncertain, Kettle remains calm, holding on to a small possibility of hope. Kettle expresses quiet gratitude, acknowledging the guidance he received, despite the unclear results. The old man recalls how barbarians were once uncontrollable outcasts, living only for strength and violence. Unlike them, Kettle appears different, showing restraint and awareness. The elder suggests Kettle could gain status by serving the kingdom and earning recognition. Kettle shows no interest in titles or positions offered to him. He firmly rejects the idea, choosing independence over belonging. Kettle decides to live freely, following his own desires without attachment. The old man accepts his decision, though still uncertain about him. Kettle offers thanks again, leaving with a calm and steady mindset, walking away. The old man reflects that Kettle cannot be controlled by anyone. He realizes Kettle acts only by his own will, unlike any barbarian he has known. The thought arises that Kettle may be something beyond ordinary understanding. The elder considers Kettle's possible path toward the dangerous demon realm. In another place, a ruler discusses plans involving conquest and sacrifice. The situation grows tense as greater conflicts begin to take shape. The old man reflects on rising ambitions within the empire, sensing dangerous intentions forming behind political decisions. He considers the incomplete conquest of human lands, realizing greater conflicts are being delayed rather than avoided. Meanwhile, imperial authority prepares quietly, planning ahead for an uncertain future. The elder grows uneasy, recognizing instability within leadership and the growing burden it brings. A noble figure listens seriously, reacting to rumors spreading across the land. Tension rises as confirmation arrives that unusual events are beginning to surface. Reports describe strange disturbances linked to the demon realm, showing increased activity and instability. Creatures and unknown forces appear, suggesting something significant is unfolding beyond control. The old man realizes the situation may not favor humanity. Discussion continues as uncertainty dominates, leaving no clear conclusion about the threat. The noble acknowledges the lack of hostility so far, but remains cautious. Far away, Kettle stands alone, becoming a silent factor in the unfolding events. A peaceful town street stretches under daylight as Kettle, a gray-haired man in fur clothing. His heavy steps echo along the road, and the contrast between his rugged attire. Nearby citizens react uneasily, with a woman pulling a child away, and others watching cautiously. Kettle notices the reactions and calmly observes the situation. He reflects on his clothing, understanding that his beast-hide vest and exposed body do not match the town's standards. With a firm decision, Kettle concludes that he needs proper clothing to avoid further attention. Determined, Kettle enters a clothing shop, aiming to fix his appearance. The interior reveals fine garments, highlighting the difference between his current state and civilized attire. The shopkeeper reacts nervously, surprised by Kettle's presence as he requests clothes. The shopkeeper explains that nothing fits Kettle's large body, creating a problem. After hesitation, he suggests custom-made clothing as a solution. Kettle accepts, and the shopkeeper agrees despite his fear. As things settle, something small drops nearby, catching Kettle's attention. He reaches down and picks up a small blue object from the ground. Kettle studies it closely, sensing it may be important. A glowing blue orb rests between Kettle's fingers, its surface flickering with strange energy as he examines it carefully. His gaze sharpens, showing quiet curiosity while he studies the object's unusual appearance. Kettle decides to visit the guild hall, believing someone there might know its purpose. Inside the guild, Kettle hands the orb to Rosa, the receptionist, placing it gently in her palm. She inspects it closely while Kettle watches, noticing that it does not resemble a normal gem. Rosa suggests the object looks crafted rather than natural, raising suspicion about its origin. She continues examining the orb, noting its smooth surface and lack of markings. Her expression changes slightly as she considers its potential value despite the uncertainty. Suddenly, the orb releases a brief surge of energy, startling her hand. Rosa pauses in confusion, reacting to the strange sensation from the orb. Kettle notices her reaction and becomes alert to the situation. She explains, "It felt like something was being drawn into the orb." Rosa admits the object is hard to identify and holds unusual energy. She offers to appraise it further for clarity. Kettle declines and instead focuses on taking guild requests. Kettle receives a request form at the guild, scanning the listed tasks with a calm. A faint smile appears as he reviews the options, showing interest in starting his first work in this town. Later, he rests in a room, holding the glowing orb again as its light draws his attention. While lying down, Kettle recalls Rosa's strange reaction. His expression shifts as he suddenly senses something unusual, reacting to a faint presence. A strange voice begins to echo from the orb, causing Kettle to sit up in alert confusion. Inside his mind, the voice repeats, guiding him as if calling him toward a specific place. Kettle interprets the sensation as directions forming in his thoughts. He studies the orb again, remaining calm while considering the nature of this strange power. Kettle sits by the window thinking quietly about whether to follow the voice's guidance. Soon after, he moves through a forest at night, already choosing to follow the direction given. His steps remain steady as he advances deeper, showing no hesitation. Kettle arrives at a hidden cave, sensing this is the destination the orb led him to. His expression sharpens as he becomes more alert, feeling a presence inside. Standing at the entrance, Kettle prepares himself, ready to face whatever called him. Kettle is pulled into a strange space, filled with chains and glowing energy. A mysterious blue crystal appears, while a skeletal figure prepares a ritual. Dark magic spreads across a ritual circle as the figure continues the process. In a chaotic era, many kingdoms fell as a hidden sorcerer spread destruction from the shadows. That figure controlled rulers, caused wars, and ruled through manipulation until his crimes were exposed. Before defeat, he moved his soul into another vessel, becoming a lich and escaping death. Afterward, the lich gathered magical orbs in a city to rebuild his strength in secret. Those orbs stored energy and became the foundation of his resurrection plan. With growing power, his ambition to conquer the world steadily advanced. He then focused on a remote barbarian village, seeing it as the next step in his plan. Creatures gathered, and he selected a strong barbarian as a key subject. That individual was prepared to play a role in the final stage of resurrection. The barbarian reached a large door, unaware of the situation behind his arrival. A strange feeling arose as something appeared behind him. The lich revealed himself, signaling the start of his move. The barbarian recognized the lich as a real and dangerous being. He realized others had been used in a similar scheme. At that moment, he understood he was part of the lich's plan. The lich notices something unusual about the barbarian, sensing a protective force that resists his control. He concludes the barbarian possesses a rare artifact, explaining why manipulation has failed. Deciding force is necessary, the lich summons skeletal warriors to attack. Undead minions rush forward under the lich's command, closing in on the barbarian from multiple sides. One skeleton lunges directly, aiming to overwhelm him with speed and numbers. The barbarian prepares himself, assessing the threat without hesitation. A skeleton is struck down instantly, its body collapsing under a single powerful blow. The barbarian remains steady, showing no fear as he evaluates the weak opponents. Seeing resistance, the lich orders continued attacks, relying on numbers to wear him down. Another skeleton charges, but the barbarian counters with a direct strike. His strength breaks through their attacks, smashing enemies aside with force. The clash intensifies as multiple undead fall in quick succession. The barbarian slams the ground, creating a shock that disrupts the surrounding enemies. The lich reacts with surprise, realizing the opponent is stronger than expected. Even as skeletons crumble, the confrontation continues, with the lich reconsidering his approach. The Barbarian steps forward and directly challenges the Lich, showing no fear while closing the distance. The Lich channels energy through his staff, gathering power as he prepares another response. A stronger undead rises, forming into a heavily armored skeleton knight, unlike the earlier minions. The Barbarian observes the new opponent, realizing this enemy is far stronger than the previous ones. Under the Lich's command, the skeleton knight launches forward with speed and precision. The Barbarian meets the attack head-on, bracing himself for a more serious fight. Their clash creates a powerful impact, as the Barbarian's strike collides with the knight's weapon. Momentum shifts as both exchange heavy blows, breaking the ground beneath them. The battlefield fills with debris as the force of their attack spreads outward. The Barbarian pauses briefly, recognizing the knight's durability and strength. In response, the Lich releases a surge of energy to strengthen his creation further. The skeleton knight charges again, now enhanced, pushing the fight into a more dangerous stage. A skeleton knight bursts forward, surrounded by blue energy as its skull twists, forming a sudden attack. That force sharpens into a downward strike aimed directly at Kettle, crashing toward him with speed. Kettle reacts instantly, steadying himself and preparing to counter without hesitation. A fast slash cuts through the air from the skeleton knight, rushing toward Kettle. He counters with a powerful blow, breaking the attack and scattering debris across the ground. Kettle stands firm after the clash, calmly observing the enemy. Dust and energy settle, leaving behind the result of the brief battle. Kettle steps forward and crushes a skeletal hand beneath his foot. He remains composed, treating the encounter as ordinary. A hidden observer examines Kettle and detects no trace of mana. The observer realizes the skeleton knight fell by pure physical strength. From the shadows, the cloaked figure recognizes Kettle as unusual. Kettle senses the presence watching him and looks ahead. A skeletal hand grips a staff, preparing to act. The cloaked figure steps forward, ready to confront Kettle directly. Kettle suddenly notices a dark presence forming behind him, his body tensing as the atmosphere shifts unnaturally. His stance lowers slightly, preparing for danger as an unseen force presses against the space around him. From the darkness, glowing eyes appear, signaling the arrival of a hidden enemy observing him closely. Kettle responds calmly, showing no fear while facing the unknown presence that begins to reveal itself. The cloaked skeleton figure emerges, its form becoming clearer as it studies Kettle's reaction. The distance between them closes slightly, establishing a direct confrontation. The skeleton mage reveals its identity with pride, raising its arm as energy gathers around its body. Kettle briefly recalls a long name associated with the figure, though he shows little concern. Energy swirls violently as the mage prepares a powerful technique, directing it toward Kettle. A burst of force strikes Kettle, but his expression remains steady as the attack takes effect. Dark energy begins to spiral, forming a vortex meant to influence his mind and emotions. Despite the strange magic, Kettle stands unaffected, maintaining clarity. The skeleton mage observes closely, realizing Kettle shows no reaction to the mental interference. Kettle remains still, showing no signs of confusion or weakness under the influence. The mage decides to capture him instead, summoning another skeleton to drag Kettle away. A summoned skeleton lunges forward, wrapped in blue energy, attempting to seize Kettle with force. Kettle remains grounded as the presence approaches, his stance steady without any sign of retreat. The skeleton closes in rapidly, its movement guided by magic as it prepares to grab him. The skeleton is suddenly struck away mid-motion, its body thrown back as if repelled by unseen force. Kettle watches calmly, showing no effort as the attack fails before reaching him. The cloaked mage reacts in shock, unable to understand why the attempt did not work. Kettle stands still and questions the situation, showing little interest in the repeated attempts. Without warning, he grabs the mage directly, interrupting any further casting. The mage's control falters as physical force overrides his magic. A distant explanation forms about emotion-based magic, describing how it should affect human targets. The mage gathers energy again, forming a larger and more complex spell. Dark energy spreads outward, shaping into a wide field meant to overwhelm Kettle. Kettle observes the formation with curiosity rather than fear, his expression unchanged. The spell activates, attempting to consume him through layered magical force. The attack collapses as Kettle steps forward unharmed, breaking through the magic completely. A surge of energy surrounds Kettle, obscuring his figure as the mage believes the attack has taken effect. The cloaked skeleton celebrates prematurely, convinced that Kettle has been overwhelmed. Moments later, the mage's body falters, showing signs of strain from overusing power. The mage steadies himself with difficulty, realizing the effort required to maintain such magic. Kettle remains standing at a distance, unaffected and calmly observing the situation. He looks forward without tension, questioning whether the battle has truly ended. Shock spreads across the mage as he understands his strongest magic failed completely. He reflects on the spell's intended effect, which should have broken any opponent's mind. Kettle stands unchanged, showing no sign of damage or influence. The mage begins to feel pressure as the situation turns against him. Kettle grips his weapon firmly, preparing to act after enduring the attacks. He steps forward with clear intent, ready to take control of the fight. A hidden entity observes from the shadows, realizing who has entered its domain. Kettle stands in the cavern, holding his weapon while reacting with confusion to the unseen presence. The cloaked figure confirms its suspicion as Kettle remains unaware of what is happening. The skeletal being bursts into laughter, showing excitement after recognizing Kettle. It recalls a place where skilled warriors are raised, linking Kettle to that origin. The creature concludes Kettle was sent as a weapon meant to kill it. The skeleton reveals its name and declares its intent to destroy everything. Its glowing eye reflects strong hatred and determination toward the Empire. Kettle reacts with confusion, unable to understand the enemy's words. A glowing vessel descends and strikes Kettle with sudden force. Energy surges outward as the entity tries to take control of his body. Kettle struggles as his body begins to react against his will. Power spreads through Kettle, signaling an attempt to possess him. Inside his mind, the skeleton finds a strange and unstable space. The entity realizes something is wrong, making the takeover far more dangerous. The skeletal entity clutches its head as dark energy spirals wildly, showing clear signs of instability. Kettle stands calmly amid the chaos, his body emitting an unnatural aura that overwhelms the enemy. A close view reveals the entity's fear, as it realizes its mind is breaking under the pressure. The lich's body begins to crack and distort, unable to withstand the overwhelming force surrounding it. The moment of collapse arrives, marking the end of the lich as its existence fades. Kettle watches the sudden end with confusion, unable to fully grasp what just happened. A dark energy trace remains as Kettle recalls the strange power used moments earlier. The defeated lich and its artifacts lie still, leaving behind questions about its magic. Kettle decides to collect the remains, focusing on the practical outcome of the battle. Kettle lifts a staff-like object, examining it as a possible source of magical power. Realization strikes as he considers its value and chooses to keep it hidden. He stores the item securely, showing cautious awareness of its importance. Kettle studies a strange urn left behind, suspecting it holds deeper meaning. He picks it up carefully, deciding it should be examined later, by someone knowledgeable. With the items gathered, Kettle prepares to leave, sensing that something still feels off. Kettle notices something unusual as his expression sharpens, sensing a change in the surroundings. A glowing pattern appears beneath him, forming a magic circle that spreads across the ground. He examines the staff in his hand while suspecting the place might be a hidden chamber. Dark energy gathers as fragments of space begin to distort around Kettle. The environment shifts suddenly, pulling him into another area without warning. New figures become visible ahead, standing still in the dim space. Kettle finds himself surrounded by several motionless people inside the chamber. The place is revealed as a secret room connected to the lich's domain. He looks around with curiosity, questioning the identity of those gathered there. Kettle approaches cautiously, raising his hand to check if the others respond. One person shows signs of life, while others remain weak but present. He pauses to think, deciding on the next step after confirming they are alive. Kettle concludes that reporting the situation would be the safest option. He exits the dungeon, carrying the items he collected during the encounter. Arriving at a guild-like place, Kettle is greeted as he prepares to report everything. Kettle arrives earlier than usual, appearing calm while standing before the receptionist in the guild. The staff member reacts with mild confusion, trying to understand the reason behind his early return. Kettle maintains a composed expression, briefly mentioning unfinished matters, while hinting at something unusual. The receptionist listens closely but remains doubtful about the situation. Kettle is implying. As the explanation continues, the idea of a powerful lich existing in that place becomes difficult for her to accept. Kettle suddenly presents the large urn, shifting the mood as the object draws immediate attention. Kettle places the urn forward, treating it as an important item connected to the defeated lich. The receptionist freezes for a moment, stunned by the presence and appearance of the object. Her expression changes sharply as she realizes the situation may be real, recognizing that Kettle is not lying. Rosa examines artifact, sensing emptiness and recalling unexplained disappearances within guild records. Kettle listens. Rosa explains, victims lost minds, leaving bodies empty after influence. Rosa recalls cases involving leashes, suspecting similar cause behind disturbing situation discovered. A soldier reacts angrily hearing leech mention, showing fear and disbelief threat. Kettle introduces himself, remaining calm, despite tension, contrasting others' panic-guild environment. Kettle states threat manageable, confusing others who question his confidence regarding Lich. Rosa asks Lich identity. Kettle names, Kratos Branulias Kesses, shocking listeners, immediately. Narration reveals Lich history, mage spreading despair. Now returned causing destruction kingdoms. Kettle dismisses threat, Lich unimpressive, leaving others confused by his fearless perspective. The soldier questions inconsistencies, demanding explanation while doubting how powerful mage could self-destruct. Kettle calmly admits ignorance, unable providing further details despite unusual circumstances surrounding incident. The soldier decides reporting situation, leaving immediately to inform higher authority about dangerous discovery. A noble reacts with shock, realizing Lich threat exists dangerously close to territory borders. Officials question truth, but testimonies and evidence confirm creature identified was indeed powerful Lich. The noble examines artifact, understanding severity of unnoticed Lich presence near city limits. An investigator reports Emperor sent him, revealing Lord Cain absent during critical situation. The noble acknowledges danger, ordering immediate preparation. He reflects situation fortunate, realizing Barbarian discovery prevented them becoming earliest victims. A hooded Lich sits within ritual circle, suggesting unstable transformation process into undead existence. Officials explaining unusual behavior and instability during earlier encounter reported. The Lord recognizes achievement, deciding Barbarian's discovery deserves proper reward, despite ongoing danger. The Lord stands near window, considering reward limitations while reflecting current political. Servants rush inside, urgently calling Lord as sudden arrival interrupts calm atmosphere within palace. The Lord prepares himself, allowing visitor entry while maintaining composed demeanor despite unexpected interruption. A maid announces Inquisitor arrival, revealing urgent presence tied to dangerous situation unfolding nearby. The Lord reacts with surprise, sensing serious implications behind Inquisitor, sudden appearance inside palace. A radiant woman appears, identified as Inquisitor, bringing authority and tension into already unstable situation. The Lord welcomes Inquisitor Aquaz, showing respect while hosting formal meeting inside luxurious palace chamber. Aquaz introduces herself, declaring authority as Inquisitor sent to judge and punish threats. The atmosphere becomes tense, as her presence signals serious matters beyond ordinary territorial concerns. It describes Aqua's power, highlighting achievements and authority surpassing typical nobles across empire. Her reputation as strongest Inquisitor establishes dominance, causing even rulers to remain cautious. She observes surroundings, implying awareness of hidden instability within territory, recently affected incidents. The Lord politely questions purpose, seeking clarity behind Inquisitor's sudden and significant visit. Aquaz mentions divine revelation, indicating mission tied to higher authority beyond human governance. She requests information first, placing pressure on Lord to explain recent dangerous events. Aquaz questions Barbarian involvement, recalling reports of one defeating dangerous Lich within territory recently. The Lord confirms identity, presenting evidence showing Lich Kratos' existence and artifact recovered after encounter. Aquaz reacts with disbelief, analyzing situation, while examining phylactery and questioning truth behind events. Aquaz grips pendant, sensing strange energy while considering Barbarian significance within unfolding dangerous situation. She questions presence, wondering why such individual remains active within territory despite threat level. Aquaz grows suspicious, concluding situation unresolved and potentially worsening due to unknown Barbarian influence. The Lord confirms Barbarian remains nearby, raising concern about unpredictable strength within territory borders. Aquaz reflects on Barbarian defeating Lich, questioning how such event could occur logically. She concludes, new power emerged, becoming alert toward unknown Barbarian origins. The Lord explains Barbarian origin, stating he claimed arrival from harsh northern white wasteland region. Aquaz recalling snowy lands while questioning how such figure wandered into territory. She suspects divine purpose, deciding Barbarian may connect to her mission and requests meeting elsewhere. Kettle recognizing magical energy's functions as power-enhancing tool. He considers asking Mage later, choosing not investigate further despite artifact's unusual properties now. Kettle senses timing, preparing himself while gazing outside, anticipating next action. A soldier informs Kettle that Inquisitor requests meeting inside church with proper respect required. Kettle responds calmly, showing confidence while preparing himself without concern. The soldier checks readiness, ensuring Kettle understands importance before accompanying him toward destination. Kettle agrees and follows, while narration explains existence of gods granting powers within world. The church is introduced as sacred place where followers gather and divine influence manifests. Kettle arrives near church, observing surroundings as he approaches significant religious structure ahead. Kettle views grand church exterior, realizing importance of location tied to powerful divine authority. The soldier explains entry procedure, stating someone will guide Kettle once he steps inside. Kettle enters calmly, adjusting himself while preparing mentally for meeting within unfamiliar sacred environment. He enters church, observing quiet interior while nuns greet him with respectful and calm demeanor. The nuns inform him Inquisitor awaits, guiding Kettle through sacred halls. Kettle follows obediently, showing no hesitation while approaching important encounter within unfamiliar religious setting. Aquaz introduces herself formally, presenting identity while maintaining composed expression before observing Kettle. Carefully, Kettle introduces himself confidently, analyzing her presence while noting her youth. Aquaz studies Kettle silently, smiling faintly while considering his nature and hidden intentions. Kettle directly asking reason behind summons, without showing concern toward authority present. Aquaz explains incident, referencing Lich Kratos and crimes committed across various regions before defeat. She concludes only heroes resist Lich, implying suspicion toward Kettle's ability and unusual strength. Kettle explains Lich behavior, stating it was unstable and destroying itself during battle encounter. Aquaz doubts explanation, while Kettle insists truth based entirely on his direct experience. Aquaz requesting Kettle accept divine verification during their ongoing conversation. She explains condition, stating refusal allowed, yet expects Barbarian compliance regardless of origin differences. Kettle accepts eagerly, seeing opportunity to experience divine power, while proving his honesty immediately. Aquaz feels uneasy, noticing his excitement, and questioning his unusual reaction toward sacred procedure. Kettle declares truth confidently, stating he has not lied during entire discussion before witness. Aquaz accepts response, preparing ritual, as she acknowledges his statement and proceeds forward. Divine power manifests, as Aquaz begins invoking higher authority to judge truth within chamber. Aquaz invokes divine power, calling Sun God to reveal lies within sacred church chamber. Radiant symbol appears above, unleashing overwhelming light that fills entire space. Kettle reacts calmly, observing phenomenon, while questioning nature of sudden overwhelming power surrounding him. Kettle recognizing indescribable being watching from above with incomprehensible authority. The divine entity analyzes situation, focusing attention upon Kettle. While evaluating his inner state, its reaction reveals confusion, indicating unexpected result, rather than detecting deception within Kettle. The light fades, leaving church intact as ritual concludes without triggering any holy punishment. Aquaz acknowledging absence of lies and continuing interrogation under divine rule. Kettle accepts situation simply, remaining composed despite extraordinary experience within sacred environment around him. Kettle explains dungeon incident clearly, while Aquaz listens without detecting deception. The explanation reveals unstable Lich condition, suggesting weakened state allowed Kettle to defeat it. Aquaz accepts conclusion, acknowledging situation and expressing gratitude after confirming truth through divine process. Aquaz asks personal question, focusing attention on Kettle's origin from distant and mysterious region. Kettle confirms origin calmly, reinforcing identity while maintaining consistent statements during ongoing investigation. Aquaz realizes significance, recognizing legendary barbarian origin linked to dangerous and unknown territory. Kettle counters with question, shifting conversation toward Aquaz motives for arriving within territory. Aquaz hesitates briefly, showing uncertainty before admitting presence due to personal investigation matters. She reveals purpose clearly, stating she came to confirm whether Kettle was dangerous entity. Aquaz clarifies divine gaze, explaining it denies falsehood, rather than simply detecting lies directly. Kettle understands explanation, recognizing difference between observation and judgment. Aquaz confirms his reasoning, accepting interpretation while maintaining composed attitude during discussion with him. Kettle questions her purpose, seeking clarity about intentions from beginning of their interaction. Aquaz denies assumption, revealing Oracle guided her arrival, believing Kettle connected to prophecy. She apologizes sincerely, admitting she concealed true intentions while investigating him under divine mission. Kettle accepts explanation calmly, showing interest rather than anger toward hidden motives behind encounter. He requests Oracle message, pressing further to understand connection between prophecy and himself. Aquaz hesitates briefly, preparing to reveal prophecy while sensing importance of its meaning. She stands near window, reflecting quietly as Lord approaches, noticing her troubled expression, confirms meeting Kettle. She admitting encounter complicated her understanding and raised deeper questions. Aquaz questions identity, expressing uncertainty about Kettle's nature despite observing him directly. The Lord confirms origin, stating Kettle is Barbarian from White Snowfield-based evidence gathered. Aquaz accepts truth reluctantly, realizing confirmation brings serious implications beyond initial expectations. The Lord warns revelation could spread, attracting attention from those seeking knowledge about region. Narration suggests Emperor interest, implying potential interference could create chaos across territories soon. The Lord reassures control, promising to handle situation while concealing barbarian existence carefully. Aquaz questions further, wondering if all Snowfield barbarians possess similar overwhelming abilities. Aquaz explains barbarians' limits, stating most lack intelligence, despite possessing overwhelming physical strength, recalling Barbarian King known for combining strength and intelligence. Beyond expectations, the Lord reflects on Kettle, comparing him to legends while questioning his unusual abilities. Aquaz notes Kettle differs greatly, recognizing traits unlike typical barbarians encountered before across regions. The Lord responds cautiously, implying connection between powerful barbarians often leads to dangerous conflicts. He grows uneasy, acknowledging tension between such figures could threaten stability within surrounding territories. Aquaz reveals purpose, stating need to confirm Kettle's true nature beyond simple barbarian identity. She questions Oracle message, implying uncertainty whether Kettle hides something beneath his current behavior. The Lord reacts shocked, realizing Oracle implication suggests possibility of deception. The Lord greets Kettle formally, acknowledging his presence and initiating discussion within chamber calmly. Kettle responds directly, asking reason behind summons while maintaining relaxed attitude toward authority. The Lord praises achievement, emphasizing importance of defeating Lich and protecting entire territory. The Lord apologizes, explaining truth must remain hidden to avoid drawing dangerous imperial attention. He warns consequences, stating Emperor involvement could escalate situation and threaten regional stability. Kettle shows indifference, focusing instead on reward, rather than political complications surrounding event. The Lord presents reward, offering special item granted for protecting territory from destruction. Kettle examines pouch, initially unimpressed while observing simple appearance of offered item closely. The Lord insists value, instructing Kettle to inspect item carefully and understand its true nature. Kettle receives small pouch, examining it carefully while sensing unusual magical energy. The Lord explains artifact nature, describing storage ability far exceeding normal physical space limitations. Kettle listens attentively, realizing pouch functions as magical container capable of holding numerous items. Kettle observes interior space, discovering vast dimension hidden within artifact far beyond expectations. The Lord clarifies usage, stating items larger than opening can still be stored inside. Kettle considers possibilities, understanding artifact usefulness for carrying weapons and other important supplies. Kettle tests artifact, pulling weapon from pouch despite size difference between interior and exterior. He reacts with surprise, confirming artifact allows retrieval by imagining stored object clearly. The Lord presents reward, satisfied as Kettle accepts gift and appreciates its practical value. Aquaz recalls prophecy, linking recent disturbances to foretold descent of great evil upon world, noting aberrations and disappearance cases indicating growing threat across distant regions. Aquaz concludes prophecy unfolding, suspecting connection between Lich activity and larger catastrophic events approaching. Isolated villages losing contact, raising suspicion after repeated disappearances, without clear explanation. Attempts to investigate fail, as dispatched groups vanish, confirming dangerous anomaly affecting entire territory. The Lord realizes situation severity, understanding unknown force causing widespread disappearance and unrest across region. Rosa presents urgent request, informing Kettle about mission, involving investigating suspicious abandoned village nearby. She explains conditions, stating rewards available if Kettle uncovers truth behind vanished villagers' incident. Kettle accepts task confidently, deciding to investigate mystery while viewing mission as valuable opportunity. Kettle approaches quietly, noticing the nun Hayes standing alone while guards remain nearby, observing surroundings cautiously. Hayes senses presence, turning toward Kettle with slight surprise upon recognizing him immediately. She reacts nervously, addressing Kettle respectfully while observing his calm expression and composed demeanor. Kettle appears wearing new outfit, presenting refined appearance compared to his previous rugged clothing. He explains clothing change, noting previous attire became worn after prolonged exposure to harsh environment. Hayes acknowledges design, recognizing uniqueness, while understanding Kettle personally requested specific tailoring details. Kettle confirms mission acceptance, expressing interest while considering task unusual, yet potentially rewarding experience. Hayes questions companions, mentioning absent allies, and wondering why they are not participating. Kettle reflects briefly, assuming others declined request while preparing mentally for upcoming mission alone. Kettle observes few adventurers gathered, realizing participation lower than expected, despite generous reward offered. Noting request appears simple, yet danger likely higher than anticipated initially. Hayes stating previous groups disappeared, increasing concern regarding mission safety conditions. Kettle questions low turnout, while none reveals additional rumor influencing adventurers' reluctance toward request. The rumor spreads, suggesting Inquisitor Aqua's involvement, causing fear among mercenaries avoiding dangerous association. Kettle remains calm, showing no concern while considering Aqua's presence as manageable circumstance. Hayes confirms Aqua's joining mission, highlighting her reputation, causing widespread hesitation among potential participants. She worries about danger, imagining severe consequences if she faces Inquisitor authority directly. Kettle reassures casually, treating Aquas as acquaintance while maintaining relaxed attitude towards situation. Hayes reacts shocked, unable believing Barbarian and Inquisitor share friendly relationship. Kettle greets Aquas casually, showing familiarity while she remains composed. Kettle suggests friendship openly, surprising Aquas while maintaining relaxed attitude toward unusual interaction. Aquas questions Kettle's companion, asking about religious affiliation and connection to divine followers nearby. Hayes explains situation, mentioning Coctiosa followers currently unable to act due circumstances. Aquas considers explanation quietly, sensing something unusual, yet choosing not pursue suspicion further. Kettle notices arrival, observing guard captain approaching with soldiers, prepared for upcoming mission. The captain greets group formally, acknowledging participants gathered, and confirming readiness for departure soon. He announces mission start, organizing group while preparing to lead them toward dangerous investigation site. Kettle walks beside Aquas, noticing group gathered, sensing tension within forest clearing ahead. Aquas observes surroundings quietly while Kettle evaluates situation, comparing it to preparation before battle. Kettle questions timing, but Hayes hesitates, uncertain about prophecy and divine guidance received earlier. Aquas explains prophecy vaguely, stating God's predicted evil descent, but concealed exact moment details. Kettle listens carefully, understanding situation implies possible threat approaching despite unclear divine instructions given. The prophecy confirms great evil descending, increasing urgency as both prepare for unknown danger ahead. The group arrives village outskirts, observing quiet settlement, suggesting unusual absence of expected activity. Kettle and Hayes scan area, noting silence, while soldiers confirm location as village entrance point. Aquas senses nothing unusual, creating uncertainty about threat presence, despite earlier divine warning received. The captain suspects villagers fled, ordering soldiers to spread out and search for traces. Soldiers acknowledge orders moving quickly, while Kettle observes calmly. The captain reflects village size, realizing disappearance. Without clues indicates something unusual occurred recently. A soldier discovers food inside house, showing signs of recent use and sudden abandonment. The captain considers explanation, assuming villagers left hastily, but soldier denies simple interpretation strongly. The soldier explains food remains warm, suggesting disappearance happened moments ago, rather than days. The captain reacts with shock, realizing timeline contradicts reports of village losing contact earlier. He analyzes situation, understanding many visitors arrived, yet none returned from this location. The group concludes mystery deepens, indicating unknown force causing disappearances without leaving any trace. The captain confirming no villagers or hiding individuals discovered within abandoned homes. He decides continuing search, noticing daily life traces remain while people themselves completely vanished. The situation confuses them, as normal activity signs contrast sharply with total human disappearance. Soldiers regroup outside, reporting identical findings across village with no traces of residents anywhere. They confirm recent presence, yet absence of bodies or struggle deepens mystery surrounding disappearance. The captain consults Aquas, but she admits no knowledge regarding unexplained situation unfolding here. Kettle reports nothing found, stating even his senses detect no presence within village surroundings. The captain expresses frustration, realizing investigation lacks direction despite extensive searching efforts completed. Kettle suggests another presence, implying someone else exists nearby who may know truth. The captain questions Kettle, recalling unfamiliar woman suddenly appearing among group without prior notice. Kettle observes calmly, recognizing woman's presence, while others only begin noticing her existence nearby. The woman reveals awareness, responding mysteriously while surprising group with sudden acknowledgement and presence. She explains perception issue, implying others normally fail noticing her despite standing openly nearby. Kettle confronts her directly, sensing she holds knowledge about village disappearance and hidden truth. The woman reacts with intrigue, recognizing Kettle as unexpected observer capable of perceiving her presence. The captain panics, suddenly realizing danger as unknown woman presence triggers immediate alarm among soldiers. He orders retreat, commanding forces to withdraw quickly while confusion spreads through entire group. The captain addresses Aquaz urgently, recognizing situation escalated beyond normal investigation control. Aquaz struggles sensing presence, realizing even her abilities fail detecting unknown entity nearby. The group concludes threat must be powerful demon or entity beyond their understanding entirely. The mysterious woman reveals interest, casually expressing desire to observe Kettle more closely. The woman declares decision, acknowledging Kettle, while revealing amusement toward his unusual awareness. She extends transformed arm, displaying demonic traits as tension rises rapidly among surrounding group. The entity fully reveals herself, declaring intent to capture Kettle and drag him toward hell. A demonic figure emerges, releasing overwhelming purple energy that distorts space and terrifies nearby observers. The entity forming massive sphere while dominating surroundings with oppressive magical force. Onlookers recognizing unknown threat as powerful being fully manifests before them. Soldiers panic and flee, realizing danger while shouting warnings as situation rapidly escalates beyond control. The demon asserts dominance, declaring territory control while preventing escape through overwhelming magical pressure. The entity announces intent, treating everyone present as prey under its absolute authority. Villagers question reality, struggling to accept demon existence while fear spreads through entire area. Hayes pleads desperately, seeking protection as chaos and despair overwhelm her surroundings. Kettle intervenes calmly, reassuring her while positioning himself between danger and vulnerable civilians nearby. Hayes trembles while questioning demon nature, as Kettle observes calmly beside her during crisis. The distinguishing demon weak corrupted entities from rare beings possessing names and identity. A true demon appears, a Cishiar, seated confidently, implying immense power capable of threatening entire kingdoms. Kettle understands situation, identifying enemy as named demon, while recalling destructive historical precedents clearly. The battlefield shows devastation, suggesting demon's power far exceeds ordinary threats encountered previously. Kettle questions durability, considering whether such entity can truly be defeated through combat. Kettle explains territory sealed, stating barrier persists, unless demon is defeated completely within domain. He examines energy, noticing unusual reaction while attempting to understand surrounding magical interference. Kettle suddenly laughs, confusing Hayes as he reacts strangely to dangerous situation unfolding nearby. Hayes nervously questions Kettle behavior, while he remains calm despite demon's overwhelming presence. A Cishiar explaining actions driven by amusement, rather than meaningful purpose. Aquaz realizing demon treats humans as toys without remorse or restraint. Narration explains summoning named demon requires sacrifice, making current manifestation highly unnatural and concerning. The demon's presence defies logic, appearing within territory without expected rituals or preparations completed. Aquaz questions origin, suspecting unknown force, enabled demon's arrival beyond conventional magical limits. Azishiar mocks divine authority, challenging Aquaz and dismissing faith in higher powers openly. It declares corruption spreading, warning world stability, collapsing under unseen growing influence everywhere. Azishiar proclaims dominance, stating world no longer belongs solely to divine authority anymore. Ancient war where gods and humans united, defeating evil and restoring balance. Azishiar reveals identity, declaring itself ancient entity, seeking return of past destructive era. Aquaz reacts with disgust, recognizing threat while reaffirming divine claim over world's rightful order. Aquaz invokes divine power, calling holy energy to descend and manifest overwhelming radiant strength. Her weapon forms, transforming into divine armament, as Kettle observes unusual sacred transformation closely. The holy energy intensifies, surrounding battlefield, while preparing decisive confrontation against demon presence ahead. Aquaz fully manifests divine armor, confronting demon directly with authority granted by higher power. Azishiar accepts challenge, unleashing dark energy, while preparing to clash against divine force. Both sides collide violently, releasing immense energy as battle between divine and demonic begins. Explosions erupt as divine and demonic powers collide, shaking surroundings with overwhelming destructive force. Azishiar counters fiercely, unleashing attacks while taunting opponent and asserting dominance in battle. Aquaz endures assault, maintaining focus while preparing decisive strike to end confrontation swiftly. Aqua's striking ground with radiant power as demonic female emerges surrounded darkness, Asura releasing overwhelming energy while standing confidently against Aqua's divine presence. Aqua senses danger, focusing intensely as dark aura expands and distorts surrounding sacred space. Asura attacks swiftly, striking Aqua's midair while unleashing destructive force across battlefield. Aqua struggles briefly, surprised by strength as dark energy clashes against her radiant defense. Asura intensifies assault, attempting to crush Aquas with overwhelming power and relentless aggression. Aquas retaliates, channeling divine strength as golden energy erupts against demonic force above. Both clash directly, exchanging powerful blows while their energies collide violently within shattered surroundings. Aquas invokes sacred power, preparing decisive strike to overcome demonic female threatening balance. She unleashes radiant attack, channeling divine power downward as golden light strikes demonic opponent. Asura evades swiftly, countering with dark energy while maintaining distance from attack. Aquas advances forward, reinforcing her defense as radiant aura expands against surrounding darkness. She invokes scripture, strengthening divine energy as her power intensifies with focused spiritual authority. Radiant explosion erupts, burning surrounding darkness as holy energy attempts purifying demonic presence entirely. Asura withstands impact, retaliating immediately with swift movement and aggressive counterattack. Both engage closely, exchanging rapid strikes as golden and dark energies collide violently midair. Asura gains advantage, pushing Aquas back through continuous and overwhelming physical assaults. Aquas steadies herself, recognizing opponent's strength while preparing next response against escalating threat. She and Demon clash violently, exchanging strikes as golden and dark energies explode across battlefield. Asura landing powerful blows while overwhelming Aquas with relentless speed and force. Explosions spread outward, shaking surroundings as both continue fierce battle without clear advantage. Yet Aquas counters with radiant strike, colliding directly against Demon's attack in intense confrontation. Kettle watches nearby, observing fight calmly, while others react with urgency and concern. Hayes calls for help, asking Kettle to assist Aquas against dangerous opponent. Kettle questions involvement, showing little urgency, despite ongoing battle between powerful combatants nearby. He refuses participation, stating lack of interest in fighting Demon, despite clear danger present. Kettle decides observing instead, leaving others shocked by his indifferent and unexpected reaction. Aquas and Demon collide again, exchanging rapid strikes as energies clash violently midair. Asura adapts quickly, enduring attacks while maintaining pressure against Aquas's relentless assault. Aquas presses forward, using divine strength to overpower Demon. Despite fierce resistance encountered, she gains slight advantage, pushing Demon backward while analyzing battle and maintaining controlled momentum. Asura retreats briefly, calculating strategy while preparing stronger counterattack to shift balance again. Dark energy gathers intensely, signaling Demon's intention to escalate fight with greater destructive force. Aqua's senses change, recognizing imminent danger as Demon suddenly redirects attack toward distant civilians. Asura charges forward, targeting weaker individuals to gain advantage and disrupt Aquas's focus. Aquas reacts urgently, moving to intercept while protecting others from incoming destructive assault. She blocks attack, shielding civilians, while demonic energy crashes violently against her barrier. Asura unleashes lightning strikes, overwhelming surroundings, as people collapse under destructive shockwaves nearby. Aquas endures pressure, focusing strength while preparing counterattack to protect remaining civilians from harm. She confronts Demon directly, condemning creature while intensifying radiant aura around her form. The Demon mocks fairness, charging aggressively with wings spread as dark power surges forward. Aquas invokes sacred scripture, preparing decisive technique as battle escalates toward critical turning point. Aquas invokes scripture, creating radiant realm while divine power descends and forms protective space. Golden energy erupts, forming barrier as surroundings transform into controlled environment under divine authority. Civilians are guided inside, escaping danger while chaos unfolds beyond glowing protective boundary nearby. Asura observing scripture greedily while expressing desire to claim its power. Aquas confronts enemy, attacking decisively as golden energy clashes against spreading corrupted aura. Asura responds violently, revealing enjoyment during fierce confrontation. Aquas intensifies attack, striking with divine force while pushing opponent backward through radiant barrier. The enemy counters midair, descending with dark energy, preparing retaliatory strike against approaching Aquas. Aquas overwhelms opponent, delivering final strike as enemy falls, declaring dominance over death itself. Asura mocking Aqua's sacrifice while launching sudden attack within chaotic battlefield. Aqua withstands impact, maintaining composure while enduring heavy strike from fast descending enemy force. Asura threatens Sanctuary, planning destruction to break protection and harm civilians within barrier. Aqua's challenges, opponent resolve, recognizing deception while preparing counterattack against aggressive advancing demon. Asura gathers dark energy, forming destructive force while expressing intent to end battle decisively. Aqua ignores intimidation, focusing entirely on defense, while stabilizing divine energy around her position. She launches forward, clashing with demon, as opposing energies collide violently across battlefield. Asura unleashes overwhelming power, expanding dark aura while pressing attack against resisting Aquas. Aquas remains firm, facing enemy directly while preparing decisive strike to overcome rising threat. She senses sudden danger, reacting instantly as violent explosion of dark energy. The blast overwhelms her, forcing retreat as enemy attack strikes with intense destructive force. Aquas is thrown back, struggling to stabilize while enduring continuous pressure from powerful assault. Asura charges downward, surrounding battlefield with expanding vortex of dark energy, trapping Aquas inside. Aquas activates Sanctuary, using divine barrier to resist corruption and push back encroaching darkness. The barrier holds briefly, limiting damage while Aquas prepares response against overwhelming demonic power. Asura intensifies attack, rejecting divine authority while breaking through resistance with sheer force. Aquas is struck directly, collapsing under impact as defense weakens against relentless offensive assault. Asura continuing attack while Aquas remains vulnerable within shattered battlefield space. Aquas clashing directly as both forces collide with explosive intensity midair. Asura unleashes continuous attacks, overwhelming Aquas while pressing forward with relentless aggression. Aquas counters briefly, striking back yet struggling to maintain defense against escalating demonic pressure. Asura rises above battlefield, gathering immense energy before releasing devastating vertical attack downward. The impact breaking structures while civilians panic, under destructive force spreading rapidly. Chaos spreads further, as demon asserts dominance, and prepares next assault against weakened opposition. Asura captures Aquas, restraining her while expressing cruel intent toward her imminent defeat. She prepares final action, yet remains trapped as enemy closes distance with malicious purpose. Kettle suddenly intervenes, stopping attack and holding demon back, shifting momentum of battle instantly. Asura is shocked as Kettle suddenly appears, intercepting attack and protecting Aquas instantly. Kettle counters swiftly, striking Asura and forcing her backward with overwhelming physical strength. Asura is launched away, crashing into ground as impact spreads destruction across battlefield. Kettle checks Aqua's condition, ensuring her safety while standing firmly against returning enemy threat. Aquas recognizes Kettle's strength, recalling his identity while realizing his power exceeds expectations. Asura glaring intensely while focusing attention entirely on Kettle as new target. She expresses anger, confronting Kettle for interfering and disrupting her planned victory. Kettle declares intent, standing his ground while refusing to allow harm toward Aqua's. Asura responds with amusement, preparing next move while observing Kettle with dangerous curiosity. She threatening Kettle while demanding he withdraw from ongoing battle immediately. Kettle remains calm, refusing retreat while observing enemy movements without showing fear or hesitation. Aquas intervenes, warning Kettle about limits of human strength against demons despite his confidence. She explains divine law, stating only gods possess power capable of defeating demonic entities. She activates scripture, drawing sacred symbols, while channeling divine authority to confront enemy properly. Kettle listens quietly, recognizing seriousness while observing her determination to fulfill divine responsibility. Aquas declares purpose, invoking divine will as light descends and empowers her against evil presence. Kettle watches calmly, acknowledging her effort while understanding nature of power being summoned. He steps forward afterward, insisting responsibility himself, despite her confusion toward his decision. Kettle, expressing desire to fight demon personally while standing confidently before enemy. Asura mocks him, asserting superiority while preparing to demonstrate overwhelming strength against challenger. Kettle responds calmly, challenging her claim while maintaining composed confidence and readiness for battle. Asura launches sudden attack, descending rapidly through portal while aiming directly toward Kettle position. Kettle observing incoming strike while refusing to evade despite imminent danger approaching. Asiciar confident victory assured as she prepares decisive blow against unmoving target. Kettle reacts instantly, countering attack with swift motion that disrupts Asiciar's expected advantage mid-air. The impact sends Demon backward, breaking her momentum, while forcing retreat under unexpected resistance. Aquaz realizing Kettle matches Demon strength, overturning her understanding of divine law. Asiciar displaying regeneration, while confronting Kettle with threatening curiosity. Kettle observes calmly, responding casually while analyzing Demon's nature and unusual regenerative ability displayed. He introduces himself simply, hiding deeper nature while maintaining relaxed and confident demeanor. Asiciar senses something strange, realizing Kettle lacks magic, despite unusual presence before her. She doubts him, opening dark portal to verify truth through direct confrontation and violent intent. Asiciar prepares attack, gathering energy while focusing entirely on testing Kettle's true identity. She aiming lethal blow toward Kettle with overwhelming speed and force. Kettle reacts, instantly countering attack with physical strength that disrupts Demon's expectations completely. Asiciar becomes shocked, realizing her attack failed against seemingly ordinary Barbarian standing before her. Kettle delivers powerful punch, striking Demon directly and sending her crashing backward through surroundings. Asiciar suffers heavy damage, yet her body regenerates quickly despite overwhelming physical impact. She struggles upright, shocked by attack strength and unable understanding source of power. Asiciar realizes strike lacked magic, confirming Kettle used pure physical strength without enhancements. Kettle explains casually, observing regeneration while acknowledging her ability to recover from injuries. Asiciar hesitates briefly, recognizing danger from opponent who defies conventional combat expectations. Kettle questions principle allowing regeneration, analyzing situation while preparing another physical attack forward. He stomps ground forcefully, launching himself toward Demon with speed and overwhelming momentum. Asiciar braces defensively, gathering energy while anticipating next direct collision from advancing Kettle. Kettle striking the Demon repeatedly with overwhelming speed and relentless physical force. Asiciar suffers continuous blows, unable defending properly, while her body is battered violently. Kettle delivers heavy downward strike, slamming Demon into ground with crushing impact and shockwave. Asiciar collapses briefly, then channels dark energy, regenerating while preparing counterattack against Kettle. She unleashes powerful energy surge, forming destructive pillar while targeting Kettle with overwhelming magical force. Kettle realizing regeneration mechanism may rely on specific core within body. Kettle analyzes regeneration, concluding destroying head ineffective, while suspecting central core controls revival. The Demon rejects idea, asserting superiority and mocking reliance on physical strength without magic. Dark power intensifies around Asiciar, preparing another attack while challenging Kettle's unusual combat ability. Asiciar reconsidering necessity of continuing direct confrontation against Kettle. She declares identity proudly, revealing herself as Asura, asserting dominance through confidence. Kettle listens silently, showing confusion yet remaining calm despite Demon's threatening declaration and intent. Kettle responds bluntly, dismissing Asiciar's presence as unimpressive, disrupting her pride and expectations instantly. Asiciar's composure breaking as insult damages confidence and destabilizes her control. Overwhelmed by emotion, she launches reckless attack, abandoning strategy and focusing entirely on retaliation. Asiciar charges fiercely, unleashing chaotic energy while attempting to overpower Kettle through sheer force. Kettle withstands assault, enduring impact while analyzing strength behind her uncontrolled offensive movements. He remains steady, gathering energy calmly while preparing decisive counterattack against approaching Demon. Kettle launching Demon violently as impact sends shockwaves through surrounding battlefield area. Asiciar is thrown airborne, stunned momentarily while her body struggles maintaining balance mid-air. Kettle follows instantly, delivering second blow that drives her downward with overwhelming force. Asiciar crashes hard, yet activates gravity power, attempting crushing force against Kettle's body. She realizes attack failed, shocked that her amplified strength could not restrain him effectively. Asiciar questions situation, recognizing Kettle lacks mysticism, yet displays unnatural physical dominance. She unleashes full power, forming massive gravitational attack aimed directly at Kettle below. Kettle remains grounded, meeting attack head-on while preparing decisive counterstrike without hesitation. His punch shatters attack, causing massive explosion that overwhelms Demon's final desperate assault completely. Asiciar declares identity confidently, asserting dominance while challenging Kettle with overwhelming pride and arrogance. Kettle dismissing her presence and unintentionally damaging her pride through blunt evaluation. Azatishiyar becomes enraged, her pride shattered as emotional instability disrupts her composure entirely. She charges violently, unleashing chaotic energy, while attempting to overpower Kettle through aggression. Strikes repeatedly, Azatishiyar using gravity-enhanced attacks, while Kettle observes movements, without immediate retaliation. Kettle enduring attacks, while preparing counterstrike against her uncontrolled assault pattern. Azatishiyar acknowledges his strength, recognizing impact weight despite maintaining confidence in her abilities. Kettle channels strength, forming concentrated power within fist, before launching decisive counterattack forward. His strike connects directly, blasting Demon upward with explosive force and overwhelming physical impact. Azatishiyar is launched away, her body spinning violently as shock overwhelms her senses midair. She releasing intense gravity energy to stabilize herself against overwhelming force. Azatishiyar regains stance, reaffirming identity while struggling to accept Kettle's abnormal strength. She analyzes situation, realizing Kettle lacks mysticism, yet surpasses expectations through pure physical power. Kettle acknowledges truth silently, remaining composed while observing her continued attempts to dominate battlefield. Azatishiyar unleashing full gravity force to crush Kettle completely. Massive energy attack descends, surrounding Kettle with destructive force, intended to annihilate him instantly. Kettle counters directly, punching through attack and breaking its structure with overwhelming strength. The explosion spreads widely, throwing Demon away as battlefield shakes from devastating impact. Azatishiyar is introduced as Ancient Demon, known for destroying kingdoms with overwhelming destructive power. Despite reputation, Kettle overwhelms her, striking repeatedly, and forcing her into continuous defensive state. Observers are shocked, realizing powerful Demon is being defeated through simple physical attacks alone. Azatishiyar retaliates, using dark tendrils, but Kettle stands firm and evaluates her resilience. Kettle concludes she cannot be killed through brute strength alone, despite sustained damage dealt. Azatishiyar regains composure, smiling again as confidence returns with her apparent immortality. Azatishiyar feels intense pressure, recognizing Kettle's strength, far beyond expectations during sudden confrontation. Kettle strikes effortlessly, overwhelming Azatishiyar while maintaining calm expression and dominant physical control. Azatishiyar questions identity, shocked by Kettle's power as he dismisses himself as ordinary barbarian. She regains composure, preparing counterattack while acknowledging strange relief within his unstable condition. He unleashes dark energy, launching powerful attack aimed directly toward Kettle, without hesitation. Kettle reacts instantly, evading strike while observing attack pattern with focused and calm awareness. Dark energy surges violently, tearing ground apart as Azatishiyar releases destructive magical force outward. The attack condenses into core, intensifying power before erupting into massive destructive explosion. Azatishiyar emerges confidently, declaring dominance, while preparing continue battle against resilient barbarian opponent. She unleashes full demonic power, spreading dark energy violently across battlefield surroundings without restraint. Kettle observes calmly, analyzing situation while recognizing danger level rising from overwhelming demonic force. Aquaz senses threat, activating divine power to counterbalance destructive energy, released by Azatishiyar. She channels divinity, summoning radiant energy while preparing sacred attack against demonic presence nearby. Azatishiyar launching dark spikes downward, targeting Kettle with lethal precision forcefully. Kettle, showing resilience while absorbing impact without significant damage sustained. Kettle counters swiftly, releasing powerful strike that disrupts Azatishiyar momentum during intense battle exchange. Azatishiyar reacts with shock, realizing opponent's strength exceeds expectations and defies known limits entirely. Kettle continues assault, overwhelming Demon while maintaining control, leaving Azatishiyar confused and struggling. Aquaz invokes sacred verse, gathering divine power as radiant weapon forms with overwhelming holy energy. The divine weapon emitting intense light that threatens to annihilate all evil nearby. Kettle realizing power surpasses expectations, while Aquaz prepares decisive strike against Demon. He decides to act, moving swiftly while acknowledging battle nearing conclusion against weakened opponent. Strikes suddenly, he intercepting moment as Azatishiyar reacts too late to incoming powerful blow. The attack lands directly, disrupting Demon's form and overwhelming defenses with unexpected force. Azatishiyar admits defeat, collapsing as divine energy and physical damage combine to overpower resistance. The Demon falls heavily, body weakened while remnants of dark energy dissipate around battlefield. Kettle stands victorious, concluding fight calmly while treating intense battle as simple experience. Azatishiyar laughs while recovering, declaring resurrection worthwhile after confirming powerful existence. He questions Kettle identity, observing him closely while preparing final move before disappearance. Asura commanding hell beings remember Kettle name with intense malicious intent. Dark vision showing infernal realm responding as countless eyes awaken across twisted abyssal domain. Aquaz suffers backlash, overwhelmed by demonic interference, while ritual space destabilizes violently around her. Horrific entity forms, gathering eyes and flesh. While acknowledging existence of Barbarian named Kettle, Kettle watches calmly, observing strange manifestation without fear, despite overwhelming demonic presence emerging. Asura declares ownership, claiming Kettle belongs to hell as entity extends toward him aggressively. Reality distorts suddenly. Unknown force interrupts manifestation, disrupting entity and halting demonic influence completely. Dark fragment enters Kettle body, merging into his arm while he observes without resistance. The strange energy disperses, slipping from his hand as he studies its unusual behavior. Kettle turns away calmly, sensing no danger despite foreign presence lingering faintly within. Kettle questioning sensation as remnants of darkness connect between him and demon, the connection leaving demon weakened, while Kettle remains unaffected by intrusion. Kettle removes lingering energy casually, dispersing it completely without effort or visible concern. Aquaz and companions react with shock, unable to comprehend outcome of demonic energy entering Kettle. Kettle showing no damage while standing confidently after chaotic encounter ends. He confirming situation resolved while maintaining relaxed demeanor, despite extraordinary events. In Jehen Kingdom, news spreads rapidly about village losing contact under mysterious dangerous circumstances. Reports reveal demon appearance after Lich incident, causing fear and confusion. Officials investigate urgently, realizing threat level rising while unknown forces begin affecting entire region. The Lord acknowledging rumors spreading quickly and considering possible connection to divine matters. He reflects carefully, noting uncertainty whether sun god influence caused or prevented ongoing crisis. Meanwhile Kettle observes situation calmly, recognizing territory unstable but not treating issue seriously. Aquaz prepares departure, deciding immediate return necessary to report situation regarding dangerous emerging threat. Kettle accepts decision, allowing her leave while maintaining indifferent stance toward unfolding regional crisis. Aquaz hesitates briefly, showing concern before addressing Kettle, indicating unresolved thoughts regarding his involvement. Aquaz expresses gratitude, acknowledging Kettle saved her life from dangerous demon threat earlier. Kettle dismisses, thanks, stating his actions were simple and without deeper intention involved. He suggests friendship, showing casual attitude while redefining their relationship after shared incident. Aquaz reflects on roles, considering difference between barbarian and divine servant within situation. Kettle maintaining perspective that status does not prevent forming mutual understanding. Aquaz uncertain, but beginning to accept his unconventional viewpoint toward relationships. She accepts idea, showing slight change in attitude, while continuing conversation with cautious curiosity. Kettle asks about demons, questioning importance of names and potential consequences behind revealing them. Aquaz responds thoughtfully, hinting at concept of branding, while preparing to explain underlying meaning. Aquaz explains demons use names to carve brands and summon entities into humans. She describes branded humans changing nature, becoming different and attracting dangerous evil forces. Kettle wondering whether he was also marked during previous encounter unknowingly. Aquaz clarifies Kettle lacks brand, though his name was revealed to infernal beings already. She explains demons cannot track him without mark, though they identified him as target. Aquaz warns danger exists only upon direct encounter, otherwise no immediate threat present. Kettle acknowledging limitations while recognizing demons possess abilities beyond physical confrontation. Aquaz begins explaining origins, describing ancient creation of humans by higher divine beings. She explains humans were fragile, leaving gods unable to fully intervene within mortal world. Aquaz explains beings beyond corrupted humans, causing destruction until gods intervened through chosen followers. She describes church creation, where believers gain divine power. Aquaz concludes demons persist, requiring divine strength to defeat them within human world. Aquaz confirms demons originate elsewhere, making them difficult threats beyond normal understanding for humans. She warns current incidents, abnormal, with dungeon expansion and entity appearances increasing steadily recently. Aquaz reveals timeline began year ago, linking disturbances to unknown large-scale underlying cause. Kettle reflects quietly, recalling past events, while considering connection to timeline Aquaz described. Aquaz ends discussion, expressing gratitude while preparing departure after sharing important information with Kettle. Kettle agrees calmly, showing interest in future meeting, while watching her leave thoughtfully. Aquaz watches carriage depart, reflecting on urgency while remaining seated near quiet window. She considers weakened condition, deciding immediate report necessary despite incomplete physical recovery state. Aquaz questions situation, wondering why Divine Oracle showed no concern regarding Barbarian involvement. An elderly mage walks corridor, exhausted after meeting Emperor while reflecting on recent duties. He recalls difficult audience, showing fatigue as he continues moving through quiet palace hallway. A mysterious noble appears ahead, interrupting his path and drawing attention immediately. The mage faces noble, recognizing powerful figure connected to Magic Tower leadership authority. It explains noble status as master overseeing mages and mystics across world. The noble questions mage presence, initiating conversation regarding his sudden arrival within territory. The mage explains mission, stating he returned after completing reconnaissance in dangerous demon realm. The noble recalls details, mentioning Silent Forest region, where strange phenomena occurred previously. The mage describes experience, revealing horrifying conditions that defied all known understanding about world. The mage describes Silent Forest, explaining environment where even sound and magic failed completely. He recalls dangerous journey, sensing companions disappearing one by one within unnatural quiet surroundings. He concludes, place unsettling, questioning motives behind gathering demon realm powers for unknown purpose. The mage expresses concern, wishing avoid involvement while preferring simple life without dangerous complications. Suddenly magic activates, trapping him within spatial field created instantly by opposing figure nearby. The mage recognizing spatial magic and questioning sudden interference affecting surroundings. The noble reveals knowledge, implying mage encountered significant individual during recent mission events. The mage denies initially, but realizes presence marked him using hidden observation ability. He understands danger, recognizing surveillance placed upon him without awareness during earlier encounter. The noble recalls previous meeting, mocking mage while discussing unusual barbarian from snowy region. The mage responds cautiously, admitting uncertainty while considering implications behind barbarian existence. The noble emphasizes mystery, linking barbarian to ancient legends and unusual power beyond expectations. The noble explains barbarian strength, noting ability to defeat Lich Kratos with ease. He reveals hidden information, stating rumors circulated secretly within Magic Tower about incident. The noble reflects on Kratos' past, mentioning failed resurrection attempts and mysterious disappearance afterward. The noble expresses regret, revealing personal connection to Lich Kratos as former acquaintance. He questions artifacts, wondering whether all relics tied to Lich were properly recovered. The mage admits uncertainty, suggesting most recovered but most valuable artifact remains missing currently. The skeleton questions mage opinion, asking whether Barbarian truly defeated powerful Lich Kratos alone. The mage cautiously agrees possibility, acknowledging Barbarian strength, despite uncertainty surrounding unusual circumstances. The skeleton pressures mage further, questioning why information was not reported to Emperor. The mage explains consequences, predicting conflict between Barbarian and Emperor, seeking control over world power. He warns kingdom involvement inevitable, highlighting dangerous future if both forces eventually confront each other. The skeleton considers analysis, showing interest while evaluating implications of potential large-scale conflict. The skeleton suggests Barbarian might be hero class, recognizing similarities with mage's previous encounter. The mage refuses conclusion, admitting lack of authority to confirm such classification accurately. The skeleton concludes, value, determining Barbarian significant asset worthy of attention and future interest. In bustling market, a young woman walks carefully among stalls within Barkan territory streets. She suddenly collides with Kettle, losing balance as her belongings shift unexpectedly forward. The impact startles her, causing confusion and drawing attention from nearby pedestrians briefly. Kettle catches her quickly, preventing fall while calmly checking her condition after collision. The woman feels embarrassed, reacting nervously while processing sudden assistance from unfamiliar stranger nearby. Kettle realizes situation awkward, expecting her to leave quickly after brief encounter ends. He watches her depart, sensing unusual reaction as she avoids him, despite help offered. Becomes confused, he noticing strange feeling. Kettle wondering why others seem to avoid him unexpectedly within busy marketplace. Morning light filled the room as a quiet atmosphere surrounded a prepared table. A nobleman studied Kettle carefully, recalling rumors about his encounter with a demon. Kettle stood calmly, showing little concern and little knowledge about the situation. Kettle explained that the talk came from people in the territory, not from real danger. The nobleman realized that rumors had shaped public opinion more than facts, Guards and mercenaries had spread exaggerated stories after returning alive. Reports claimed Kettle alone remained standing after the battle, while others collapsed. Witnesses later insisted his axe carried divine power when they awoke. These stories turned Kettle into a key figure beside Aquaz. In the fight back in the present, Kettle accepted that the rumors had spread too far. The nobleman concluded people feared Kettle as someone equal to a demon's opponent. Kettle reflected silently, understanding his reputation had changed. At the guild, Kettle received news of a sudden rank promotion. He realized his rise came from both actions and exaggerated stories. A faint smile appeared as he accepted the outcome. The guild clerk informed Kettle that his mercenary badge would be custom-made, marking his unusual status. Kettle reacted with mild surprise as he learned he was now officially recognized as a C-rank mercenary. Further explanation revealed he would gain access to most places, though restrictions remained in the imperial capital. The clerk admitted that even she knew little about the capital, as reliable information was scarce. Kettle listened quietly, realizing how limited knowledge of the empire truly was. She then added that C-rank status allowed him to take on more advanced missions. Later, Kettle sat with companions, as one man asked whether the recent incident had been resolved. Kettle confirmed the demon was defeated, and authorities had already settled the matter. Relief spread across the group, easing the tension at the table. A nun recalled the battle, insisting she stayed conscious and witnessed Kettle's overwhelming strength. Her memory described Kettle overpowering a named demon with decisive force. That realization led her to question the true role of Aquaz during the fight. Kettle stated calmly that nothing would change despite his promotion. Others observed his humility, though some doubted his ordinary nature. The group discussed their limits, acknowledging their current rank restricted future actions. One companion admitted his old goal was to live lazily, but now he aimed to prove himself properly. Another man criticized that mindset, creating tension as both sides clashed in attitude. Kettle sat between them, observing calmly as the discussion shifted toward future plans. A nun quietly stated she would continue following Lady Calosia, maintaining her usual path. Kettle recalled hearing news about Aquaz, bringing attention back to recent events. He explained that Calosia's forces were resting, leaving only high-ranking members active. The nun reacted nervously, insisting she was only an ordinary priest and not important. Although reassured outwardly, she internally questioned whether her thoughts had been exposed. Fear lingered as she wondered if Kettle understood more than he showed. Night fell over the mercenary guild, shifting the atmosphere to something quieter and tense. Receptionist Rosa prepared to leave, finishing her duties after a long day. A hooded figure suddenly approached, requesting assistance with unusual urgency. The stranger asked for an escort mission involving 2 people, including a young girl. He revealed the destination was the distant kingdom of Dinan. Far from their current location, Rosa grew suspicious, but accepted the request temporarily, preparing to verify his identity. A hooded man requests identity verification while standing before the guild clerk. He places a detailed token on the desk, signaling official mercenary affiliation. The clerk inspects it carefully and recognizes its rarity and legitimacy. With verification complete, the man prepares to move forward with his request. He produces gold from his cloak, showing readiness to pay immediately. The coin lands on the table, its purity indicating significant value. Hearing only one mercenary is available, the man shows visible frustration. The clerk explains the risks and distance make the request difficult. Both figures remain at the counter, tension growing between urgency and limitation. The clerk emphasizes that skilled guards require higher-ranking mercenaries. The man lowers his tone and asks for someone capable instead. His persistence makes the clerk question his motives and desperation. She reflects on the dangerous origin of the request and its difficulty. The man accepts outwardly, though his posture still carries concern. Several coins scatter, their unusual quality, leaving the clerk uneasy. A hooded figure approaches a quiet house at night, stopping near the wooden door with careful movement. He knocks firmly, the sound echoing through the still surroundings as someone inside becomes alert. The door opens, revealing a blonde woman who recognizes him and allows him inside without hesitation. Inside the room, the woman watches him closely, waiting for the outcome of his task. The man reports that the guild accepted the request, bringing visible relief to her expression. However, he reveals only one mercenary was secured, causing her concern to return. The man lowers his head, apologizing as he admits the limits of their funds. She reflects on their situation, realizing the circumstances could not have been avoided. Overwhelmed emotions surface as she steps forward and clings to him in distress. After calming down, both stand silently, sharing a brief moment of understanding. She asks how long it may take to find a reliable person for their needs. The man admits uncertainty, explaining the process will take time and effort. She decides to rest for the night, acknowledging the difficulty of their situation. The man expresses shame, burdened by his inability to secure better help. Both recognize their worsening condition, as food shortages and failure weigh heavily on them. A small sack of supplies sits beside a barrel as the woman reassures Aaron, refusing to blame him. Aaron lowers his head, worrying about their territory's lord discovering their situation. She responds firmly, warning they cannot trust anyone, and must avoid further risks. The woman recalls their escape, emphasizing how they fled without knowing friend from enemy. She admits the long silence from their homeland, despite both surviving the escape. Aaron apologizes again, burdened by guilt, while she asks about the safety of Denian. He assures her that Denian will protect her due to past ties with its king. She grips her chest, accepting the weight of survival as the kingdom's last hope. Doubt lingers as she questions whether a mercenary can truly be trusted. Aaron reassures her that the gold payment will ensure someone reliable is assigned. She quietly wonders who will ultimately become her guard. Elsewhere, a man rests idly, unaware he may soon be involved. Memories surface of his first days in a deadly snowfield filled with monsters. He recalls surviving harsh trials, guided only by a mysterious system window. Now resting calmly, he reflects on the absence of new challenges and growing boredom. A man sits near a window at night, reflecting on a possible request related to the white snowfield. He studies the glowing system interface, considering his situation while remaining calm and observant. Later, he appears at the guild, reviewing an escort request as the clerk reacts with visible excitement. Kettle stands in the guild hall, holding a request sheet while examining it with a calm expression. The document explains an escort mission, requiring safe delivery of a client to a distant location. The receptionist adds that the journey will be long and all travel responsibilities will fall on him. A suspicious look appears on Kettle's face, as he senses something unusual behind the task. Concern is shown by the receptionist, who believes the mission carries hidden risks. Rather than refusing, Kettle shows interest, drawn toward the difficulty. His focus returns to the paper, carefully reading the destination and client details. A faint memory begins to surface, triggered by the familiar name. Recognition forms as he connects the request to someone he met before. Kettle recalls a blue-haired woman from a snowy region during a past encounter. That memory includes an item and an invitation linked to the current mission. With clarity, he decides the request is worth accepting. A glowing interface suddenly appears before Kettle, labeling the mission as a quest. Confusion spreads as the system activates without warning. The strange event lingers, leaving him unsettled. A sudden noise at the door draws attention, interrupting the quiet room as a blonde woman turns toward the sound. An older man enters in a hurried state, appearing exhausted and tense as if escaping danger. Relief spreads across his face when he confirms the request has been accepted by a mercenary. Excitement appears on the blonde woman's face as she reacts to the news of a C-rank mercenary. The old man explains the meeting will happen soon, urging preparation and rest before departure. Kettle remains silent, his expression tightening as the quest interface reappears in front of him. Seated alone, Kettle studies the glowing system screen, trying to understand its sudden activation. A serious look forms as he recalls similar experiences connected to the snowy region. Doubt grows in his mind, sensing that something deeper is tied to this mission. Rain pours outside as the scene shifts, showing the guild building under a dark sky. Inside, the blonde woman imagines the mercenary, picturing someone fierce and intimidating. Curiosity fills her thoughts as she wonders what kind of person will arrive. Footsteps echo as someone approaches the building, signaling the awaited arrival. The door opens, and the blonde woman reacts with anticipation as the presence enters. A tall figure appears in the doorway, casting a shadow that immediately captures everyone's attention. Kettle appears at the doorway, his tall figure casting a long shadow as he enters the room and draws everyone's attention. The atmosphere shifts as those present react with shock, clearly unprepared for his rough and imposing appearance. Confusion spreads among them as his identity does not match their expectations of a typical mercenary. The older man reacts strongly, showing panic and dissatisfaction as he questions the guild's decision. Tension rises in the room while the receptionist maintains authority, reinforcing the guild's judgment. Reluctance remains visible as the client struggles to accept the assigned escort. Kettle observes the situation quietly, feeling the pressure of their distrust and the unstable atmosphere. Despite the tension, he makes a firm decision, choosing to proceed with the mission regardless of their doubts. His resolve contrasts with the uncertainty around him, stabilizing the situation slightly. Attention shifts to the blonde woman as she steps forward, showing a calmer and more composed reaction. Her posture softens the tension, indicating acceptance of the situation and trust in the arrangement. She formally introduces herself as Aline, establishing the beginning of their partnership. A boot presses against the dirt path as Kettle approaches through the quiet forest with steady movement. Ahead, two travelers walk closely together, their pace uneven as uneasiness builds between them. Kettle notices their behavior and turns his head slightly, observing them with quiet curiosity. The pair reacts with forced smiles, attempting to appear calm despite visible nervousness. Their strained expressions continue, revealing discomfort as they try to dismiss any suspicion. Kettle studies them briefly, then accepts their reaction without pressing further. Without hesitation, Kettle shifts his posture and decides to move on from the situation. He walks away down the forest path, leaving the two travelers behind in silence. Distance grows between them, emphasizing Kettle's choice to disengage. A memory shows a handshake, marking an agreement formed earlier at a gathering. Kettle presents himself confidently, establishing his role in the arrangement. The woman accepts with hesitation, uncertain about relying on him. Kettle reassures her with firm confidence, emphasizing his capability. His promise highlights his role as a dependable protector during the journey. Doubt remains within her, as she questions whether trusting him was the right decision. The blonde woman realizes they must stay overnight, her expression tightening as worry begins to show. Kettle approaches calmly and checks on them, noticing their uneasy reactions in the dim forest. The pair responds hesitantly while explaining the situation, and Kettle quietly observes the surroundings. Kettle senses their fear toward him, recognizing the familiar reaction people have to his appearance. Instead of reacting, he decides to act practically, preparing something to help them rest. With a sudden motion, he activates an item, and light bursts outward as something begins to form. A tent appears instantly, standing firmly on the ground as if placed there by magic. The two travelers stare in shock, unable to understand how Kettle possesses such a rare item. Kettle stands beside the tent casually, treating the situation as something completely normal. The pair's surprise intensifies, realizing the value of the artifact and questioning his background. Kettle explains the sleeping arrangement, offering the tent to them without hesitation. He shows no concern for himself, stating his comfort with staying outside. Kettle confidently prepares to keep watch, recalling harsh experiences that shaped his endurance. His calm demeanor contrasts the severity of his past, making the situation seem effortless to him. The woman, still uneasy, suggests sharing the burden, showing concern despite her lingering fear. Kettle faces the two travelers as they respond firmly, no longer resisting his presence, despite lingering tension. A brief silence settles between them, creating an awkward pause under the dim night sky. Kettle senses their distrust and quietly reflects, realizing they still fear what he might do while they sleep. Morning arrives, bringing calm light as the forest shifts from tension to quiet peace. The blonde woman appears exhausted, her face strained after a restless night filled with unease. She admits her condition indirectly, while the older man nearby also shows fatigue from lack of rest. Kettle notices her weakness and quickly understands the cause without needing further explanation. He decides to take action, offering to prepare something to help her recover. Without hesitation, he begins cooking, handling ingredients with unexpected skill. The woman watches in disbelief, unable to reconcile his rough appearance with his precise actions. Kettle continues calmly, focused entirely on preparing the meal over the fire. The two travelers remain stunned, their assumptions about him slowly beginning to shift. Kettle explains through his actions that his skills come from harsh survival experiences. Memories of dangerous environments reveal how he learned to cook under extreme conditions. He presents the finished food confidently, showing the result of his long and difficult training. Kettle recalls his harsh past, training himself to cook even in freezing conditions where making fire was difficult. After finishing the preparation, he calmly judges the result, treating the task as something simple. He presents the completed dish to the two travelers, placing it before them without hesitation. The meal appears refined and well prepared, surprising the pair as it contradicts their expectations of him. The blonde woman reacts with visible discomfort, unable to accept the idea of eating food made by him. She avoids the dish and chooses something simple instead, still holding on to her unease. The older man follows her lead, agreeing silently while maintaining a cautious attitude. Kettle sits by the fire and continues eating alone, unaffected by their reaction. The woman watches him struggle internally, showing a growing conflict between hunger and distrust. Her thoughts remain conflicted as she questions her own judgment while observing his actions. Night falls, and the group settles, with tension still lingering despite the quiet surroundings. Later, distress arises inside the tent, suggesting something has gone wrong as the older man reacts with concern. By the third day, the man shows clear worry, his tired eyes reflecting growing concern. He recalls their journey without food, noticing how the girl weakens with every step. Inside a small room, he sits beside her bed, regret weighing on him as she lies ill. The girl opens her eyes faintly, offering reassurance despite her fragile state. Her hand moves slightly, resting weakly while his exhaustion becomes more obvious. He remains beside her, watching closely, unable to rest even for a moment. As she sleeps, he looks on quietly, pity forming as he sees her condition. A firm resolve builds within him, deciding to protect her no matter the cost. The scene shifts as he cooks outdoors, focusing on preparing proper food. Both begin eating, but their bodies react awkwardly after long starvation. They sit in uneasy silence, struggling to recover their strength. Suddenly, she rises abruptly, unable to remain still any longer. He quickly apologizes, realizing his actions caused discomfort. She becomes flustered, surprised by his unexpected politeness. Confusion lingers as she processes his unusual behavior. The older man suddenly grabs the barbarian's arm, his expression tense as he tries to stop him. From a distance, the group stands in a quiet clearing while the barbarian continues cooking over the fire. Hesitation fills the man as he struggles to speak, clearly unsure how to approach the situation. The barbarian calmly continues grilling, focused on the task, despite being watched closely. Carefully turning the meat, he prepares it properly, showing unexpected patience and skill. A faint smile appears as he reveals his thoughts, exposing a more human side beneath his strength. The older man lowers his guard slightly, still unsure but beginning to understand. He reaches forward, presenting the prepared food with visible determination. The barbarian offers the plate plainly, waiting without pressure for acceptance. The older man stares at the food in shock, caught off guard by the unexpected gesture. Meanwhile, the girl moves toward the river, her condition still weak and unsteady. She begins eating quietly, hunger overcoming her hesitation as exhaustion lingers. Sitting alone, she continues eating while her body trembles from fatigue. Pain spreads through her legs, forcing her to pause as she struggles to endure. Despite everything, she pushes forward again, determined to continue even in hardship. Sudden tension appears, as girl freezes, eyes wide after noticing something unexpected. Nearby barbarian and older man sit together, quietly eating as if nothing is wrong. Abrupt movement follows as she steps forward and calls out, breaking calm atmosphere. Shock spreads across older man's face as he senses danger and looks toward her. Piece of meat slips away, moment interrupted as focus shifts entirely to her condition. Panic rises quickly, causing loud reaction while barbarian remains composed and observant. Barbarian studies situation silently, showing confusion rather than aggression. Girl steadies herself, standing upright with renewed determination despite earlier weakness. Older man recoils slightly, unable to process change in her behavior. Misunderstanding begins to clear, as she signals that situation is not as dangerous as believed. Doubt replaces fear within older man, forcing him to rethink earlier judgment. Barbarian remains still, presence calm instead of threatening. Realization settles in as older man recognizes distrust shaped his actions. Awkward silence forms, while both struggle to respond properly. Underlying truth emerges, showing fear of barbarians comes from past violence and deep-rooted bias. Realization settles as he understands distrust cannot be easily changed, expression turning serious. Girl looks up weakly while he steps forward, preparing to correct misunderstanding. Calm confidence appears as he faces them directly, revealing truth that challenges their belief about him. Kettle, a young gray-haired man, shows a confident expression while rejecting the label others place on him. An older man and a blonde woman react with confusion as Kettle carefully explains his situation. His sharp gaze reinforces his claim, stating he was born a barbarian but not raised as one. Kettle describes a tragic beginning where his tribe was destroyed shortly after his birth. An adventurer appears in his past, taking him away and raising him outside the barbarian lifestyle. He then admits the story may not be entirely true, emphasizing that his upbringing matters more. Doubt remains on the listeners' faces as they struggle to believe Kettle's explanation. Kettle calmly insists he is no different from them, despite his origins. A subtle awareness appears as he notices their sympathy beginning to form. The blonde woman reflects on their earlier fear and rejection of Kettle. Memories show Kettle still offering help, despite being treated with suspicion. She realizes the long hardship Kettle must have endured due to prejudice. The woman apologizes, finally acknowledging her mistrust toward Kettle. Kettle accepts calmly, showing understanding instead of resentment. Trust begins to form as she decides to rely on Kettle, while he quietly recognizes his success. Kettle stands calmly, his steady presence easing the blonde woman's hesitation. Her expression softens as she begins to accept him, showing a quiet agreement. A red aura suddenly appears nearby, revealing that someone is secretly watching them. A hidden man observes through a strange ability, focusing closely on Kettle. He notices Kettle's behavior differs from typical barbarians, raising suspicion. Curiosity grows as the watcher questions Kettle's true nature. The observer decides to move closer, seeking a clearer understanding. His approach is careful, but his attention remains fixed on Kettle. Kettle suddenly senses him, causing the observer to freeze in shock. Kettle calmly acknowledges the presence of someone nearby. He reassures the others before stepping forward to handle it alone. A sudden burst of speed sends Kettle rushing toward the hidden figure. Kettle leaps forward with overwhelming force, aiming directly at the observer. The attacker fails to react in time as Kettle strikes decisively. The impact shakes the ground, leaving the observer stunned and powerless. The hidden man realizes his defensive magic failed as Kettle closes in with overwhelming force. Kettle grabs him instantly, overpowering him before he can react. The man is slammed into the ground, leaving him shocked that his protection did nothing. Kettle pins him down, calmly warning him while maintaining full control. Fear takes over as the man quickly submits, showing no resistance. Kettle pauses briefly, slightly confused by the sudden change in attitude. He demands the man's identity while keeping him restrained. The man nervously introduces himself as Patrick, showing clear submission. Kettle lifts him up and brings him back toward the others for explanation. Kettle explains the situation simply, stating the man was following them. The blonde woman reacts with confusion, trying to understand the situation. Kettle remains calm, giving a straightforward answer without concern. Patrick reveals admiration for Kettle, expressing his goal to become strong like him. The group watches as Patrick continues showing respect toward Kettle. Despite the situation, Patrick internally admits his actions were planned to get closer, realizing he has partially succeeded. Kettle questions Patrick's actions, realizing he was followed with a clear intention. Patrick shows submission and admiration, revealing his actions were driven by strong respect. Kettle remains cautious, deciding Patrick cannot be trusted without proper proof. A sudden realization appears in Kettle's expression. As he forms a quick decision, Kettle activates a mysterious power, while holding Patrick, shifting the atmosphere instantly. Patrick becomes confused and tense, unable to understand what Kettle has just done. A great mage with a lich's body hides behind a human disguise to secretly observe Kettle. Using the identity Patrick, he approaches carefully, ensuring no one suspects his true nature. Kettle is restrained while a silver-haired warrior confirms the situation is under control. The group begins moving through the forest with the warrior leading the way. Shock spreads across Kettle's face as he realizes something unusual is happening. They continue along the quiet path, maintaining distance and order. Kettle reflects on his unfamiliar appearance and current condition. His attention shifts toward the silver-haired man ahead. Interest grows as Kettle decides to closely observe him. The warrior displays extreme speed and overwhelming physical force. Kettle recognizes the strength as far beyond normal limits. He begins to suspect the man possesses extraordinary power. Kettle prepares to speak, but hesitates, hiding his true thoughts. The blonde companion notices something unusual in his behavior. The warrior reveals awareness of Kettle's secrecy as night falls. Kettle acknowledges the girl's hesitation, recognizing her difficulty in trusting strangers and keeping secrets. She lowers her guard and prepares to reveal everything, showing relief after holding her worries. She gathers courage, deciding to explain her situation while asking for understanding. A sudden interruption shifts the atmosphere as the warrior senses an unexpected presence nearby. The girl reacts with surprise, realizing something has appeared within the forest. Armored figures emerge, stepping forward with purpose and authority. The group turns toward the newcomers as tension rises across the clearing. Shock spreads on the girl's face as she recognizes who has arrived. The knights formally announce their identity and connection to the kingdom, revealing their mission. The armored captain approaches and addresses the girl respectfully, confirming her royal status. He explains their long search and requests her immediate return under royal orders. His attention shifts to the warrior, identifying him as a hired protector. The warrior calmly questions the situation, seeking clarity about the princess's presence. The captain explains her escape and insists on taking control from this point. A firm refusal interrupts the demand, leaving the princess stunned as uncertainty deepens. The armored captain reacts with confusion as the princess suddenly questions his identity with sharp suspicion. Her gaze hardens, rejecting his claim while tension builds around the group. She openly denies knowing him, creating a clear divide between her and the knights. The princess recalls a distorted memory, realizing the knights resemble familiar figures, yet feel completely wrong. Fear grows as she notices the absence of her family and others who should be present. A strange energy begins to surround the captain, hinting at something unnatural beneath his appearance. Kettle watches closely, surprised that the princess remains human despite the strange situation. The princess steadies herself and directs suspicion toward the opposing side. She refuses to yield, showing resolve despite visible fear. The warrior quietly supports her stance, acknowledging the seriousness of the situation. The captain pauses, momentarily unsettled by the unexpected resistance. Doubt lingers as the situation shifts away from his control. The princess bursts with anger, rejecting the claim that she is mistaken. Captain counters with calm reasoning, suggesting her perception is flawed. Uncertainty returns to her expression as the accusation places her reality into question. The captain extends his hand, urging the princess to comply while maintaining authority. Fear overwhelms her as she refuses inwardly, struggling against the pressure around her. Suddenly, the warrior steps forward, placing himself between them to block the advance. The captain reacts with irritation and demands space, attempting to assert control again. Calm resistance follows, as the warrior firmly refuses, standing his ground without hesitation. Shock appears on the princess's face as she realizes the situation has escalated further. An armored soldier launches a fierce attack, but Kettle meets it with greater force, stopping the strike instantly. The impact sends another knight flying, his body thrown across the ground as Kettle continues. Without hesitation, remaining soldiers freeze in shock, realizing their commander has been defeated in moments. Kettle stands calmly in the forest, facing the injured knights with a steady and controlled presence. The blonde girl stays behind him, while Kettle explains his actions as a response to their aggression. A wounded knight struggles to speak, revealing urgent news about the princess, while barely standing. Confusion appears on a knight's face as he questions Kettle's reasoning. Kettle remains composed, stating his duty while keeping his focus forward. Tension grows as the knight rejects the logic, yet Kettle does not waver. Kettle calls the girl, drawing her attention as she reacts with surprise. A serious expression forms as he explains something unusual about the soldiers. He concludes they appeared suddenly without any trace, hinting at something unnatural. The girl reacts with confusion, trying to understand Kettle's words. A sharp shift suggests a new presence, shown through intense eyes. Kettle looks ahead, questioning how such a sudden arrival happened. 3 armored knights stand firm, their leader stepping forward with a stern presence while ignoring Kettle's earlier claim. A close view shows the commander's sharp gaze, dismissing the situation as irrelevant while focusing only on their mission, showing impatience as they criticize the strange discussion and refuse to engage further. Her expression tightening as she recalls being ignored and not believed by anyone. A faint, glowing backdrop reflects her isolation, emphasizing how her words were always dismissed. The knights shift forward, gripping their weapons as the commander decides to end the conversation. Kettle steps slightly ahead, signaling others to stay back while taking control of the situation. The girl looks worried, recognizing the danger as the knights prepare themselves seriously. At the commander's order, all knights draw their swords at once. A hidden observer evaluates the knights, noting their strength and use of coordinated abilities. The commander gives a direct order, declaring Kettle a target to be eliminated without hesitation. Multiple knights rush forward simultaneously, launching a synchronized attack toward Kettle. Kettle remains still as the attackers close in, showing no fear despite being surrounded. In a swift motion, he counters the first strike, knocking aside an incoming knight with precise force. A powerful follow-up attack sends several knights crashing away. Kettle observes the charging knights with a calm expression. Several knights leap in from different directions, attempting to overwhelm him through numbers and speed. A sudden counter from Kettle disrupts their formation. One knight gathers strength and swings his sword downward with full force. Kettle reacts instantly, avoiding the strike while maintaining control over the flow of battle. The blonde girl watches in fear as the clash intensifies, realizing the danger of the ongoing fight. A heavy impact lands against Kettle, forcing him back slightly as debris scatters from the force. Despite the hit, he quickly recovers and counters. The battlefield quiets as several knights fall, leaving the group weakened and unable to continue their assault. Kettle stands steady while the remaining knights hesitate, their confidence shaken by his strength. The surviving soldiers retreat on command, pulling back from the fight to avoid further losses. After the conflict, Kettle turns toward his companions, confirming their safety as the tension fades. Kettle unleashes a radiant aura that slices through space, showing power that can destroy both steel and magic. A barbarian stops the attack with his bare teeth, revealing a body that ignores the laws of mysticism. Kettle watches the unmoving figure, sensing that this being exists beyond normal understanding. A fire burns in the snowy forest, shifting the scene into a quieter moment. Kettle sits with others in silence, the group preparing for a serious discussion. An elder reveals that their kingdom has already been replaced by something unknown. The elder explains the kingdom had collapsed before the princess understood the truth. Regret shows, as he states staying behind would have led to their replacement. He adds the distortion began about 1 year ago. Kettle recalls strange words from a past encounter. A figure explains the demon realm is leaking into this world. Memories of a dying man's warning gain new meaning. Kettle questions where it all started. The elder says even mages failed and were replaced. Kettle listens, focusing on uncovering the truth. The elder struggles to explain clearly, admitting that the change is difficult to describe but feels deeply unsettling. He recalls how familiar people began to feel different, even though their words and actions remain the same. Kettle listens closely as the elder describes a growing sense of wrongness that could not be ignored. The elder remembers his role in the castle, overseeing servants and daily routines. Among them was a timid girl named Kathy, known for fearing ghost stories and reacting strongly. At some point, Kathy suddenly stopped showing fear, which marked the first strange change. The elder initially dismissed it, assuming Kathy had simply grown braver over time. However, concern grew as she worked around dangerous statues without hesitation. One day, a heavy statue fell toward her, yet she survived with little harm despite the danger. Kathy showed no fear after the accident, and only worried about punishment. The elder realized something was wrong, sensing she was no longer the same person. Kettle considers this carefully, recognizing the significance of the change. Kathy continued behaving normally, maintaining her usual habits and expressions. Despite that, the elder could no longer see her as the same individual he once knew. After testing others, he discovered many had already changed in the same way. Kettle questions their escape, while the elder admits staying would have led them to become like the others. He asks why they chose the Denian kingdom, seeking a reason beyond simple refuge. The princess explains that only its king holds the authority to prove what is truly human. A story unfolds about a man who built a kingdom only for humans with divine help. That man gained a power to distinguish between humans and imposters. The elder confirms that this legacy became the present-day Denian kingdom. Kettle shows interest in the plan, seeing value in using that power as proof. The princess worries, but Kettle remains calm and continues his role without hesitation. His steady response reassures her, even if doubts remain. The princess expresses gratitude and promises a reward once their goal is achieved. Kettle accepts casually, treating the situation with confidence rather than concern. A sudden reaction from the elder hints at unexpected tension beneath the moment. The quiet night returns, and Kettle is asked whether he believes the story. He considers it carefully and admits uncertainty, though he sees it as possible. Kettle concludes that the knights they encountered are likely still human, reinforcing his judgment. Kettle remains calm while the group warns that knowing the truth already places him in danger. A companion explains that powerful groups would try to silence anyone aware of the secret. Kettle listens without reacting much, showing little concern for the risks described. He shifts slightly, signaling that the danger is not his main interest. The others notice his expression change as he begins to focus on something else. Kettle reveals that the situation itself has caught his attention, treating it as something worth exploring. The companion looks confused, struggling to understand Kettle's perspective. From behind, Kettle faces him with a steady posture, showing no fear or hesitation. A faint change appears in Kettle's eyes, suggesting he views the unfolding events with unusual curiosity rather than concern. A brown-haired man questions the reason behind accepting the escort, his expression tense and doubtful. Kettle sits by the fire in silence, showing calm indifference while listening. He admits partial agreement, hinting that his true intention goes beyond the contract. The brown-haired man reacts with surprise, struggling to understand Kettle's mindset. Under the night sky, Kettle smiles, lightly, treating the situation as something intriguing. Confusion grows as the barbarian's nature is questioned, revealing uncertainty and tension. Both figures face each other near the fire, holding a steady and uneasy silence. A faint glow in Kettle's eyes shows amusement, as he views everything as entertainment. The isolated camp emphasizes how distant and unusual this encounter feels. Kettle reflects on the barbarian as a rare existence, unlike anyone he has seen. His curiosity turns analytical, treating the barbarian as something to study. The group begins moving, signaling the continuation of their journey. Kettle walks ahead while the barbarian follows, maintaining silent distance. The brown-haired man lowers his gaze, unable to fully grasp the situation. A sudden movement pushes them forward, marking the start of a tense path. A sudden strike begins as Kettle grips his weapon, moving with controlled speed while the brown-haired man watches closely. Behind him, tension rises as others react, their concern visible while Kettle remains composed. A brief smile appears on Kettle's face, suggesting confidence as he prepares for confrontation. Several armored soldiers rush forward surrounding Kettle with coordinated movement. Without hesitation, Kettle shifts position, reading their attack while the Barbarian stays alert nearby. A sudden motion follows as Kettle launches forward, breaking their formation instantly. A heavy impact lands, shattering armor as one soldier is struck with overwhelming force. Another opponent is hit directly, blood spilling as the attack continues without pause. The remaining soldiers are thrown back, unable to withstand the sudden burst of strength. Kettle stands calmly after the clash, showing little change in expression. Behind him, the rescued pair react with shock, realizing the enemies were not weak. A question forms as they struggle to understand why such power was restrained. The blonde woman lowers her gaze, expressing concern as she reflects on the outcome. Kettle responds plainly, showing no emotional attachment to their situation. A faint smile returns, hinting that his actions are guided by his own reasoning rather than others. Scattered swords lie on the ground as Kettle stands ahead, signaling a brief pause after the clash. A new group of armored soldiers appears, demanding control while advancing with hostility. Kettle observes them calmly from the front, showing no concern as they approach. One soldier steps forward aggressively, shouting while pointing his weapon toward Kettle. Kettle's expression remains unchanged, his gaze steady as he studies the situation. In a sudden move, he closes the distance and grabs the soldier with overwhelming strength. The captured soldier struggles as Kettle lifts him effortlessly, showing complete control. Behind them, the older man and the blonde woman react with confusion and concern. Kettle notices details on the armor, recognizing something familiar from earlier events. The soldier drops to the ground weakened and unable to resist further. The remaining soldiers retreat quickly, abandoning the fight in fear. Kettle turns back to the group, hinting that the situation is not as simple as it seems. He explains that the enemy's equipment appears fully restored, raising suspicion. The older man considers the possibility of magic, but doubts such rapid recovery. Kettle concludes that something unusual is happening, as the damage should not have been undone so quickly. Kettle narrows his eyes, forming a clear understanding as he reflects on the strange pattern behind the enemy's return. From above, glowing traces fade in the forest, suggesting that defeated enemies vanish once pushed beyond a certain range. Moments later, the same soldiers reappear, standing again as if their existence has been reset. The soldiers charge forward once more, repeating the same demand with unwavering aggression. Kettle remains still, his focused gaze showing that he has already reached a conclusion. He calls the princess by name, drawing her attention as she watches him with concern. Kettle grips his weapon firmly, preparing to test his theory while the enemies approach. A swift strike lands, cutting through a soldier with precise force. Standing over the fallen opponent, Kettle observes the result, noting the reaction carefully behind him. The older man and the princess watch anxiously, unsure of what he intends to prove. The scene shifts as tension builds, marking the importance of this test. Kettle asks calmly, seeking confirmation as his plan unfolds. The princess lowers her gaze, recalling fragments of past training and distant memories, images of a different time surface, showing disciplined practice and familiar figures. With quiet certainty, she acknowledges the truth, even as the situation grows more unsettling. The princess suddenly reacts with alarm, her eyes widening as she senses danger approaching again. Armored soldiers advance once more, repeating the same demand with unwavering intent. Kettle stands between them and the group, turning slightly as if already expecting this outcome. The princess looks unsettled, realizing something is deeply wrong with the repeating events. Kettle shows a faint smile, confirming his earlier thoughts. As the situation unfolds again, the scene shifts to night, where a campfire burns, as the group regathers in silence. Kettle sits calmly, acknowledging that the enemies were truly defeated despite their return. A strange presence looms in the background, reinforcing the unnatural nature of the soldiers. The princess trembles slightly, questioning what kind of existence they are facing. Kettle reflects on a past account, recalling how similar beings showed no reaction to death. The princess sits alone, deep in thought as she struggles to accept the reality. He concludes that the enemies cannot be considered human given their unnatural behavior. Kettle offers an item forward, prompting the princess to consider the mystery further. She hesitates, admitting uncertainty while trying to piece together what they might be. A realization forms as she suggests a possible answer, pointing toward something beyond the human realm. At night, Kettle and the group sit by a campfire as the topic of the demonic realm creates tension. A strange and distant world is described as a twisted place beyond human perception. The princess reflects quietly while a quest window appears before Kettle, linking the situation to survival. Kettle narrows his eyes, analyzing the reason behind the quest's appearance. The old mage firmly rejects the idea that beings can cross from the demonic realm. His serious expression shows confidence based on long-standing knowledge. Kettle leans forward slightly, seeking clarification. The elder explains that no beings have appeared since the realm's distant past. Kettle interprets this as knowledge based on history rather than certainty. The princess suggests the world has recently changed. The elder admits distortions began appearing a year ago. Kettle considers that these distortions may affect the demonic realm. The princess accepts the possibility with a calm expression. Kettle thinks carefully, weighing the situation. A grim realization forms as he concludes dangerous beings may emerge. A brown-haired man looks toward Kettle with a serious expression as tension rises among the group. The calm forest shifts suddenly as armed knights appear, surrounding the area and demanding the princess. The group faces the soldiers on a narrow path with Kettle standing at the front while the princess remains behind him. Kettle shows a faint smile, recognizing the situation as something that has happened before. A fallen knight lies on the ground, showing that the attackers have already suffered losses. Kettle walks forward calmly, carrying a weapon as the others watch the aftermath of repeated encounters. The princess clenches her chest, showing anger and fear toward the attackers. The group gathers closely as the situation becomes more serious, with Kettle standing in front. A distant view of a large kingdom suggests a bigger plan behind the repeated attacks. Kettle narrows his eye, carefully reconsidering the true purpose behind the enemy's actions. He moves decisively, striking down incoming projectiles with precise force. The group watches as Kettle concludes that the attackers are not trying to kill, but to capture. The princess listens with concern, realizing the pattern behind the attacks. Another group of knights charges forward, using the forest as cover during their assault. Kettle focuses intensely, recognizing that the enemies behave strategically, striking when visibility is low. Kettle moves swiftly, striking multiple attackers at once, while questioning why they fight in scattered groups instead of overwhelming force. Several knights fall to the ground, showing that their approach is inefficient despite their numbers. The princess watches with concern as Kettle concludes that their behavior does not match that of normal monsters. Kettle turns slightly, explaining that their actions resemble human tactics, rather than instinct-driven attacks. He reflects calmly, realizing the attackers behave as if they believe themselves to be human. A faint smile forms as Kettle arrives at a new idea. While the others react with confusion, a restrained knight struggles on the ground, still demanding the princess with anger. The elder and the princess show concern, while another companion observes the situation carefully. Kettle clasps his hands together, proposing to handle the situation through a different approach. The captured knight remains bound, appearing tense as the situation shifts unexpectedly. The elder reacts with alarm, unable to understand Kettle's sudden change in strategy. Kettle maintains a calm expression, insisting on a direct and sincere exchange instead of continued fighting. The elder protests loudly, rejecting the idea of communicating with what he believes to be a monster. The bound knight looks confused, showing no awareness of being anything other than human. A strange distortion surrounds the knight as his denial intensifies, hinting at a hidden truth behind his identity. The princess shouts angrily, rejecting the captured man as she recalls similar incidents she has witnessed before. She stands firmly, accusing him of imitating a familiar voice, unable to accept his claim of being human. A close view of her face shows fear and frustration as she refuses to believe his identity. The bound man struggles, insisting that he and the others are truly human despite the accusations. The princess reacts emotionally, blaming the kingdom and recalling past tragedies linked to such events. The tension rises as the situation becomes more personal, with anger replacing confusion. The captured man desperately tries to explain, claiming that the process leaves him unchanged. The princess hesitates, showing uncertainty as his words create doubt. Kettle watches silently, observing both sides without interrupting. The bound man lowers his voice, stating that both he and the princess must return to the kingdom. The princess grows frustrated, rejecting his claims as meaningless and inconsistent. Her expression shifts to confusion as she struggles to understand the situation. The princess turns to Kettle, seeking clarity as doubt continues to grow. Kettle rests his hand near his mouth, thinking carefully as he analyzes the situation. A faint realization forms as Kettle finds the situation increasingly intriguing. Kettle questions Elaine's identity, making her hesitate slightly as tension builds. Elaine answers with confidence, believing she is clearly human. Kettle activates a strange power, revealing his intent to examine her closely. A dark distortion forms around Elaine, exposing something unnatural beneath her appearance. Kettle strikes quickly, disrupting the hidden presence within her. Elaine reacts in shock as the truth begins to surface while Kettle stays calm. Darkness fills the space as a faint voice calls Princess Elena back to consciousness. One eye opens slowly, showing confusion as her senses return in an unfamiliar place. Elena jolts upright in bed, startled, while an older man checks her condition closely. She looks around the small room, disoriented, trying to understand where she is. A sudden memory strikes, and her expression tightens as danger comes back to mind. Her hand moves quickly to her body, searching for a wound she remembers. Elena lowers her gaze, sensing something is wrong despite feeling unharmed. Behind the old man stands a tall warrior, silent and imposing. She turns toward him, believing he holds the answer to her condition. The warrior calmly explains the situation while the old man listens. He states that Elena suffered a fatal injury that should have killed her. Elena reacts with disbelief, unable to accept his words. She questions his meaning, still seated as confusion fills her face. The warrior reveals she has been fully restored, as if nothing happened. Shock spreads across Elena's expression as she realizes her survival defies reason. The old man lowers his head, confirming that Aaron remains unconscious just like before. Elena trembles slightly, her arms tightening as disbelief spreads across her face. A heavy realization forms in her mind, and her expression darkens as she senses something unnatural. Kettle watches silently, his calm gaze fixed forward without showing emotion. The scene shifts as Kettle steps out of a tent, moving into the open forest nearby. A young man sits by a fire, appearing uneasy while waiting for news. Kettle approaches and observes the young man's tense condition. His steady demeanor contrasts with the other man's focused and concerned expression. Both stand near the fire, facing each other as the situation becomes more serious. The young man leans forward slightly, seeking clarity about Elena's state. Kettle listens with narrowed eyes, considering the question carefully. A quiet tension fills the air as uncertainty lingers between them. The young man's face tightens as he reflects on Elena's strange condition. Kettle closes his eyes briefly, recalling the earlier events. An image of knights surrounded by a dark aura forms in memory, suggesting a deeper and more dangerous truth. The young man recalls a strange presence surrounding the knights, something beyond his ability to detect. Kettle listens quietly, eyes lowered, as the explanation suggests a connection to demonic forces. A memory surfaces of Elena refusing food at first, showing fear and unusual caution toward Kettle. Elena appears weak in memory, eating only a small portion despite exhaustion from the journey. Kettle reflects on how such endurance does not match someone raised in royal comfort. He concludes that her behavior cannot be explained by mental strength alone. The young man studies Kettle carefully, beginning to understand his sharp perception. Kettle stands calmly with folded arms, maintaining control over the tense discussion. A call interrupts them from nearby, drawing Kettle's attention away from the conversation. Elena steps out of the tent, her posture steady as she regains composure. Her gaze sharpens with determination, revealing a clear decision forming in her mind. Kettle observes her closely, noticing that her thoughts now seem organized and firm. Kettle begins to speak again, shifting the focus to something more important. Elena reacts with slight confusion, sensing a change in the atmosphere around them. A faint disturbance moves through the forest, hinting at an unseen force approaching. A strange magical presence swirls through the forest, forming a faint, flowing figure in the air. An old mage appears beneath the glow, his sharp eyes observing everything with calm awareness. Elena reacts with surprise while Kettle realizes that the figure is not a simple illusion. The old mage introduces himself, standing firmly with his staff planted on the ground. His appearance and composed posture reveal authority and deep knowledge. He declares his purpose clearly, stating that he has come to bring Elena back. Kettle faces the mage without hesitation, maintaining a steady and guarded stance. The mage responds calmly, showing no intention to fight as he lowers any hostility. Elena watches from behind, her expression tense as she listens to their exchange. The mage extends his hand toward Elena, urging her to return to the royal palace. His explanation emphasizes the political consequences of her remaining outside the kingdom. Elena's face tightens with uncertainty as she struggles with the decision. Elena lowers her gaze, questioning her own identity after everything that has happened. The mage listens calmly, acknowledging the change she has gone through. He reassures her that despite the transformation, she has not lost herself completely. The mage narrows his gaze, reaffirming Elena's identity while assessing her current state carefully. Elena stands quietly, reflecting on her past actions as doubt and awareness grow stronger. He concludes that her condition has changed, yet confirms she still remains the princess of the kingdom. A tale about the ship of Theseus explained how the famous vessel survived for centuries while its damaged parts were slowly replaced. As new planks took the place of old ones, the ship continued crossing the sea without changing its appearance. People began questioning whether the vessel could still be called the same ship after every original piece disappeared. A white-haired warrior stood protectively beside a blonde princess when an elderly mage approached them. The old man firmly demanded that the princess return to the Lutine kingdom where he believed she truly belonged. Uneasy silence spread through the area while the princess lowered her eyes and struggled to answer his words. Warrior calmly declared that his only duty was protecting the woman traveling with him. Confusion filled the princess's face because she no longer understood whether her past identity still defined who she was. The warrior focused only on the person standing before him in the present. The mage refused to accept her doubts and insisted that she was still the princess named Elaine. Although the warrior admitted he knew nothing about her royal background, he trusted the life she had lived beside him. Hearing those words caused the princess to tremble as years of fear and uncertainty surfaced in her heart. Tears gathered in her eyes while she finally gathered the courage to speak honestly about her feelings. With shaking hands clutching her cloak, the princess confessed that she did not want to return to the kingdom. A faint smile appeared on the warrior's face as the princess quietly accepted the future she had chosen for herself. The blonde woman quietly stood behind the barbarian while he answered the mage without hesitation. Meanwhile, the old mage lowered his head and released a deep sigh after realizing the situation was no longer under his control. Disappointment crossed the mage's face as he accepted that the princess had chosen to remain beside the barbarian. Another adventurer watched the tense scene carefully, while the princess nervously clutched her cloak. A cold smile appeared on the barbarian's face after he noticed the mage studying him with growing interest. Rather than hiding his feelings, the barbarian openly admitted that he was enjoying the dangerous situation unfolding before him. Suspicion filled the mage's eyes when the barbarian calmly praised his magical power instead of showing fear. Curiosity soon replaced caution as the barbarian wondered what kind of magic the old man could actually use in battle. Blue energy suddenly exploded around the mage, and the forest trembled as powerful magic gathered in his hands. Barbarian charged directly toward the mage before the spell could fully form. Shock spread across the old man's face after the barbarian broke through the magic with overwhelming force. Blood scattered across the ground as the barbarian continued attacking with excitement instead of fear. Red magical energy wrapped around the mage's body, while the barbarian watched carefully for signs of movement. A grin slowly appeared on the barbarian's face after he realized the mage had survived the brutal attack. Confusion overwhelmed the old mage as he stared at the barbarian, unable to understand how such a monstrous fighter could exist. The old mage stared at the barbarian in disbelief, after witnessing speed far beyond what his eyes could properly follow. Even after suffering heavy injuries, the mage's body restored itself immediately, causing the barbarian to question the limits of his regeneration. Violent energy burst from the ground, and massive rocks exploded upward around the battlefield. Surprise briefly crossed the barbarian's face when he realized the mage possessed far more abilities than expected. Destructive magic crashed into the forest, while the old mage unleashed attack after attack without hesitation. Burning energy surged through the air together, turning the surrounding area into chaos. Fury filled the mage's expression as flames wrapped around his body and transformed him into something terrifying. Explosions consumed the battlefield while the barbarian's companions watched helplessly from a distance. Concern spread across the young adventurer's face after he realized the mage carried an endless amount of magical power. Meanwhile, the old mage continued controlling overwhelming flames while calmly considering the destruction his power could create. The young adventurer quietly concluded that the mage had challenged the wrong opponent. A violent wave of fire suddenly tore across the forest and forced the mage to widen his eyes in shock. Dark energy gathered around the barbarian as he rushed forward like a monster hunting its prey. Excitement appeared on his face because fighting a powerful mage only made the battle more enjoyable to him. Before the mage could defend himself again, the barbarian smashed directly into him. The barbarian examined his wounded hand with calm curiosity, while blood slowly dripped between his fingers after the brutal clash. Confusion spread across his face as he sensed strange energy moving through his injured body during the battle. Across the battlefield, the old mage stared at him in shock, after realizing the monstrous fighter was unlike any human he had seen before. Sweat rolled down the mage's face before he finally abandoned caution and decided to release his full magical strength. Blue magical energy spiraled into the sky while the barbarian watched the overwhelming power gathering around the old man. Excitement slowly appeared on the barbarian's face because the fight had finally become truly interesting to him. Strong winds swept through the forest as a group of mages raised a glowing barrier to block the violent magical storm spreading across the battlefield. Kettle watched the massive tornado, twisting through the trees while the others trembled at the scale of the magic surrounding them. Barbarian calmly observed the disaster and became interested in the overwhelming power created by the old mage. Blue currents of magic covered the area while the elderly wizard released a destructive spell that distorted the ground and sky together. A cold smile appeared on Kettle's face after witnessing the attack. Purple energy exploded upward from the earth the moment his foot struck the ground. The old mage rushed ahead while gathering more magical energy, believing another spell would easily crush the barbarian. Shock quickly replaced his confidence after he realized the barrier remained intact, despite the violent clash spreading around him. Confusion spread among the watching mages, because none of them could sense mana coming from Kettle's body at all. Dust and broken stone covered the battlefield, while the barbarian stood alone at the center of the destruction he created. Fear slowly appeared on the old wizard's face as he failed to understand how his powerful magic had been completely overpowered. Kettle remained expressionless while the mage muttered in disbelief that a mere barbarian should never defeat such advanced sorcery. Kettle charged directly through the swirling purple energy and closed the distance in a single movement. Panic spread across the wizard's face when the barbarian leaped into the air. Red energy burst around Kettle's body as the battlefield collapsed beneath him. Across the ruined battlefield, while the old mage confidently declared that ordinary attacks could never bring him down, Kettle calmly accepted the truth of the situation and admitted that simple methods would not be enough against such strange magic. A torn piece of blue cloth appeared in the barbarian's hand as he prepared a different approach to deal with the mage's power. Suspicion filled the old wizard's eyes after noticing Kettle quietly crush the cloth between his fingers without any hesitation. Purple force erupted outward from the barbarian's fist and shook the ground again. Kettle stared silently at his own hand after sensing an unfamiliar reaction spreading through his body. Confusion crossed the barbarian's face while faint energy gathered around the small object, resting in his palm. Realization slowly reached the old mage after recognizing the unusual nature hidden behind Kettle's overwhelming strength. Anger instantly consumed the wizard when the barbarian openly questioned whether this strange power revealed his true nature, warned the old mage that continuing the battle would place his life in even greater danger. Silence briefly covered the battlefield before the furious wizard released a violent surge of blood, red magical energy. Hatred burned across the old mage's face as he swore the barbarian would eventually pay the price for humiliating him. Dark red magic twisted through the air while the exhausted battlefield remained covered with smoke and shattered stone. Kettle stood calmly in front of the fading energy without showing fear. Morning light later filled a peaceful road as Kettle and his companions quietly continued their journey beyond the destroyed battlefield. Kettle and his companions finally arrived near the large walls of Denian after traveling across forests and dangerous roads for many days. Excitement appeared on the barbarian's face while he looked toward the kingdom with curiosity after hearing stories about the city. One of the travelers explained that Denian was a foreign land filled with strict customs, but the young traveler admitted he had already prepared himself before leaving home. A peaceful atmosphere surrounded the group as they exchanged farewells beneath the bright sunlight near the forest path. The traveler confidently promised they would meet again soon before quietly walking away from the group. Silence followed after the young man disappeared into the distance, leaving Kettle and the others standing beside the road. The blonde woman and the older man turned their attention toward the massive kingdom walls rising far ahead of them. A nervous guard rushed forward and warned everyone to stop before approaching the border of Denian any further. The guard stared in shock at Ketal's enormous physique because travelers rarely looked as intimidating as the barbarian warrior. Awkward tension spread near the entrance until the guards finally decided to open the gates for the approaching group. The blonde woman calmly stepped forward and revealed herself as Aline Mavroki. Surprise instantly covered the guard's face after hearing the princess announce her intention to meet the king of Denian personally. Group entered the beautiful kingdom and received a luxurious room prepared inside the royal castle, quietly enjoying the comfort of the palace after surviving countless battles and hardships. Kettle rested comfortably on the large palace bed while quietly feeling satisfied after completing another dangerous quest. A glowing system message suddenly appeared before him and announced that the latest quest had finally been cleared. Confusion crossed the barbarian's face after the strange reward notification appeared. Surprise interrupted his thoughts when Princess Aline suddenly entered the luxurious room dressed in elegant royal clothing. Warm sunlight filled the chamber while the princess politely asked for a private moment to speak with him. Kettle calmly welcomed her inside and casually offered her a seat despite the formal atmosphere surrounding the palace. The princess quietly sat across from the barbarian and immediately asked about the outcome of the royal meeting held earlier. Serious concern appeared on her face after explaining that the king planned to personally visit Barboza Denian the following day. Kettle listened in silence while realizing the situation might not truly be ending. A heavy mood spread through the room after the Barbarian suggested that the current peace could simply mark the beginning of a larger conflict. Ellen lowered her eyes for a moment before quietly accepting the possibility that his warning might be correct. Silence lingered between them until the princess softly called Kettle's name, while staring into the distant light outside the window. Ellen carefully asked whether Kettle understood what had truly happened to her kingdom during the recent chaos. The Barbarian admitted he only possessed vague suspicions about the hidden truth surrounding the kingdom's condition. Kettle finally asked the princess what her kingdom had ultimately transformed into behind the shadows of the war. A glowing crystal rested on the Barbarian's dark palm, while the blonde elf carefully observed the strange object shining with tiny colors. Barbarian explained that the crystal revealed the hidden nature of something replacing his body. Shock filled the room when she admitted she had never seen such a material before. Calmly, the Barbarian revealed that he had compressed countless invisible particles together until they became large enough to be seen. Silence followed, as the elf struggled to understand his explanation about a microscopic world existing beyond normal vision. Blue patterns and floating symbols filled his thoughts while he compared the medieval fantasy world to scientific concepts from his former life. Understanding slowly appeared on the elf's face as she connected his explanation to mana. Surprise overtook the Barbarian after realizing the world's mystical forces behaved similarly to scientific particles and energy. Tension returned when the elf prepared herself to hear a deeper explanation about the strange crystal, like fragments. The Barbarian described the particles as tiny living components, spreading through every part of a person's body from head to toe. Unease quickly consumed the elf while she imagined countless invisible entities moving through blood bones. Her body trembled against the chair as the overwhelming image left her pale and disturbed by the horrifying thought. Barbarian acknowledged her discomfort and explained that the particles remained harmless, unless crushed by strong force. Concern lingered in the elf's eyes while the glowing crystal continued sparkling across the table. Between them, confidence returned to the Barbarian, as he gave the particles a simple name. Damaged parts could recover, because those particles constantly rebuilt the body. Fear appeared on the elf's face after hearing his comparison between immortality. Curiosity quickly replaced her fear when she realized the Barbarian viewed death differently from everyone in this fantasy world. Barbarian admitted his next conclusion was only speculation, based on limited knowledge, before he calmly suggested that he might actually be a mutation among humans. Uneasy shock spread across the elf's expression, as she struggled to process his strange theory about himself. Morning sunlight covered the castle while the Barbarian rested on a luxurious bed after the exhausting discussion. Thoughts about kings, nations, and ancient gods slowly crossed his mind while he considered the mysteries of the world. Memories of a forgotten deity granting humanity immense physical strength left him wondering about hidden truths behind civilization. Relaxation finally returned, as the Barbarian stretched comfortably and imagined meeting the mysterious ruler of the kingdom someday. The peaceful atmosphere suddenly disappeared when heavy footsteps echoed through the grand chamber. A stern knight entered the room and informed the Barbarian that the king wished to meet him immediately. The knight escorted the Barbarian through the palace while warning him to show proper respect before the king. Rather than feeling nervous, the Barbarian answered with a calm smile and accepted the warning casually. Guard formally announced the Barbarian's arrival before the king finally allowed him to enter. The Barbarian entered the royal throne room beside the blonde knight, while countless eyes silently observed his arrival. A brief moment of tension crossed his face after seeing the king seated beneath the shining golden throne. Princess Elaine stood nearby as the ruler calmly recognized the Barbarian who had escorted her safely home. Without hesitation, the Barbarian respectfully greeted the king and introduced himself before the entire court. Shock immediately spread across the knight's face, because the Barbarian spoke casually instead of using noble etiquette. An awkward cough escaped the king while the heavy atmosphere filled the silent chamber. King calmly stated that the Barbarian seemed completely different from ordinary warriors of the snowfields. A relaxed smile appeared on Kettle's face, while he admitted people often misunderstood barbarians living beyond civilization. Suspicion suddenly rose in his mind after hearing the unfamiliar name Patrick spoken near the throne. Princess Elaine nervously explained that Patrick was the master of the Great Magic Tower. The dark-haired magician immediately questioned Kettle's identity. After hearing him mention Patrick so naturally, trying to avoid trouble, Kettle calmly claimed that the magician had mistaken him for another person. Uneasy silence surrounded the throne room, while the magician quietly accepted the explanation with a faint smile. Kettle apologized lightly and treated the misunderstanding as a harmless mistake between strangers. Kettle realized the magician possessed senses sharp enough to notice that his appearance and existence differed from ordinary humans. Suspicion filled the magician's eyes after sensing something unnatural from the barbarian standing inside the royal hall, carried a strange presence that could not be explained through ordinary knowledge. Rather than reacting nervously, Kettle noticed the magician's silence and calmly shifted the discussion toward the human declaration. The king firmly declared that anyone believing themselves human should still be recognized as human despite their appearance. Kettle remembered the captured beings that people labeled monsters across the continent. A quiet realization crossed his mind after understanding that those creatures once wished to remain human as well. Relief briefly appeared on Kettle's face after confirming the kingdom's position regarding humanity and identity. King finally revealed the true reason behind summoning the barbarian to the palace. Princess Elaine lowered her head sadly while the king explained that the mysterious nano-beings had already consumed countless lives. Magician warned that temporary protection would not stop the spreading disaster forever. Serious concerns spread across the throne room after the king admitted hearing rumors that Kettle possessed a method to destroy the creatures. Understanding the kingdom's intention immediately, Kettle silently realized the discussion had become a mission of extermination. Bound tightly in the center of the royal hall, the young knight lowered his head while enduring the suspicious stares surrounding him. From the throne, the king observed the scene carefully as a dark-haired mage stood nearby and studied the prisoner with sharp interest. Behind the restrained man, a silver-haired warrior and several witnesses remained silent while the mage, silver-haired warrior, decided to handle the investigation personally because he had encountered the strange being before. Around the throne room, a magical barrier sealed the entire area to prevent the coming test from harming others nearby. Unable to accept the accusations any longer, the bound knight shouted desperately while insisting that he was truly human. Closing his eyes briefly, the silver-haired warrior considered several methods before settling on a cruel solution. Without warning, an overwhelming aura erupted from his body and crashed into the prisoner like a violent storm. Under the weight of that monstrous power, the knight froze in terror as sweat poured down his face. Shock spread through the throne room after the king and nobles witnessed the terrifying energy filling every corner of the hall. Crushed beneath the pressure, the restrained knight collapsed painfully while blood streamed from his mouth and eyes. Gradually, dark energy began leaking from inside the prisoner's body, as the hidden transformation could no longer remain concealed. Screaming in agony, the knight struggled violently, while crimson power consumed his body from within. A satisfied smile appeared on the silver-haired warrior's face after confirming that the creature had finally lost control of its disguise. Surrounded by dark red energy, a demonic figure emerged before the horrified nobles and king. A dark presence suddenly filled the throne room, causing the silver-haired warrior to stop. Blonde woman sensed the same terrifying aura and realized the creature before them was connected to the disaster haunting the kingdom. Keeping his composure, the warrior greeted the shadowy being politely while requesting permission from the king to speak with it directly. From within the swirling darkness, the creature questioned why humans continued rejecting its kind, despite everything they had created. Blonde woman angrily demanded answers, while accusing the creature of ruining countless lives through its twisted actions. Instead of reacting with rage, the entity calmly claimed it had only tried to create perfection. Warrior explained that humans never act without reason, and suggested the creature search for the cause behind their anger. Confusion lingered within the entity as it struggled to understand emotions that did not follow logic or purpose. After hearing the discussion, the creature admitted that it wished to bring back someone named Elanin. Silence covered the hall as the entity revealed that its kind possessed low numbers. Beside the throne, the king and dark-haired mage listened carefully while the older man, a growing sense of dread spread through the chamber after the creature suggested gathering many individuals for efficient replication. Warrior questioned what the entity truly planned to achieve by increasing its numbers across the world. Shadowy figure remained silent, before finally declaring its intention to bring perfection into the imperfect world. Standing beneath the crimson light, the silver-haired warrior calmly admitted that he intended to replace everything existing within the current world order. Bathed in crimson light, the shadowy creature insisted there was no reason for humans to reject its kind. Near the throne, the silver-haired warrior calmly turned toward Elaine, while the older man watched nervously beside her. After remaining silent for several moments, Elaine firmly rejected the offer and declared that she had no intention of joining the creatures. Disappointment quickly transformed into rage as the shadowy being accused the humans of betraying its trust and abandoning its vision of perfection. Keeping a composed expression, the silver-haired warrior denied deceiving the creature, despite the hostility spreading through the throne room. Enraged entity unleashed violent killing intent and announced its desire to devour everyone inside the hall. Dark red energy exploded across the chamber as the creature charged forward with monstrous speed toward the nobles and royal guards. Before panic could spread further, the dark-haired mage calmly stepped forward. Chains of glowing energy surrounded the entity completely, while the mage explained that the barrier would contain it inside the laboratory. King listened, as the mage warned that leaving the monsters alone would eventually cause another disaster. Standing before the throne, the silver-haired warrior accepted the task of hunting the remaining creatures without hesitation, confidently revealed that teleportation magic could send them directly to the target area, especially once the mage mentioned preventing the creatures from escaping alive. The mage suddenly paused after hearing footsteps approach from behind the group. Eileen stepped forward and requested permission to accompany them on the dangerous mission ahead. Shock spread across the throne room after the princess suddenly announced her decision to join the dangerous expedition, despite the old noble's desperate objections. Lowering her voice, she explained that she needed to understand whether she could still remain human before suffering the same fate as the creatures. King and the elderly noble became deeply troubled, while the princess continued standing firm without hesitation. Facing the group directly, the princess declared that she wanted to discover whether her mind and identity could survive such corruption. Behind her, the silver-haired warrior and dark-haired mage quietly observed while considering the risks of allowing her to participate. Although surprised by the request, the mage eventually accepted her decision, causing the old noble to panic, activated a glowing blue teleportation spell that covered the entire chamber with magical energy. Bright light surrounded the group as the teleportation circle rapidly carried them away from the royal hall toward their destination. Moments later, the princess and the old noble arrived safely while struggling to recover from the overwhelming sensation of magical travel. Warrior silently observed the unfamiliar surroundings before preparing for the mission ahead, leading the group forward. The dark-haired mage guided everyone toward the large royal castle standing in the distance. Expedition prepared to begin their investigation into the dangerous creatures threatening the kingdom. Kettle guided the group through the quiet road beside the castle, while the silver-haired barbarian carefully observed the surroundings. Bright light covered the castle entrance while the visitors stopped before the massive doors. Suspicion appeared on the barbarian's face after noticing strange magical attention around the area. Without hesitation, the mage explained that he would surround the castle with a barrier to block all outside sight and sound. Excitement filled the barbarian after hearing about the spell, and he admired the power of magic with genuine amazement. Soon afterward, the mage closed his eyes and activated his spell. A red glow emerged from his eye before he calmly declared the barrier complete. Barbarian's face, because the magic had been cast too quickly for him to notice. A massive magical barrier expanded across the castle grounds and completely sealed the area from outsiders. Pride appeared in the mage's expression as he explained that such a spell required only a moment for someone of his level. The mage revealed himself as a hero, class magician while displaying overwhelming magical power. Interest filled the barbarian as he admired the strange abilities of powerful mages. After reaching the entrance, the mage asked what the barbarian planned to do next. The large warrior calmly stepped toward the castle doors. Determination filled the barbarian as he decided they should visit the owner of the castle directly. Instead of causing trouble immediately, the barbarian suggested knocking first before entering. Suddenly, a violent shockwave exploded across the entrance area and shattered the calm atmosphere. The barbarian politely knocked on the massive castle gate while everyone expected a peaceful entrance. Instead of waiting quietly, he slammed his fist into the entrance with terrifying force. Dust and debris covered the area as guards were thrown aside by the violent impact. Shock spread across the mage and the others after witnessing the ruined entrance. A long path of destruction stretched through the castle corridor while broken stone continued collapsing everywhere. Heavy footsteps echoed across the damaged floor as surviving guards struggled to recover. Fear slowly spread among the soldiers inside the castle. Confusion appeared on the barbarian's face after an old wizard criticized his reckless actions. The elderly mage angrily accused him of losing his mind after causing massive destruction at the castle entrance. Blue magical power burst forward to attack the barbarian, but he only smiled after seeing the incoming spell. Without hesitation, the barbarian mocked the old wizard and prepared for battle. Tension rapidly filled the ruined hallway. A fiery explosion erupted as both sides clashed violently inside the castle. Dark red power suddenly burst from the barbarian and swallowed nearby enemies. The overwhelming force shocked every soldier watching nearby. Terrified guards stared at the spreading crimson energy while realizing the barbarian possessed monstrous strength. A dangerous smile appeared across the barbarian's face as he warned his hidden enemies to reveal themselves immediately. Broken stones floated through the air while injured soldiers desperately tried escaping the terrifying power surrounding the barbarian. Floated above the battlefield while red energy spread across the castle. His true form finally revealed itself as overwhelming magical pressure covered the entire area. Crimson power swallowed the castle grounds while the mage explained that the Tower Master had once protected the entire empire. The blonde princess and the older noble stared at the terrifying scene in complete shock. Meanwhile, the mage calmly observed their frightened reactions without hesitation. A cold smile appeared across the mage's face as he revealed the princess's fears had actually been correct from the beginning. His red eyes glowed dangerously within the darkness. Dark flames gathered around his body while he explained that both the princess and Aaron would have become part of a terrible creature. The monstrous figure fully appeared inside the crimson flames, revealing a giant body covered with violent energy. The barbarian calmly watched the monster, while dark red pressure spread across the battlefield. Blazing energy exploded around the monster as the barbarian analyzed its overwhelming strength. Shock filled the princess and the old noble after hearing the truth behind the monster's creation. The barbarian admitted he had hidden himself because the monster could destroy countless lives if released freely. Confidence returned to his face as he questioned whether the creature truly mattered anymore. Red lightning surrounded the creature while massive magical power gathered around its body. The monster promised that death would allow the barbarian to finally escape the painful world. Instead of panicking, the barbarian casually mocked the creature while maintaining a calm smile. Countless crimson spears suddenly rained down from the sky toward the battlefield. Crimson spears rained down across the battlefield while the monster unleashed overwhelming destruction toward the barbarian. Despite the violent attack, the barbarian rushed forward through the chaos, without slowing down. Dark purple power suddenly collided against his body, but he blocked the attack with brute strength alone. A massive explosion burst between the barbarian and the monster as their powers clashed directly. Kettle guided the group through the quiet road beside the castle, while the silver-haired barbarian carefully observed the surroundings. Bright light covered the castle entrance while the visitors stopped before the massive doors. Suspicion appeared on the barbarian's face after noticing strange magical attention around the area. Without hesitation, the mage explained that he would surround the castle with a barrier to block all outside sight and sound. Excitement filled the barbarian after hearing about the spell, and he admired the power of magic with genuine amazement. Soon afterward, the mage closed his eyes and activated his spell. A red glow emerged from his eye before he calmly declared the barrier complete. Barbarian's face, because the magic had been cast too quickly for him to notice. A massive magical barrier expanded across the castle grounds and completely sealed the area from outsiders. Pride appeared in the mage's expression as he explained that such a spell required only a moment for someone of his level. The mage revealed himself as a hero, class magician while displaying overwhelming magical power. A massive purple creature rushed across the battlefield and swung its enormous arm toward Kettle with explosive force. Shockwaves shattered the ground as the attack struck, forcing debris and broken stone into the air around the arena. Kettle endured the impact and quickly regained his stance, while the monster continued its violent assault, buried beneath falling rubble. Kettle slowly opened his eyes and calmly observed the creature's movements. Beast charged again with spinning claws and attempted to crush him before he could react. Instead of retreating, Kettle narrowly dodged the strike and watched the monster pass beside him at full speed. A sharp purple blade formed from the creature's body and slashed directly toward Kettle's chest. Kettle blocked the strike with raw strength and forced the enemy backward. The impact shattered the ground beneath them. Yet Kettle remained standing while the monster lost balance. The creature suddenly transformed its upper body into a gigantic mouth and lunged toward Kettle in a frenzy. Purple energy spiraled around the battlefield. As the beast released a terrifying roar filled with killing intent, frightened blonde girl called out to Kettle while watching the dangerous fight unfold. A mysterious observer carefully studied the battle and realized Kettle possessed strength beyond ordinary human limits. Meanwhile, Kettle smiled confidently as the monster surrounded him with violent waves of dark energy. Dust scattered across the ruined battlefield, while Kettle prepared himself for the next attack without showing fear. Kettle calmly faced the purple creature while strange energy gathered around its body and twisted through the battlefield. Suddenly, the monster disappeared from sight and reappeared beside him with terrifying speed that even Kettle did not expect. A heavy punch from Kettle landed directly on the creature's glowing core. The barbarian continued his assault and slammed the enemy into the ground with overwhelming physical strength. Fragments of purple energy scattered into the air as the creature's damaged body struggled to remain stable. Monster faced Kettle once more while he smiled and mocked its weakened attacks. Cracks spread across the creature's shining core as dark red energy suddenly began surrounding its body. A violent power surged from inside the monster, forcing the battlefield to tremble under the pressure of its desperation. Kettle quietly observed the transformation and realized the creature had abandoned defense in exchange for raw destructive force. The monster unleashed a concentrated beam of energy that pierced forward like a deadly spear aimed at Kettle. Blue and red light collided violently as the attack tore through the battlefield and destroyed everything in its path. Dust and shockwaves spread across the area while the creature attempted to overpower Kettle with continuous energy blasts. Kettle lowered his stance and prepared his weapon while nearby spectators watched the battle with fear and disbelief. A mysterious voice declared that Kettle should not exist in the world after witnessing his impossible strength and endurance. Dark purple energy gathered again around the surviving creature as the next stage of the brutal fight began. Bright light spread across the sky as the battlefield finally became quiet after the violent clash ended. Blue system messages appeared before Kettle and confirmed that the dangerous quest had been completed successfully. Nearby survivors stared at the destroyed land in disbelief, while wondering whether the terrifying battle was truly over. Kettle calmly answered that the fight seemed finished while standing among the shattered remains of the battlefield. Noble slowly approached him and carefully checked his condition after witnessing the impossible battle. Far beyond the mountains, a massive crack of purple energy stretched across the sky like a broken barrier. The noble explained the barrier surrounding the world had been damaged by the force of the recent fight. Although surprised by the news, Kettle listened quietly while trying to understand the scale of the destruction. With a calm expression, the noble revealed that every magical tower in the empire had combined their strength to repair the barrier. An older man and the blonde woman reacted with complete shock after hearing that such a massive repair was possible. Meanwhile, Kettle suddenly became excited and proudly accepted praise for his unbelievable strength and achievements. The noble declared that the immediate danger had passed, but rebuilding the ruined battlefield would become a major task afterward. Kettle leaned close to the noble and urgently pointed toward a shining crystal lying nearby. The noble became startled by Kettle's sudden request, while the others watched the strange interaction in confusion. A wide smile spread across Kettle's face after receiving permission to take the mysterious crystal for himself. Exhaustion covered the Tower Master's face as he sat alone in the royal office. Soon after, the noble from the demonic realm arrived calmly and listened while the Tower Master described the political pressure and accusations against him. Visitor remained composed and reminded him that the nobles would never easily accept outsiders replacing royal authority. Mysterious child who had recently become the center of attention among the nobles and the church. According to the Tower Master, she endured endless suspicion after being labeled as someone connected to the demonic realm. Meanwhile, the black-haired noble sensed something unusual about her behavior and quietly considered that she might be hiding immense emotional pain. A dark memory surrounded Aline as countless nobles blamed and isolated her while demanding loyalty from the frightened girl. She still protected the royal bloodline and endured every threat directed toward her existence. The visitor became increasingly convinced that another hidden force was influencing the situation from the shadows. Curiosity replaced the earlier topic when the demonic noble suddenly questioned the Tower Master about the barbarian warrior. Confusion immediately appeared on the man's face because the mention of entities from the demonic. Tower Master finally realized the terrifying possibility that the barbarian might possess power beyond ordinary understanding. The noble then asked how strong the barbarian truly was while carefully observing the Tower Master's uneasy reaction. No answer came because even the Tower Master struggled to measure the limits of that overwhelming power. In the end, the demonic noble quietly admitted that the barbarian's strength could no longer be explained by common logic or human standards. Eileen stood quietly in the courtyard as the barbarian prepared to leave the royal castle for another journey across the continent. After hearing that he planned to visit someone inside the Lutine kingdom, concern slowly appeared across her face. Guilt weighed heavily on Eileen because she could not fulfill the promise of rewarding him despite everything he had done for her. For a moment, the barbarian remained silent while carefully watching the nervous expression in her eyes. He calmly explained that the unstable kingdom would eventually recover once the royal bloodline regained control. Before leaving, he declared that he would return for his reward in the future. A serious expression crossed the barbarian's face as he reminded Elaine that he never viewed her as a monster like the others did. Those sincere words slowly broke through the fear and loneliness she had carried for so long inside the castle walls. Warm emotions finally reached Eileen's heart, causing her to smile brightly while swearing to repay his kindness one day. Soon afterward, the barbarian entered the royal audience chamber, where the king personally prepared a reward for his achievements. Discovered a royal token that granted permission to enter restricted areas throughout the kingdom. The king explained that the token would greatly assist his travels because many dangerous regions remained closed to ordinary adventurers, Excitement immediately spread across the barbarian's face, after realizing how valuable the royal token truly was. Thoughts of future adventures filled his mind as he imagined freely exploring unfamiliar cities and hidden locations, symbolizing the beginning of another unforgettable journey through the fantasy world. The barbarian walked confidently through the capital city while observing how peaceful. Before long, several guards suddenly blocked his path and demanded that he identify himself in the middle of the busy road. Confusion crossed his face for a moment, yet the tense atmosphere quickly revealed that the soldiers considered him suspicious. A heavy silence spread between them as the guards tightened their grip on their weapons and prepared for possible trouble. Instead of arguing, the barbarian calmly decided to resolve the misunderstanding in the simplest way possible. With a relaxed smile, he revealed the royal token given by the king. Embarrassment overwhelmed the soldiers after realizing they had stopped someone carrying direct authority from the royal family. Meanwhile, the barbarian laughed lightly and treated the entire incident as a harmless mistake before continuing on his way. An important document was urgently delivered to a noble estate connected to a growing political dispute. A nobleman loudly protested after being informed that repayment for a previous agreement could not be made immediately. Malenia of House Akasha responded coldly and questioned why he continued acting arrogantly despite his failing position. Nobles stubbornly insisted that the prestigious House Diablos would never lose its influence or authority. A chilling silence soon filled the room as Malenia stared directly at the man's proud expression without showing fear. Rather than backing down, she reminded him that his family's power already depended entirely on another house's mercy and protection. Those sharp words completely shattered the noble's confidence. Malenia exposed the head of House Diablos for wasting enormous amounts of borrowed money on reckless gambling and violent behavior. Anger quickly consumed the noble after his shameful actions were revealed in front of everyone inside the estate. The furious man charged forward while accusing Malenia of insulting his family's honor. Coldly reminded him that nobles who fail to repay their debts eventually lose everything they possess. A strict deadline was then placed before the trembling noble, leaving him only 1 month to return the money. Pressure overwhelmed the head of House Diablos, as Malenia warned that his lands, assets, and title would be seized if he failed again. The blue-haired lady calmly warned the man that he only had 1 month left to repay his debt before losing both his land and title. Although fear appeared on his face, the nobleman still tried to resist the decision, while the woman continued explaining the kingdom's legal punishment for unpaid loans. Anger suddenly consumed him, and he rushed forward in desperation, believing threats. 2 guards instantly restrained him, while shock spread across his expression after failing to attack. Lady remained seated and formally declared that every procedure followed the laws of the Denaian kingdom. Humiliation twisted the man's face as he shouted wildly, accusing her of refusing mercy even after his financial collapse. For a brief moment, the woman silently observed the scene while one of the guards watched the nobleman with caution. He desperately demanded that she abandon the debt collection and spare his family's future. Hatred filled his eyes as he loudly accused Malenia Akasha of valuing wealth more than human dignity, claiming even her relatives and servants had abandoned her because of her obsession with money. His cruel words finally shook her composure, and sadness quietly appeared across her face as the room fell silent. A servant carefully entered the office and worriedly asked about her condition. Exhaustion lingered in her eyes, yet she slowly regained control over her emotions while remaining seated at the desk. Rather than dwelling on the insults, the woman calmly picked up the next document. Meanwhile, the servant nervously informed her that the next matter involved inspecting a mansion seized as collateral for unpaid debt. Malenia Akasha decided to personally inspect the mansion that had been taken as collateral from a debtor. Meanwhile, a silver-haired barbarian arrived in front of the large estate and carefully observed the luxurious building with interest. Satisfaction appeared on his face because the mansion looked far grander than he expected from the rumors he had heard. Several guards blocked the gate and immediately questioned the stranger's identity with hostility, insisting that a savage outsider did not belong near the Akasha family estate. Calmly explained that he had come as an invited guest of the estate owner herself. Confusion spread among the guards after the barbarian confidently mentioned Malenia Akasha's name as the person who invited him. One guard mocked the claim and sarcastically referred to Malenia as the Iron Lady, refusing to believe such an important noble would summon him. Although surprised by the nickname, the barbarian quietly remembered that the woman from the office had not seemed especially cruel. Barbarian handed over an item that Malenia personally gave him as proof of invitation. The guard examined the object with confusion before realizing it carried the unmistakable symbol of the Akasha family. Shock quickly replaced his earlier arrogance after understanding that the strange visitor truly possessed official permission to enter. Embarrassment covered the guard's face as he awkwardly laughed. A sudden commotion erupted near the gate when attendants loudly announced the arrival of an honored guest and rushed to clear the path. Mylena calmly continued signing documents, unaware that the barbarian had already reached her estate. While continuing her paperwork, Mylena received news from a guard that an unexpected guest had arrived at the mansion. Calmness remained on her face as she explained that she had not scheduled any appointments for the day. Hesitation filled the guard's expression before he quietly revealed that the visitor planned to return tomorrow. Instead, Mylena coldly ordered the guard to send the guest away because she was too busy to meet anyone. A sharp silence spread through the office as she questioned whether her previous instructions had somehow been misunderstood. Fear immediately overtook the guard, and he bowed deeply before promising to inform the visitor to wait until the next day. The large room became completely quiet, except for the sound of papers moving across the desk. Fatigue slowly appeared on Mylena's face while she paused her work and let out a long, exhausted sigh. The heavy pressure of managing debts, nobles, and endless responsibilities continued weighing down her mind late into the evening. Outside the mansion, the guard awkwardly apologized to the barbarian and explained that only a basement room was available for him. Rather than feeling insulted, the silver-haired man happily accepted the offer. Curiosity quickly filled his thoughts as he imagined the hidden room might secretly contain mysterious meetings or hidden treasures. Night quietly covered the mansion while Mylena remained alone in her office with a glass of wine beside her desk. Loneliness surrounded her as she reflected on how both relatives and retainers had gradually abandoned her over time. The noblewoman silently returned to work, hiding her sadness beneath a calm expression. Mylena walked through the mansion hallway with her attendants. While preparing for another busy day of work, she suddenly remembered that someone had visited the estate the previous evening. After she calmly asked the guard to explain who the unexpected guest had been. Nervousness quickly spread among the servants before the guard hesitantly admitted that the visitor was a barbarian. Shock immediately froze Mylena's expression because she finally realized the guest was the same man she personally invited earlier. She abruptly turned around and rushed through the corridor, while her attendants struggled to follow behind. Panic filled the hallway as the guards watched Mylena run toward the basement area in unusual desperation. Meanwhile, the silver-haired barbarian calmly looked around the room until he noticed someone quickly approaching him. Recognition soon crossed both of their faces after Mylena finally reunited with Kettle inside the mansion basement. Kettle arrived at the mansion and greeted the blue-haired noblewoman after many years apart. His sudden appearance shocked her. While the guards carefully watched the reunion from behind, embarrassment quickly filled the woman's face because she remembered how poorly Kettle had been treated before. Instead of becoming upset, Kettle calmly accepted the apology and treated the matter lightly. His relaxed reaction only made the woman feel even more relieved. Inside the elegant room, tea was served while the atmosphere slowly became peaceful again. A maid silently stood nearby as Kettle and the noblewoman sat across from each other. Another apology followed, yet Kettle reassured her that he did not hold any resentment about the past. Warm memories soon returned to the woman as she realized how long it had been since they last met. The reunion gradually became more comfortable for both of them. During their conversation, Kettle learned that several years had already passed since their previous meeting. Attention then shifted toward the problem that once troubled her family. Kettle remembered hearing about it before and wondered whether the situation had finally been resolved. Happiness immediately appeared on the woman's face as she explained that the issue had indeed been settled. The noblewoman praised Kettle for surviving the dangerous snowfield and safely reaching the mansion again. Hearing such gratitude made Kettle slightly uncomfortable because he never considered himself a hero. He quietly listened while the woman continued expressing her appreciation. A sudden thought interrupted the calm conversation when Kettle noticed something different inside the mansion. Curiosity appeared in Kettle's eyes as he realized the old butler was missing. The woman's expression immediately turned serious after hearing the questions. Silence briefly filled the room before she finally revealed that the former butler had already left the snowfield. Her lowered gaze showed that the subject carried deeper meaning. The woman explained that the old servant had departed in order to protect and serve the remaining members of her family. Kettle calmly explained that the problems from the past only happened because important things had been missing at the time. Guilt remained on Melena's face as she admitted that she had failed to welcome him properly during his earlier visit. Respectfully lowering her head, Melena officially welcomed Kettle into the mansion once again. Her sincere attitude surprised him because she treated him with far greater respect than before. Elegant decorations and expensive paintings filled the large room while servants quietly prepared refreshments nearby. A plate of green grapes was placed on the table for Kettle, and he casually tasted them without hesitation. Silence briefly settled inside the room while Kettle slowly ate the fruit. The calm moment allowed both of them to relax after the emotional reunion. A faint sound from the doorway caught Kettle's attention, causing him to stop eating for a moment. Melina soon appeared again, wearing lighter clothes meant for resting indoors. Although surprised by her sudden appearance, Kettle remained calm and asked about the bottle she carried in her hand. Relief appeared on her face after Kettle accepted the drink, without complaint. She quickly arranged several bottles and cups on the table to continue hosting him properly. Kettle drank the alcohol easily while recalling how often warriors in the snowfield consumed strong liquor during harsh winters. Embarrassment slowly spread across Melina's face. After realizing how naturally Kettle handled the drinks, she quietly admitted that she personally disliked alcohol despite preparing it for him. Fatigue became visible in her expression as she lowered her head toward the table. Kettle immediately noticed the exhaustion hidden behind her polite behavior. Several empty bottles soon covered the table while the long conversation continued late into the evening. The quiet room gradually lost its earlier formal atmosphere. Carefully observing Melina's tired appearance, Kettle realized that she had been carrying heavy worries alone for a long time. Concern slowly replaced the relaxed mood as Kettle prepared to hear the real troubles affecting the Aslan family. Melina quietly listened while Kettle explained how he had built influence inside the snowfield through trade caravans and successful investments. Gold coins and valuable goods filled Melina's imagination as she recalled the enormous wealth Kettle had gathered. Despite the profits, Melina remained troubled because the caravans constantly faced danger during their journeys. Concern appeared in her eyes as she remembered how risky the business truly was. The noblewoman explained that her family eventually began lending money and supporting investments to stabilize their declining household. Shame lingered in Melina's voice, because many nobles viewed financial work as disgraceful. Even after saving her family, she still feared society would judge her actions harshly. Kettle looked confused by her worries, since he considered lending money and managing investments completely normal. Surprise spread across Melina's face after hearing Kettle casually defend her business practices. She had expected criticism instead of acceptance from someone raised in a harsher environment. Rather than condemning her actions, Kettle praised her for protecting her family and rebuilding their reputation without breaking any laws. Embarrassment colored Melina's cheeks because nobody had ever spoken positively about her work before. The sincerity in Kettle's words deeply affected her emotions. Old memories suddenly resurfaced in Melina's mind as she remembered the former butler leaving the household years earlier. The image of the elderly man walking away into darkness still carried pain for her, even after all this time. His departure had left the young noblewoman isolated during difficult years. Kettle quietly reflected on the story while staring at the unfinished glass of wine resting on the table. The atmosphere inside the room became heavy once again. Understanding slowly reached Kettle as he realized why Melina struggled with guilt and insecurity, despite her success. Tears gathered in Melina's eyes when she admitted that Kettle was the first person to sincerely approve of her choices. Silence filled the room afterward, as both of them remained seated beside the scattered bottles and glasses. Late at night, the mansion hallways became quiet, while a maid carefully walked toward Melina's room. She worried that the noblewoman had continued drinking for far too long with Kettle. Concern appeared on the maid's face, because the family head had strictly ordered everyone not to disturb Melina that evening. After hesitating for a moment, the maid finally decided to check on her master personally. Her footsteps quickly echoed through the long corridor as anxiety pushed her forward. Shock immediately spread across the maid's face when she opened the door and saw Kettle calmly sitting beside the drunken Melina. The unexpected scene left her frozen in panic. Meanwhile, Melina loudly complained about the nobles who constantly criticized her efforts, despite relying on the wealth she created for the family. Kettle quietly listened to the emotional outburst while holding a tired expression. Although he understood her pain, he also seemed exhausted by the endless complaints filling the room. The maid nervously tried to interrupt the situation, but Melina continued venting about the unfair treatment she received from others around her. Embarrassment soon replaced the maid's panic, causing her to quietly close the door again. She decided it would be better to pretend she had never witnessed the scene inside the room. Silence returned to the hallway as the maid walked away while carrying the secret alone. Behind the closed door, the long conversation between Kettle and Melina continued deep into the night. The blue-haired noblewoman welcomed Lord Maximus, the swordmaster of Denian, into her residence. His unexpected arrival signaled an important matter required attention. Taking his seat, Maximus rejected excessive formalities and explained he had come unofficially, calm but serious demeanor suggesting purpose beyond routine visit. Carefully observing her guest, the noblewoman sensed unusual tension behind his words, curious about his visit. She prepared for unexpected discussion. Memories of Maximus's legendary reputation resurfaced in her mind as one of the kingdom's strongest figures, his presence alone making others uneasy. The conversation soon shifted toward a barbarian connected to her household. Hearing this, she immediately realized Maximus was referring to Kettle. Concern replaced her composure as troubling possibilities crossed her mind. She feared Kettle's status as barbarian become reason for this meeting. Recognizing her misunderstanding, Maximus clarified his intentions, stating no accusation had been made against Kettle, nor had he come to remove him. Instead, the Swordmaster revealed Kettle was to receive proper treatment under a direct command issued by His Majesty, leaving her stunned. Although eager to learn more, she received no additional explanation, as royal orders restricted what Maximus could disclose regarding the matter. The atmosphere eased when Maximus offered assistance and allowed her to address him by name rather than using formal titles. Soon he accurately identified the nobles responsible for troubling her family. His knowledge of the situation caught her completely off guard. Confident in his influence, Maximus assured her that mentioning his name would discourage further interference, though thoughts about Kettle's importance still lingered. As Kettle prepared to leave the room, Milena called out to him before he stepped through doorway, expression showing curiosity and hesitation. Turning back toward her, Kettle listened while she gathered her thoughts, having heard about his adventurer past and wanting to learn more. Rather than asking about battles directly, Milena questioned the kind of work he had performed as a mercenary. Kettle answered without concern. For a moment Kettle considered the question and tried to summarize his activities, though to him those experiences seemed ordinary and not worth discussing. His explanation included escorting travelers, protecting settlements, and handling dangerous threats encountered during journeys, with brief flashes revealing battles beyond normal expectations. Despite describing monstrous enemies and destructive encounters, Kettle casually treated them as routine assignments, keeping a cheerful smile while recalling those events. Hearing the explanation, Milena struggled to hide her disbelief, as the scale of his accomplishments sounded far too extraordinary for ordinary mercenary work. Unable to fully understand his perspective, she concluded their standards were completely different because what Kettle considered normal exceeded most people's imagination. Shifting the conversation elsewhere, Milena offered to show him something interesting, directing her attention toward a subject connected to her family. An unexpected question followed, when Kettle asked whether her household operated a business, a topic that surprised Milena. Soon she guided him to the Akasha Trading Company and proudly introduced the establishment, which served both nobles and wealthy citizens. Observing the building and its services, Kettle quickly understood its structure as the familiar system reminded him of a modern bank. Walking through the Akasha Trading Company, Kettle observed busy customers and merchants moving throughout the Grand Hall, which felt surprisingly familiar. Rather than focusing on business itself, he found people wearing elegant medieval clothing far more interesting, creating the fantasy atmosphere he imagined. When Milena asked for his opinion, Kettle happily admitted he enjoyed the place, though his answer only puzzled her further. After leaving the main hall, Milena guided him toward the Akasha family's armory, where rows of weapons and equipment filled the building. While introducing the facility, she explained that weapon manufacturing became one of the family's major businesses, after overcoming difficult past times. Among the many products stored there, several rare and valuable weapons were kept separately, immediately capturing Kettle's attention. A particular sword displayed on a high shelf drew his gaze. Something about the weapon stood apart from everything else in the room. With Milena's permission, Kettle removed the blade and examined its construction. The craftsmanship felt unusually refined and powerful. Moments later, energy awakened within the sword and flames burst across its edge. The weapon transformed as magical power flowed through it. Bright fire illuminated the armory while Milena watched the scene with admiration. Even she seemed impressed by the sword's performance. Soon afterward, she revealed that the blade possessed an enchantment, a magical enhancement placed upon specially crafted weapons. Holding the flaming sword overhead, Kettle became fascinated by the concept of enchantment. To someone who loved fantasy adventures, the discovery felt genuinely exciting. Excited by the enchanted sword, Kettle eagerly accepted Milena's offer to keep it. His enthusiasm made it clear how much he valued magical equipment. Instead of celebrating the gift, Milena became more concerned about whether the weapon actually functioned properly. The sword's unusual design had caused problems from the beginning. Although the blade produced impressive flames, Kettle pointed out that it lacked practicality. To him, a weapon that harmed its wielder was flawed. Milena then explained the sword's troubled history. The alchemist responsible for creating it had successfully enchanted the blade, but accidentally caused the handle to burn as well. After discovering the flaw, she approached the alchemist and requested a solution. Rather than offering a correction, he appeared confused by the complaint itself. The strange craftsman reportedly questioned why anyone would need a safety mechanism. His response revealed a mindset very different from ordinary people's. Hearing the story, Kettle became interested in the existence of alchemists. The profession was unfamiliar to him and immediately captured his attention. Milena explained that her family had spent a large amount of money hiring one. Despite the weapon's flaw, his abilities remained respected. Curiosity continued to grow as Kettle asked about the alchemist personally. Milena hesitated before describing him as eccentric yet unmatched in skill. To illustrate his reputation, she revealed a remarkable story known only among certain circles. The alchemist had achieved something considered impossible. According to the tale, he transformed an ordinary person lacking magical talent into a warrior possessing superhuman-level power through alchemy. The revelation left Kettle visibly stunned, while Milena calmly confirmed the rumor. Suddenly, the mysterious alchemist became far more interesting than the enchanted sword itself. According to Milena, the Empire once distributed notices seeking superhuman-class warriors willing to serve under its authority. Despite the ambitious goal, few people believed the effort would succeed. Such warriors were exceptionally rare throughout the continent. Even powerful kingdoms possessed only one or two individuals of that level, making them valuable national assets. Because no obvious benefit existed for those elites to join the empire, most citizens viewed the recruitment campaign as meaningless and unrealistic. Everything changed when a mysterious alchemist suddenly appeared before the imperial court, concealed beneath a hooded robe. The stranger immediately attracted attention. Rather than requesting wealth or status, the alchemist proposed an extraordinary bargain. In exchange for a single favor, he claimed he could create a superhuman-class warrior. Although the statement sounded absurd, the emperor unexpectedly entertained the offer. Curiosity and ambition convinced him to hear the proposal. The alchemist requested the imperial prince as a test subject for his experiment. The demand was dangerous, yet the emperor ultimately accepted. Against all expectations, the experiment succeeded. The prince emerged with overwhelming power, becoming a genuine superhuman-class warrior. After hearing the story, Kettle immediately became interested in meeting the alchemist, personally. The mysterious figure fascinated him more than anything else. Milena was caught off guard when Kettle directly requested an introduction. She had expected surprise, not immediate enthusiasm. Far from the empire, the alchemist continued living quietly in a secluded forest cottage. Rumors described an eccentric genius devoted entirely to research. Inside the humble home, an elf sensed something unusual approaching. A feeling of anticipation crossed her face, as she thought an extraordinary visitor might soon arrive. Near a quiet cottage hidden deep in the forest, Milena arrived with a companion after hearing that the place offered a comfortable refuge away from crowded settlements. While approaching the house, she reflected on how inconvenient the remote location was, yet the peaceful surroundings still made it worth visiting from time to time. After reaching the entrance, Milena knocked on the wooden door and announced her presence, hoping the resident inside would answer. Moments later, the door opened and revealed Archimus, an elven alchemist, who welcomed Milena into the cottage with a relaxed expression. Rather than discussing serious matters, Archimus immediately explained that she needed new clothes because her previous outfits had been ruined during her experiments. Although surprised by the explanation, Milena listened as the alchemist casually described how chemicals had splashed across several sets of clothing and left them unusable. A yawn escaped Archimus as she shifted the conversation toward business, asking why Milena had come to visit her secluded workshop. Without wasting time, Milena reminded her about a special shield she had requested earlier, one that was supposed to repel anything that came into contact with it. Instead of feeling proud, Archimus revealed that the completed shield had developed a troublesome curse, causing anything that touched it to become permanently attached. Silence filled the room as Milena processed the explanation and realized the item's effect was far different from what she had expected. Seeing the growing tension, Archimus quickly admitted her mistake and apologized, knowing that the misunderstanding had created an awkward situation. Trying to ease the mood, the alchemist jokingly exaggerated her remorse before finally explaining that exhaustion from working all night had led to an error during the final adjustments. Once the explanation ended, Archimus sincerely promised that the accident had not been intentional and accepted responsibility for the failed result. After receiving a warning to be more careful in the future, she eagerly agreed and appeared relieved that Milena was not furious with her. Suddenly, Archimus noticed an overwhelming presence waiting outside the cottage and correctly guessed that the mysterious person accompanying Milena had remained near the door the entire time. Milena explained that Archimus possessed unusually sharp instincts and could sense powerful individuals long before meeting them, which was why she had noticed Kettle's presence outside the cottage. Instead of being alarmed, Archimus appeared genuinely confused by Melina's concern, and struggled to understand why anyone would be surprised by the arrival of a strong visitor. A cheerful smile crossed the alchemist's face as she confidently stated that strength alone was not a reason for concern, revealing how casually she viewed exceptional people. Hearing that response, Melina realized Archimus still underestimated the situation, and quietly reflected on how unusual her attitude truly was. Outside the room, a dark and overwhelming presence slowly approached the doorway, causing the atmosphere inside the cottage to grow noticeably heavier. When Kettle finally stepped into view and introduced himself, the sheer pressure surrounding him immediately reached Archimus, and left her frozen in place. For a brief moment, Kettle observed the room while Melina watched nervously, aware that the alchemist had only just sensed the true scale of his presence. Recognition struck Archimus all at once, as she finally understood who stood before her and how immense his power really was. Unable to process the shock, the alchemist collapsed onto the floor, leaving both visitors staring at her unconscious body in confusion. After regaining consciousness, Archimus buried her face in embarrassment and regretted fainting so dramatically in front of an important guest. Kettle paid little attention to the awkward incident and calmly shifted the discussion toward the reason he had come to the forest cottage. Seated around a table, he revealed a sincere interest in alchemy and asked whether he could study the craft under Archimus, despite his unusual background. Surprised by the request, Archimus listened carefully while Kettle explained that learning alchemy could help him better understand the mysteries hidden throughout the fantasy world. Rather than seeking power through magic, he described his path as one focused on martial skill, physical mastery, and awakening hidden potential through his own body. Meanwhile, the peaceful scenery outside contrasted with the serious discussion inside, as Archimus began considering whether she could teach such an extraordinary student. Archimus began explaining her craft by demonstrating that only a small number of materials in the world naturally contained mystical power, useful for alchemy. With a simple motion, she tossed a catalyst toward the fireplace, allowing the object to interact with the surrounding environment without directly using mana herself. Moments later, the burning flames transformed into solid ice, astonishing Kettle and giving him his first look at the practical results of advanced alchemy. Rather than taking credit for the spectacle, Archimus calmly explained that the effect relied on catalysts and prepared materials instead of personal magical energy. Excitement immediately filled Kettle as he praised her achievement and admired the ability to create such a dramatic result through ordinary resources. Hearing such sincere admiration, the alchemist brightened noticeably and felt delighted that someone genuinely appreciated the value of her work. Encouraged by the praise, Archimus eagerly asked for even more recognition while proudly showing off her passion for alchemy. Without any hesitation, Kettle readily agreed and expressed gratitude that she had accepted his request to become her student, despite their unusual first meeting. Before the conversation could continue, Melina reminded them that the catalyst used for the demonstration was actually a valuable item meant for important purposes. Archimus responded with an awkward laugh after realizing she had casually consumed a rare resource, simply to display a small trick. Meanwhile, Kettle explained that many people he had encountered were frightened by his presence, making genuine interactions difficult despite his good intentions. Curiosity appeared on Archimus's face as she listened to his experiences, and wondered whether elves reacted differently from other races when meeting him. Although Melina continued apologizing for the awkward atmosphere, Archimus admitted that fear usually disappeared once people spent enough time around Kettle. As the meeting came to an end, Kettle promised to return the following day and officially begin learning alchemy under her guidance. Standing at the cottage doorway, Archimus waved goodbye, while the visitors departed through the forest, marking the start of an unusual teacher and student relationship. After seeing the visitors leave, Archimus remained at the doorway before suddenly realizing she had been completely charmed by Kettle's polite attitude and sincere praise. Embarrassment quickly overwhelmed her as she reflected on how easily she had accepted his request and admired his enthusiasm without questioning it further. Meanwhile, a deeper instinct warned her that Kettle was far from ordinary, and she began suspecting that his true nature was far more unusual than it first appeared. While walking through the forest with Melina, Kettle remained unaware of the concerns forming inside the alchemist's mind after their meeting. Elsewhere, Archimus convinced herself that someone as powerful as Kettle would eventually lose interest in alchemy and abandon the idea of studying it seriously. However, his calm expression and steady determination suggested otherwise, leaving her uncertain whether her prediction would actually come true. Archimus carefully watched the large pot while Kettle stirred the glowing green mixture. The experiment had reached a critical stage, and both focused on keeping the process stable. After observing the liquid closely, Archimus noticed the reaction progressing as expected. Kettle became nervous as the mixture suddenly reacted. A new change appeared inside the pot, signaling that the experiment was nearing completion. A small golden sphere emerged from the green liquid. The successful formation of the object confirmed that their work had paid off. Excitement quickly spread between them as they realized the experiment had succeeded. Their efforts had finally produced a genuine alchemical result. Archimus looked pleased by the outcome, while Kettle stared at the golden sphere with amazement. The achievement exceeded their expectations. Holding the golden sphere in his hand, Kettle admired his creation. For the first time since arriving in the fantasy world, he had completed an authentic alchemical project. Gratitude filled Kettle as he reflected on everything he had learned during the process. The experience had given him a deeper understanding of alchemy. Archimus admitted that she had not expected him to learn so quickly. His enthusiasm had encouraged her to teach more seriously than usual. Encouraged by his success, Kettle asked for guidance in another field of knowledge. Archimus listened curiously to his next request. The request concerned mysticism, surprising her for a moment. She had not expected him to move on to such an advanced subject so soon. Although the training itself was manageable, Archimus explained that the real obstacle was obtaining the necessary materials required for mystical practices. As the discussion continued, Kettle learned that powerful catalysts were essential for awakening mystical power. Such resources were rare throughout the Empire. Archimus explained that many stories about extraordinary transformations had become distorted over time. The truth often depended on access to valuable materials. To help his research, Kettle revealed a bag he had been carrying. Inside were shining materials that immediately caught Archimus's attention and opened a new possibility for future training. Archimus examined the shining materials with disbelief. Even with her experience, she found it surprising that Kettle possessed something so rare and valuable. After taking a closer look, she realized the material was nearly identical to a philosopher's stone. The discovery left her shocked and eager to know its origin. Recognition quickly appeared on Kettle's face as he remembered hearing about such a stone before. Meanwhile, Archimus struggled to hide her curiosity about where he had obtained it. Instead of revealing its source, Kettle explained that obtaining more would be impossible. His answer immediately caught Archimus off guard. Embarrassment crossed her face because she thought she had asked something inappropriate. She soon learned that secrecy was not the reason for his refusal. A distant memory flashed through Kettle's mind as he recalled using every remaining piece of the material. Leaving the discussion behind, Kettle walked through the area while considering his next goal. His thoughts remained focused on awakening mysticism. Encouraged by the rare catalyst, he asked whether the process could begin immediately. Archimus happily confirmed that the material was more than sufficient. Another obstacle soon appeared when she explained that several supporting ingredients were still missing. She suggested obtaining them through Melina's assistance. Confidence filled Kettle as he imagined reaching mysticism in the near future. Everything seemed to be progressing exactly as planned. Suddenly, a violent explosion shattered the calm atmosphere. The unexpected blast drew his attention toward a nearby building. Thick flames rapidly consumed the structure while people rushed into the streets in panic. Confusion spread as everyone tried to understand what had happened. Reaching the scene, Kettle learned that a warehouse had been deliberately set on fire. Unfortunately, valuable lumber had been stored inside. Without wasting time, he instructed the others to keep their distance. A solution had already formed in his mind. Determination showed on his face as he prepared to use alchemy against the flames. Moments later, a newly created alchemical sphere flew from his hand toward the burning warehouse. Kettle threw the alchemical sphere high into the sky, directing all his attention toward the burning warehouse. Moments later, a powerful burst of blue energy erupted from the sphere. A massive wave spread across the area and rushed toward the flames. Strong winds swept through the streets as nearby residents shielded themselves. Everyone watched in shock as the strange phenomenon covered the burning building. Melina protected herself from the rushing air while observing the unusual sight. The force was unlike anything she had expected from ordinary alchemy. Once the disturbance settled, Kettle calmly checked the result from a distance. His attention remained fixed on the warehouse. Relief spread across the scene when the fire completely disappeared. Kettle proudly admired the success of his alchemical creation, while Melina remained stunned. Rather than celebrating, Kettle quickly noticed something suspicious. His instincts told him that the person responsible for the fire had not gone far. Without hesitation, he rushed away from the scene and pursued the culprit. The sudden movement left Melina speechless as she watched him vanish. Meanwhile, a hidden man realized that Kettle was somehow tracking him. The fugitive struggled to understand how someone without magic had found his location. While escaping through the forest, the culprit remained confident in his advantage. He believed Kettle could not match a magician in a direct confrontation. Unexpectedly, Kettle continued closing the distance. His speed and determination forced the fleeing man to abandon his original plan. Deciding to fight back, the culprit activated a magical technique behind him. A glowing magic circle formed as he prepared a counterattack. A sudden layer of fog spread through the forest and surrounded Kettle. The unusual mist quickly reduced visibility in every direction. Recognizing the phenomenon, Kettle understood that magic was involved. He carefully observed his surroundings instead of rushing forward. From a concealed position, the culprit confidently explained that the fog did more than block sight. The spell distorted perception itself, creating a dangerous trap for anyone attempting to pursue him. After realizing the fog was affecting his senses, Kettle remembered an alchemical method designed for situations like this. He quickly prepared a special alchemical sphere while tracking the hidden magician. With a powerful motion, Kettle activated the sphere and slammed his force into the ground. The reaction released a tremendous burst of energy throughout the surrounding area. Strong winds erupted from the impact point and spread in every direction. Watching from afar, the fleeing magician became confused as the fog began disappearing. Dust, leaves, and mist were swept away by the expanding shockwave. The magician struggled to maintain control of his spell as visibility rapidly returned. Frustration grew inside him when he realized his carefully prepared trap was being dismantled. His confidence began to weaken as the fog lost its effectiveness. Seizing the opportunity, Kettle rushed forward through the clearing forest. The distance between hunter and target quickly became much shorter. While retreating, the magician desperately tried to escape before Kettle could reach him. Panic replaced the confidence he had shown earlier. Another attempt to intimidate Kettle failed as the barbarian remained focused on the pursuit. The chase continued, despite every effort to slow him down. Far from the forest, Melina suddenly sensed movement nearby. Her attention shifted toward the direction where Kettle had disappeared. Not long afterward, Kettle returned carrying the captured culprit over his shoulder. The exhausted magician could no longer resist after being caught. Shock appeared on the culprit's face, as he wondered how the pursuit had ended so quickly. His escape plan had completely failed. Reflecting on the outcome, Kettle recognized that his recent alchemical studies had made the capture possible. The successful chase proved that his new knowledge was already becoming useful in real situations.